I will end inflation. I will stop the invasion of criminals into our country.
Do we trust women? Do we believe in reproductive freedom?
Whoever heard you get indicted for interfering with a presidential election where you have every right to do it.
And I pledge to be a president for all Americans and to always put country above party and self.
And in my opinion, the enemy from within are radical left lunatics.
Even that enemy, too, when they're really the enemy. They're the enemy of the people, the press.
It is time for a new generation of leadership in America.
If we don't win, this country is finished. I really believe that. I think it's finished.
Do we believe in the promise of America? And are we ready to fight for it? And when we fight, we win!
It's election night in America. Right now, millions of votes are being cast across the country, and in some states, the votes are being tallied as the nation prepares to elect its next president. Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump are in the final hours of their historic battle for the White House, which will result either in the first woman president or a second Trump term. Good evening, I'm Libby Casey. Welcome to live coverage from the newsroom of The Washington Post. Voters are also deciding the balance of power in Congress, governorships, and state ballot measures that will shape the future of issues like abortion, citizenship, and wages. With me tonight, senior political correspondent Rhonda Colvin. Also with us, the co-author of the Washington Post's early brief, Caldwell, who was live at Trump's campaign event in West Palm Beach, Florida. And senior video journalist J.M. Rieger, who was at the Harris campaign event at Howard University here in Washington. We have reporters bringing us live updates from the battleground states. And we'll get immediate results and the latest tallies from our Election Insights team, led by opinion columnist James Hohmann. James, where are we seeing the first votes right now?
Well, votes are starting to come in Indiana, where the polls closed an hour ago. Barack Obama was the last Democrat to carry the Hoosier state in the presidential back in 2008, and he's opening up a basically insurmountable margin, although only 12% of the vote is in. But something really interesting, I want to draw your attention to Hamilton County. This is the kind of the northern Indianapolis suburbs. This is a county that Mitt Romney won by 34 points in 2012. Donald Trump carried it by 19 points in 2016 and only 6 points in 2020. And tonight, with 66% of the vote in, Kamala Harris is ahead. So a good sign for Harris early in the suburbs.
Well, we're hearing from our Election Insights team that we can already make some race calls tonight. The AP is projecting that former President Donald Trump will win the state of Indiana, delivering him 11 electoral votes. James, walk us through those numbers.
Yeah, so Trump is going to carry Indiana. There's enough votes coming in. He's doing very well in rural parts of the state. No big surprise here. The battleground of states that are really going to decide this election is expected to be pretty small.
All right, and we also have some races to call, James, in two other states. Also not surprises. Kentucky is going to Donald Trump, and the state of Vermont is going to Kamala Harris.
Yeah, you can see Vermont. Also, one of the bluest states in the country, we can call that quickly. So Donald Trump jumps to a 19 electoral vote to 3 electoral vote lead. And we just saw polls close in Georgia and expect a big drop of ballots soon. And we'll bring you that analysis as quickly as we can.
Okay, well, what is so great about tonight, Rhonda, is that James will be there at the board and we'll be watching all of those states come in, the ones that are going to be surprises tonight, because this race has been stuck really in a tie for months, even with so many dramatic twists and turns in the campaign. What do the candidates need to do in these last days going into tonight to try to win this race?
I think we're going to see, as these results come in, and how effective both of their strategies were. So their strategies were very different from each other, like they are different from each other. For Harris, you saw her strategy be reach out to everyone, whether it was disaffected Republicans who didn't want to vote for Trump, women on reproductive rights, younger voters who are voting for the first time. Pretty much everyone she wanted to bring into a coalition. So we'll see if that strategy works. On the other end, you have Trump, who had never really expanded his base. He didn't really do anything to include more people into his coalition. Instead, he sort of doubled down on the loyal parts of his base, and particularly men, too, younger men and voters who really don't have a long track record of voting. So low propensity voters is what we call them. So those are the folks that both sides went after. We'll see how those messages work. I would like to share this, though. This is just from our exit poll team here at the Washington Post. They said about a tenth of voters decided who to vote for in the past month for president, and 1 in 20 said they made the decision within this last week. So that's that small sliver that could make all of the difference for whoever the winner is.
Well, let's go to Leanne Caldwell, who's at former President Trump's election night event in Palm Beach, Florida. So Leanne, set the scene for us there. What are they building up to tonight?
Hey, Libby. So, yeah, I'm at the convention center in West Palm Beach. Donald Trump isn't here. He's at his club, Mar-a-Lago, and that's where he is having dinner and convening with some of his closest inner circle. Donald Trump is expected to make his way to this convention center, to the watch party at some point tonight. We don't have any indication on when that's going to be. Trump supporters are just starting to file in. It's a big space. There's not a lot of people here just yet, but we do know that Trump is with members of Congress. Elon Musk is with him at Mar-a-Lago, his family, and some other people who are quite close to him. J.D. Vance is also there, of course, as well. Now, what the Trump campaign is looking for tonight, and what they are saying, is they're really projecting this level of confidence. Now, it has to be taken at face value. We don't know exactly what this whole picture looks like just yet, just as some polls in some states are starting to close. But the Trump campaign for the past 2 days have been really pushing these early vote numbers. The reason is because Republicans did quite well with early voting, but that's in comparison to 2020, the last election when Republicans were not encouraged to turn out to vote, and when Donald Trump said early voting and mail-in ballot voting is fraud. So now they have changed their tune. So those numbers look good, but that, like I said, is only part of the picture. We are waiting for these numbers, but still the Trump team is projecting confidence, as you would expect they would. As one Trump advisor just told me, confidence leads to winning. We'll see if that's true, Libby.
All right, thanks, Leanne. Let's go now to J.M. Rieger, who's at Vice President Kamala Harris's election night watch party at Howard University here in Washington. J.M., tell us what it's like there tonight.
Yeah, Libby, you can see right over my shoulder here the stage where we expect Kamala Harris to speak later this evening. The crowd has just started to come in within the last 20 or 30 minutes here. We expect a few thousand to be in attendance here tonight at Howard. And this is really the campaign's embrace of historical candidacy. Harris has really not talked about the historical nature of her candidacy much in the 100-day-plus sprint that she has had to the general election. But here, she is tonight an alumna of Howard, on the main quad here at Howard University in front of the Frederick Douglass Memorial Hall, where we expect remarks later tonight.
What was the Harris campaign's message going into the final stretch here, JM?
They've really barnstormed the 7 key battleground states nonstop the final week, 2 weeks here. And Harris spent the entire day in Pennsylvania yesterday making multiple stops. That shows us the campaign's focus on Pennsylvania as really a key deciding state here. On top of that, Libby, the campaign, I've had a few officials tell me the mood is cautiously optimistic tonight. They feel good about where they are, where they need to be in terms of the turnout and the margins and whatnot. They've touted the door-knocking operation. They've touted the fundraising that they've done. We'll see how much of that comes to fruition tonight, but the campaign is striking this sort of cautiously optimistic note heading into tonight.
All right, thank you so much, J.M. Rieger. You know, it is remarkable to think, Rhonda, that it's only been 100+ days since Kamala Harris entered the race. So when you talk about the exit polls and people deciding in just the last month, she's still been giving speeches where she's just trying to introduce herself to people. She's sort of gone back to the beginning almost in recent days.
Right. It's almost like a mini campaign because she did not have that much time. And in fact, going into being the VP nominee, which was what was expected before June, a lot of people said they didn't know her. They didn't know a lot about the portfolio that Biden had given her. Remember, it was mainly on the border. Abortion was a part of it, which you can see now may have been advantageous for her. But a lot of people said they don't know her. But I believe when that all changed could have been that debate, when she had that debate against the former President Trump. And a lot of people said, you know, she handled herself well. She introduced herself. And you saw supporters even more energized when they saw her carry herself as she did in that debate. But yeah, you're right. This has been such a campaign, an election cycle that has had so many twists and turns that we could not have anticipated. And here we are tonight with someone who had, you know, about 100 days to have a campaign.
Well, I know so many people are watching tonight just waiting to see what will happen. One state that has been at the center of everything is Pennsylvania. So let's go there and talk to senior video journalist Jorge Ribas, who's located in Pittsburgh tonight. So Jorge, you are in the center of it all. It's really the critical state in this election because it's a battleground state with a high electoral vote count. So tell us about how the candidates have focused on Pennsylvania.
Right, Libby. So I have been driving around the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania for months, and I have the mileage on my family minivan to prove it. And I probably just scratched the surface of how much the candidates, both candidates, have been blanketing the state or the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I mean, Erie, Pennsylvania, Butler, Pittsburgh, Latrobe. Just last night, in fact, both candidates were here in Pittsburgh. Trump had an event here downtown, and the Harris campaign had one just the east side of the city. And what I've seen in driving from here to there is how excited both the voters for both candidates are at these events. I was at an event in Erie, Pennsylvania, for example, and at the arena there was a line just out the door for Harris campaign there. Then I was in Allentown just a week ago, similar for a Trump event there, where there was just a line wrapped around the arena. And voters I talked to at both of these events have told me that they're energized, they're excited, they haven't been this excited in a while. And honestly, it's a little different than in 2020 with COVID, but seeing people coming out to these large events throughout the last few months, especially as both of these candidates have been just covering the state, is really something to see. And it shows just how important this state is with its 19 electoral votes is for both of these candidates. So we'll be here all night watching as these results come in. And back to you, Libby.
All right, Jorge, you may be there more than all night. We may just keep you there until this all wraps up. I'm impressed that you're calling it the Commonwealth. It shows that you've really invested in Pennsylvania. Thank you, Jorge. Let's go back to James, who's at the touch screen. So James, Jorge was talking about the 19 votes, electoral college votes that Pennsylvania gets. It's all about hitting 270. So as the data comes in tonight, what will be important to watch for to try to get to that threshold?
Well, I think we're going to find out relatively early what's going to happen in Georgia and North Carolina, and then we'll adjust from there. But essentially, there are a couple different paths, not that many, for both candidates. If Kamala Harris can win these blue wall states, this upper industrial Midwest, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, she gets to exactly 270 electoral votes, and she doesn't need to win any of the Sun Belt states. But if Donald Trump can figure out how to win Pennsylvania, all he has to do is win North Carolina and Georgia, and look at him, Donald Trump, at exactly 270 electoral votes. There are some other interesting scenarios where Trump could win the Sun Belt and win just one of the blue wall states. It doesn't have to be Pennsylvania, and he gets over 270 votes. So there's essentially two paths. Both campaigns feel like they can still win all 7 states. The map really has not narrowed in the closing days. Both campaigns have had the resources to be able to spend heavily on advertising, and so all 7 of these states very much in play as polls begin to close.
All right, thank you so much, James. We have Rich Matthews in North Carolina for us tonight. Rich, let's talk about how often that former President Trump has been targeting that state in the closing weeks of the campaign.
Well, Libby, Donald Trump trying to win his third straight election here in North Carolina, and he is trying hard. He has actually been here every day the past 5 days, including holding more than one rally here on a couple of those days. So that alone should show you, as James just said, how important the state is, and also that his polling, at least internal polling, shows that it is in play, or he wouldn't be here each of the last 5 days. Kamala Harris trying to become the first Democrat to win North Carolina since Barack Obama did it back in 2008. Important to remember, Obama actually lost here at his re-election campaign in 2012. Now, like so many other states, Libby, North Carolinians voted early. More than 60% of registered voters in the state have already cast their vote. The good news for all of us watching is that there should be a large dump of vote counts sometime between 8:30 and 9 o'clock, that according to the State Board of Elections. And they also expect 98% of North Carolina votes to be counted by, if not the very end of the night, very early morning hours. So North Carolina, those numbers will be about 98% in by the time we go off the air. Libby?
There's a controversial race for governor taking place in North Carolina. Tell us about that contest.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I almost hate to just use like average words here, but what a bizarre race. You know, Mark Robinson, the Republican candidate for governor and current lieutenant governor, he was really a rising star in the Republican Party. He was seen, you know, next to Donald Trump on early North Carolina rallies up until this scandal broke. But just about a month before the election, CNN uncovered some pretty bizarre comments that he'd made online, including calling himself a Nazi, saying that he wouldn't mind a return to slavery. This from a black man running, you know, for governor in the South. It was, you know, enough to basically implode his campaign. He dropped 20 points almost overnight. Most of his staff stepped aside and quit. And again, he's still down some 15 points. It will be interesting, Libby, to see if that has any impact on the presidential race here, if any Republicans just stayed home that otherwise would have gone out and voted for both Trump and Robinson. And then also you have that campaign stuff. I mean, Mark Robinson pulled all of his TV ads, his radio ads, his digital ads. Normally you would have him probably pictured next to Trump in a lot of those ads, and you would have the same messaging coming on the airwaves. But again, you know, he stopped spending as soon as those scandals broke. I do want to mention that Mark Robinson says those comments were not made by him, and he has filed suit against CNN. Libby?
Thanks so much, Rich Matthews. Great question about whether that will sort of suppress Republican turnout and interest in this. But there is so much interest at the top of the ticket that North Carolina is going to be one of those very important states. Let's bring in national reporter Amy Gardner, who covers voting on the Washington Post Democracy team. Amy, North Carolina is one of the states that you've been watching really closely. And we're curious to see the results tonight because North Carolina and Georgia, two states you're very familiar with, will be able to see numbers early. And so what are you going to be watching from those states?
It's true. We will see a lot of numbers early, and that's a testament to how popular early voting was in both of those states this year after the pandemic election of 2020, when many people voted by mail, of course, to stay safe. The voters of North Carolina and Georgia, where mail balloting is not as popular as it is in many other states in our country, sort of snapped back, if you will, to voting in person, but opted for the early opportunities that exist in both states. And in both states, 80% of the total vote of 2020 have already cast ballots before the sun even rose this morning. And so that's one of the reasons why we're going to see so much of the results so quickly in both states. I think one of the things that I'm looking for the most in both of those states is how is where the biggest vote counts are coming in. There is a theory out there that because Republicans actually voted early in large numbers in both of these states, which they did not do in 2022, partially because Donald Trump has trashed early voting and mail voting, but he changed his tune this year because it was strategically disadvantageous to his campaign to encourage his voters only to vote on Election Day. It narrowed the opportunities that people had to vote, and his campaign recognized that, and they urged him to change the messaging on early voting, and he did, and effectively gave permission to his voters to vote. The question is whether the well ran dry of those Republican voters out there during the surge of early voting. And so what we're going to be looking for is where the big Election Day tallies come in. Are they red counties or blue counties? And that will start to give us an indication of whether today's votes will tilt more toward one of these candidates or the other.
You know, it's so fascinating, Amy, because even as Republicans were trying to encourage early voting, Trump has still continued to speak ill of it and at rallies sort of dismiss it. And we went to Michigan to drum up the early vote and then sort of poo-pooed it. So what are you watching for in terms of what Republicans listen to, like the party telling them and the ads telling them versus the man himself?
Look, I think the numbers in early voting, including in the states such as Georgia, where you can such as North Carolina, where you can see the party breakdown of who's voting, you can see that Republicans are voting early. And so clearly the message that Trump was putting out to choose this option did get through. But there's certainly going to be some layer of the Republican electorate that didn't get the message, that remains suspicious. I mean, and also it's a little bit of a tortured argument. We don't trust the elections. We think the elections were stolen in 2020. But go vote early. It's a little tortured. And so there are certainly going to be some people who are still not comfortable with it, and those individuals had the option of voting today. The other really big unknown, two other really big unknowns I'll throw out there. One is that we don't know, just because somebody has an R next to their registration, their name on the registration, that they are voting for Donald Trump. We're seeing a huge surge of women, educated, white, non-evangelical women, saying that they're not voting for Donald Trump, largely over the things that he says about women, over the overturning of Roe v. Wade, over the sort of spread of strict abortion measures around the country. And we don't know how many of those women, mostly, are registered Republicans who are actually not voting for Trump. I mean, we know the party registration of the people who voted, but we don't know who they chose. We'll find that out later tonight. And the other thing that we don't know is who the unaffiliateds are in all the states, actually. In the past, especially in a place like North Carolina and Georgia, unaffiliated or third-party registered voters tended to tilt a little bit conservative. There is a view among consultants on both sides of the aisle that has shifted, that younger voters don't like to register by party, but tend to vote more liberally. And so there is a great possibility that the unaffiliated votes in these two critical states could tilt for Vice President Harris as well.
Amy, stay with us. You know, Rhonda, there's so much we try to look into in terms of who shows up to vote in these early days. And of course, even as we get like exit polls, people coming out and commenting on why they chose what they chose. You've been telling us about who both sides wanted to motivate. Mm-hmm. How were they trying to speak to those voters that Amy was just talking about, people who are unaffiliated or maybe not, aligned with one party or the other?
I think we saw that speaking to unaffiliated or people who aren't aligned with a party, I think we saw that more on the Harris side. Watching Trump's entire campaign, it has been mainly speaking to his base, making sure they turn out, making sure they stay loyal, and also reaching out to young men, young black men, and siphoning them off from the Democratic Party. That was pretty much the play for him. I have not really seen too many times where you have seen Trump try to appeal to people who are on the fence. It has mainly been a game of trying to make sure that his true loyal base turns out. But to tack on to what Amy said, because my ears perked up, I wrote about unaffiliated voters in North Carolina 2 years ago during the midterm election. Because North Carolina does have one of the highest shares of unaffiliated voters, so that those are folks who are not partisan or have not registered as partisans, They have some of the highest rates in all of the country. So does Nevada, and that's another state we are looking at. And the trends there, as Amy mentioned, are really fascinating because they are somewhat driven by younger people populating a state like North Carolina, people moving from the Midwest into North Carolina. North Carolina actually has had a little bit of a population boom because in the last few years, they have, the universities there, and they have been showing that they are almost like a Georgia a little bit, where their electorate is changing around transplants. So unaffiliated voters, that's also something I'm watching.
Amy, before we let you go, I want to talk about an important group of people that you've been reporting on, election workers, without whom none of this could be happening and functioning. What concerns did election workers have going into both today, the big day, but even as they were working at early polling places and things like that? There have been so many threats against them. What did you report on?
Well, gosh, what didn't they worry about? I will say that that election officials, the people who run elections at the county and state level, feel very confident that the election is going smoothly. And I've heard the same thing throughout today. There have been very few hiccups, some long lines here and there. There have been some threats. Some threats have come in from Russia that were not credible. And that's one of the things that election officials have had to worry about is sort of foreign interference. There has been so much done to physically secure polling locations, to work with law enforcement agencies in a nuanced way, because there's a trick there to not intimidating voters and not scaring voters off, but also making sure that polling locations are safe and that law enforcement are ready to respond in the event of an emergency. There are states where the chief polling worker is carrying a panic button around their neck. So there's so much preparation, but what I've heard over the last couple of days and today is that they're ready, and that the turnout of the early voting period was so high that it became for them a testament and a symbol to the fact that Americans do believe that our elections are safe. And I think that's a really important point. I've come to believe that what we Americans view, how we view the security of our elections is actually a pillar of the security of our elections. Our elections are only as secure as voters believe they are, and our election officials are saying they're really heartened by how many people are turning out this year, and it shows that people are not being swayed by the threats, by the rhetoric, by the false claims that the machines are fraudulent, all the things, and that's something that we can all hold close.
Thank you so much, Amy Gardner. Appreciate you being part of this. Well, let's go back to James, who's at the touch screen. James, where did Kamala Harris and Donald Trump choose to hold their final campaign events, and why are the locations significant?
Yeah, you can tell a lot about priorities based on where they go. And Donald Trump finished out his campaign here in Kent County, which is where Grand Rapids is. This is a map that sort of visualizes the move of Michigan from 2016 to 2020. And you can see Grand Rapids, Kent County. This was a county that Donald Trump won in 2016, but Joe Biden flipped in a big way in 2020. This is where Trump wrapped up his campaign 8 years ago before his surprise upset. And he decided he wanted to go back because he said it was good luck. But it's also a swing county, high percentage of college-educated voters, the kind of place that Trump needs to make inroads in if he's going to win Michigan. But Kamala Harris decided to end her campaign in that critical state of Pennsylvania that we keep talking about, especially here around Philadelphia. The 5 counties here, the most populous part of the biggest electoral prize of the night. Harris had her final event right on the steps of the art museum, where the Rocky Steps are in Philly. In 2020, Philadelphia actually moved slightly away from Democrats. Donald Trump did better in Philly in 2020 than he did in 2016. It's one of the reasons Harris went there, but she's also trying to appeal to folks in these collar counties, the 4 counties around Philly, where Democrats have really done so much better in recent years. In 2020, Biden got 764,000 more votes than Donald Trump out of these 4 counties. He only won Pennsylvania by about 100,000.
Thank you, James. Well, let's go to Georgia and video journalist Joe Snell, who is stationed there for us. You know, Joe, there were a series of false bomb threats in Georgia and some other states that briefly closed polling sites. What do we know about those threats?
Yeah, Libby, an FBI official said more than 24 bomb threats targeted polling places here in Georgia, a majority of which were in Fulton County, which includes part of Atlanta. Now, the FBI said some of these threats originated from Russian email addresses. Now, so far, none of the threats have been deemed credible. A senior advisor to the Homeland Security Cyber Agency said so far this election, we've already seen an increase in the amount of foreign interference.
And how have the threats impacted voting? I mean, since they were not credible, they were not real, but they can still, freak people out. Did they have any impact?
Yeah, that's right. So at least 2 of the polling places that received bomb threats were temporarily closed. They reopened about 30 minutes later. Fulton County was granted a court order that allowed those polling places to remain open for the amount of time they were closed. Libby, back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Joe. Well, more live results and the latest from battleground states after this quick break.
We will put America first, and we will take back the nation that we all love.
Do we trust women? Do we believe in reproductive freedom?
If we don't win, this country is finished. I really believe that.
It is time for a new generation of leadership in America.
You're watching live coverage of the 2024 election with The Washington Post. Right now, the polls are closing in North Carolina, a key state in the presidential race, and there's a governor's race there that's gotten a lot of attention. So far, the AP projects that former President Donald Trump will win Indiana, Kentucky, and West Virginia, and Vice President Kamala Harris will win Vermont. The AP also projects that Republican West Virginia Governor Jim Justice will defeat Democrat Glenn Elliott in the West Virginia Senate race. So that's a seat that goes from a D to an R. We'll be with you throughout the night as votes continue to be counted. Let's go to James Hohmann, who's at our touch screen. James, talk us through these early race calls.
Well, yeah, nothing hugely surprising yet. West Virginia is significant because while it's an expected Republican pickup, it puts the Republicans 1 Senate pickup away from winning a majority. The polls have just closed in North Carolina, and the Tar Heel state is famously fast at counting ballots and is expected to do so even after Hurricane Helene hit the western part of the state. And so we're going to be watching and bringing you data as soon as we get it. There are 3 critical counties that I want to tell you about that we're keeping our eyes on that I think will really tell us a lot. All 3 sort of swing pivot counties. Charlotte, the most populous part of North Carolina. Cabarrus County, no data is in yet, but this is a county, it's one of the fastest growing in the country. Trump won it by 20 points in 2016. He only won it by 9 points in 2020. This is the kind of place Kamala Harris needs to do well if she has any hope of carrying the state. Similarly, just outside of Wake County, which is where Raleigh is, this is in the Research Triangle, you have New Hanover County, and this is a county where Nash County, Barack Obama won it in 2012, Donald Trump won it in 2016, Joe Biden won it in 2020. It has been decided by fewer than 1,000 votes in every presidential election since 2004. Right next to Raleigh, 40% African American. That one's going to be really, really fascinating. And then New Hanover County, which is where Wilmington is. It's coastal, also a swing county. Trump in 2016, Biden in 2020, both won with 50% of the vote. Republicans actually outperformed Democrats on early voting and absentees, so Democrats need a strong election day turnout, especially from African Americans here. We'll have results from all 3 of those counties we expect in the next half hour, and we'll bring them to you as soon as we do.
Thanks so much, James. Rhonda, a crucial state to watch, both because it is one that both states want. We heard earlier that Donald Trump is really trying to defend his territory there. He spent a lot of time there. But it also could be an indicator of how states break, right? Because there's so many states that are closely contested according to the polls. So what will you be watching from states like these southern states, North Carolina, Georgia, where the polls close earlier, we get results earlier? How can that shed some light into what else may happen in the country?
Yeah, I think it's also important to look at the margins. So when there is a winner of that state, we can look at that, yes, but also look at how close the margin was. I think that also gives us a window into what the electorate feels there. And North Carolina, for the reasons, I was just talking about and Amy Gardner was talking about, it is a state that you kind of want to, try to figure out what's happening there because they almost are a microcosm of the rest of the country. You have younger people, you have transplants, you have people who have sort of shifted that state into a territory where it is competitive. It is not a southern state that is just a red state and going to go handedly to a Republican. It is worth fighting for Democrats. So I think that that's what we're seeing. And I think it's been so interesting this cycle to see North Carolina be one of these deciding states. And it happened sort of later in the cycle, too. I think it could have been because of the gubernatorial race, the issues there with the Republican, potentially bringing down Trump and the voters for Trump. And then also when Harris entered the race and sort of injected a lot of enthusiasm, too. There are a lot of young folks in North Carolina who have been changing the electorate there. So I would look at the margins and see how close it is.
Yeah, that could be good indicators. James, we're watching the ticker at the bottom of our screen and getting some very early results from House races, and just it's like a couple of percentage points. Can you just talk us through what those early numbers mean, if we should read anything into them? Give us some context here for what we're seeing on our screen tonight.
Yeah, you don't want to read too much, but it is sort of notable. We're going to have some cool modeling that we've developed called Pulse that we'll explain in a little bit, and we'll go active once we get a little more. There are certain places where you really can read into the results, and I want to tell you about one of them, Miami-Dade County. Florida not considered a competitive battleground, which is amazing for those of us who are a little older and remember the 2000 election and when Florida was sort of the make or break state. Miami-Dade used to be the most Democratic part of Florida. Hillary Clinton won Miami-Dade by 30 points in 2016. Joe Biden won it by 7 points. 80% of the vote is already counted in Miami-Dade, and Donald Trump is ahead by 11 points. That should tighten a little bit, but it really tells you a lot about the inroads that Trump has made with Latinos, especially in South Florida, and that bodes well for Trump's ability to make inroads with Hispanics in places like Arizona and Nevada as well.
Is that so significant and important, James?
Yeah, I mean, the Latino vote, it's one of the big questions. In 2020, it did move toward Trump. It tended to be more in states where it didn't really make an electoral college difference, like Texas. Trump did way better among Hispanics in Texas in 20 than he did in 2016. He's made a lot of efforts to reach younger Hispanic men who tend not to vote at high rates. And it seems like so far in South Florida, the Trump operation was able to get them to the polls.
And James, we'll be watching for the areas right around Washington, D.C., Maryland, Virginia, as polls start to close on the East Coast. What will you be watching in the DMV, as we call it, tonight?
Yeah, you know, there's a big competitive Senate race in Maryland. Angela Alsobrooks running against the former governor, Larry Hogan, a Republican, to replace retiring Democratic Senator Ben Cardin. Virginia is a really fascinating state because of vote-rich Northern Virginia. In 2020, Trump actually had a large lead until super late at night, and Fairfax County, which has more than 1 million people in Northern Virginia, dropped 300,000 ballots for Biden that they had counted, and it put Biden over the top. Biden ended up carrying the Commonwealth by 10 points, but just a year later, Glenn Youngkin, a Republican, wins that governor's race. So I'm going to be watching for Northern Virginia to see how many votes are coming in. But the swingiest part of the state is this Tidewire area, Hampton Roads, Virginia Beach, and we're already seeing some numbers start to pop. So far, so good for the vice president.
All right, thanks, James. Let's check back in with Rich Matthews, who's in North Carolina, a state we're watching carefully right now. You know, Rich, you were there right after Hurricane Helene hit and devastated so many communities in the western part of the state. What have you heard from people about their focus on the election during such a challenging time?
You know, there's no doubt that Helene will have an impact on the results here, and that's, you know, a huge story. It's absolutely impossible to kind of overstate the impact that Helene had here. As you mentioned, I was up in the mountains just a couple of weeks ago and took some footage. If we can show that now. Libby, one of the hardest hit counties, Avery County, the students aren't even back in school yet. That gives you an example of just how bad things are up in the mountains. There are still power outages in some places. There are still some communities that are not fully back open yet. And yeah, that begs the question, right? When people are still dealing with cleaning up their businesses, their homes, dealing with insurance claims and even medical issues, or still evacuated, how do you vote? right? How is it even possible to hold an election here? I want to say the state has done a pretty incredible job of making sure that anyone who wants to vote that was affected by Helene has the opportunity to. They passed some emergency measures to be able to hire more poll workers because, as you would expect, some poll workers even evacuated in some of those mountain counties. They also changed the rules around absentee ballots, allowing people to return their absentee ballots to counties other than the one that they live in and are registered in. That's only for this election only. And they've done it, Libby, in a bipartisan way. And that's important because obviously in this day and age, we don't want anyone to look at the election and say, hey, that wasn't fair, that wasn't above board. So again, the state really jumped into action quickly to try to make sure we have a safe and fair election here. And again, some 60% of North Carolinians have already voted. And up in those mountain counties, Libby, the numbers are right around 60% as well. So they did have a lot of people come to those early voting places, even though some of them were new. They were not the original polling places that were expected to be used because of damage. Also because some of those polling places that were schools were turned into shelters. So they were unavailable for early voting, but people in the mountains still voted. Libby?
Thanks so much, Rich Matthews, reporting for us from North Carolina. Joining us now is Jeff Stein, White House economics reporter. Jeff, a lot of people said they were voting on the economy or concerned about the economy. Can you just talk to us about how Harris and Trump tried to make that economics pitch to people?
Yeah, I think the case from President Trump or former President Trump was quite straightforward. The inflation rate under Joe Biden was the fastest in about 4 decades, and a lot of people felt, outraged by the prices they were seeing for groceries, for housing, for basic everyday supplies. And so for a lot of Republican strategists we talked to, this should have been a layup for the former president. But the Harris people, I think, had an opening in that Trump was running on massive, extremely disruptive tariffs, which some estimates have projected would raise the cost for the typical American family by $2,600 per year, and also had the afterhang, or sort of the aftershock of his 2017 tax law, which was, I think, very effectively characterized by Democrats as a giveaway for corporations and billionaires. And so whether, what we'll see in the exit polls tonight and what we'll see in the days to come, we'll have to read and see what voters actually thought. I think it's fair to say, at least, that Trump headed into this election with a massive, massive historic advantage on the economy. And the Harris people, I think, would say, and I think they deserve credit for, narrowing that gap in ways that were really unforeseeable just a few months ago. We saw even as Harris slid in the polls at points, she was continuing to cut into Trump's sort of massive lead over the summer and into the fall on the economy. So if she can pull this out, I think that will be one part of it. If Trump wins, I think people will look back and say, she was swimming against this this huge torrent of inflation that it became the #1 issue for many voters. I saw some of the early exit polls suggested that it was not, that the economy was not the #1 issue, and that, I think, is a welcome sign for the Harris people that was probably unimaginable not that long ago.
It's so fascinating. Can you talk us about this question of tariffs? Because Trump just kind of kept doubling down and tripling down, like quadrupling down on it. It was something that he's very attached to. Was that translating to voters in terms of what the impacts of that would be?
It's hard to say. I mean, a lot of the polls indicate that tariffs are very popular, but clearly the Harris people thought that this was a good message for them because I think it linked up with this broader notion that Trump was chaotic, that the Trump years were full of volatility and instability and trade wars with, even U.S. allies. And to your point, Libby, I mean, it was remarkable as a reporter trying to cover this. Every time I looked up from my desk, Trump had thrown out another sort of historically large tariff proposal, unlike anything we even saw from the tariff proposals of his first term. I mean, just yesterday, a day before the election, Trump proposed tariffs as high as 100% on Mexico, which is America's largest trading partner. This is basically, another way of thinking about this is that it's largely the equivalent of a $1 trillion tax over 10 years, which is an enormous policy proposal. Trump threw it out there sort of like as a second thought, but he did articulate it, and it came on top of tariff proposals to impose 20% trade barriers on every single U.S. trading partner, which would have devastating implications, particularly for poor Americans. Some estimates suggest that poor Americans would pay as much as 10 or 15% more for basic goods under those plans because of the sort of reverberations throughout the economy and the input costs for businesses. And so, the Harris people tried to sort of attack that by calling it a national sales tax. Whether that pierced through and whether Trump's sort of characterization of tariffs as sort of this economic protectionism aimed at protecting, American manufacturing, domestic jobs, American production, we'll have to see in the exit polls and in the days to come.
Okay, well, Jeff, stick with us. I want to hear more from you, especially about how Elon Musk has gotten involved in all of this. But first, we need to take a break and go to Phoenix, Arizona, where our colleague Blair Guild is reporting from. Blair, we are hearing reports of long lines and even some blackouts at polling locations in northeast Arizona. What are officials saying there?
Yeah, Libby, earlier today we were seeing some issues in Apache County in northeast Arizona. Elections director of Apache County, Rita Vaughn, confirmed that there were issues with printer-on-demand machines which print out ballots, causing some of these polling locations to have to use some of the emergency backup ballots. And anytime there are issues at polling locations, this creates long lines. Long lines creates fatigue, and people can generally start to leave lines, and that's something that we saw this morning. I spoke on the phone earlier with Navajo Nation President Boo Nygren. Apache County encompasses a lot of Navajo Nation, and he told me, confirmed that Navajo Nation Attorney General has filed a formal complaint with Apache County to extend polls open longer. Polls in Arizona close at 7 p.m. locally, that's 9 p.m. Eastern, and if this formal complaint it goes through, then that would extend polls by 2 hours here. We should be having a hearing. We should be hearing the results of if that formal complaint is accepted by Apache County, but it would extend polls open longer for those who experienced any issues earlier here today.
All right, thanks so much, Blair Guild. Very important reporting from Arizona. Thank you. Our very own Rhonda Colvin joins us now from the Washington Post's election party. Rhonda?
That's right, Libby. I am now elsewhere in the building at a party where some guests are looking at the returns tonight. And I am joined by our colleague, David Ignatius, who is a foreign affairs columnist here at the Washington Post. David, we've been talking off camera, and I just want to ask you, broadly, how do you feel Harris has handled herself as a candidate, given that she didn't have really a lot of time?
So she had a kind of, I like to say, immaculate conception as a candidate. She didn't run through primaries. Suddenly, in July, Biden was out and she was in. I'd known the vice president. I'd been to see her. I'd seen her overseas, had a number of opportunities to talk with her, and I felt, I think as many people did, that she just hadn't found her footing as vice president. And what's been fascinating to me is that once she became candidate for president, she was sure-footed. She just seemed to me to grow as a candidate and personality. And I'm reminded, perhaps oddly, of Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton was somebody who just took energy from a crowd. He got lit up. You just see it in his face. Same thing with Kamala Harris. She looks more relaxed, into it, confident of herself today than she did 2 months ago. It's striking. So sometimes people have that gift for politics, that graceful quality. Barack Obama was nervous. He didn't like campaigning. He didn't like a rope line. Kamala Harris seems to like being a candidate and that connection. So that's, to me, the most interesting thing about her as a candidate. She's running against a candidate who gives her so many opportunities to make her case that it's time to calm down. Trump, for all of his nominal policies, the most striking thing the last 2 weeks has been all the bizarre things he said. And it just reinforces Harris's message that the country's exhausted, it's time to unify and move on. We'll see what the voters around the country feel, but as a longtime columnist, those are my impressions.
Now, you write about foreign affairs, national security. You've written about what President Harris, how she might be in the Situation Room. I'm curious to hear from you. President Biden had a lot of credentials when it came to foreign affairs. He had good relationship with allies. He, chaired the Foreign Relations Committee in the Senate. But how would she do talking to allies, developing relationships with them, and how will she handle foreign affairs?
So the honest answer is that we don't know. You don't know what a commander-in-chief will be like until the moment he or she is in the job. It's unique. It's a unique level of power and responsibility. I did go around to many of my contacts who have been with Vice President Harris in the Situation Room when big decisions were being made, and I asked them, how does she behave? What does she say? And the answer from almost everybody was, she's a lawyer. She asks lawyerly questions. They're good questions. She'll ask General Milley when he's briefing about Russian forces massing near the Ukraine border, where are the forces from? What are their capabilities? How long can they operate in the field? As a bing, 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 the way a lawyer would. One of her aides said to me on the question, is she tough enough to make the hard decisions that a president has to make, described moments in the Situation Room where a decision had to be made about use of lethal force against a terrorist. There's a moment where you have to make a quick decision based on the evidence. And this aide said, she's a person who's ready to take the shot, meaning when she has to sign off on lethal covert action, lethal operations, she's been prepared to do it. So, those are the kinds of things that I think people want to know about a president. And quite frankly, given the responsibilities, it's reassuring to know that she's been there in some tough times as the country's gone through having to deal with wars in Ukraine, wars in the Middle East. She's been part of that conversation, but she's been in this lawyerly persona, so it's hard to know exactly what she'd do as commander-in-chief.
All right, David, thank you so much for joining us, and have a good evening. Back to you, Libby.
All right, thank you very much. I want to bring Jeff Stein back into the conversation. Jeff, we learn a lot about candidates by who they surround themselves with, and you've done some reporting on Elon Musk, who isn't just a supporter of Trump, but has actually been involved in some of the efforts to get him elected, and has some pretty radical policy ideas. How are Musk ideas and policies part of what the country's voting on with Donald Trump?
Yeah, Musk has talked repeatedly and on the campaign trail about forming what he calls the Department of Government Efficiency, the acronym of Doge, which is a reference to the Dogecoin that even as an economics reporter I don't purport to fully understand. Musk has said that he will cut about $2 trillion from the federal deficit through this commission. The budget experts I've talked to in both parties have been extremely skeptical of these claims, in part because Musk has not identified, neither has Trump, where these savings would come from. There are billions of dollars, maybe tens of billions of dollars in pure sort of waste and fraud that, credible experts think can be wrung out and cut from the federal government. But $2 trillion is a number that would certainly dip into what we regard as critical or vital services, or at least benefits for some people. The government, of course, provides food stamp assistance and healthcare benefits and a huge range of benefits that, if you're talking about cutting that magnitude of money from the federal budget, you would sort of invariably have to affect. It's worth adding that Trump is running on more than $8 trillion of additional tax cuts. He already added $8 trillion or so to the deficit to the national debt during his first term. He's talking about another $8 trillion of tax cuts, and these unspecified $2 trillion in tax in budget cuts seem to have no identifiable basis, no details behind them to evaluate whether they would in fact hurt a lot of people.
Jeff, you're going to be very busy. No matter how things turn out in the next couple of days, you're going to be a very busy reporter. And thank you so much for taking the time to talk us through some of this.
Yeah, good luck tonight, Libby. Thanks.
Thank you. Let's head back to our Election Insights team and James Hohmann. James, we're seeing some new exit poll data about voters in the very key state of Georgia. What are we learning?
Be lots of data coming in from Georgia, both the exits and some of the early voting. Some really interesting dividing lines, a lot of what you'd expect. Trump is doing better than in 2020 in rural areas. Harris is doing better in suburban areas. The gender gap is what we'd expected. Trump is actually up 12 with men, Harris up 7 with women. Kamala Harris is hitting 60% among voters under 30, but Trump is hitting 60% among voters who are seniors. So it's a very polarized and divided electorate. Another factor among people who did not go to college, Trump is leading by 11. Among those who are college graduates, Harris is up by 12, according to preliminary exit polls. Of course, there are more non-college voters than college graduates. But this is something I've been waiting to see. It is in the Georgia exit poll. Remember, Georgia is a state Joe Biden carried only by 10,000 votes. But he dropped out, obviously allowing Democrats to become competitive again. 57% of people who voted today have a negative perception of 57% of people who voted today have a negative perception of Joe Biden. Among them, 14% still voted for Kamala Harris. But among the 85% ended up backing Trump. This speaks to one of the challenges that Kamala Harris has had. She's been dragged down by an unpopular incumbent. She's his running mate. She's struggled to articulate policy differences, to explain sort of why or how she'd be different from him. And it appears to be taking a toll in Georgia, again, a state that Biden and Harris carried 4 years ago, but well, neck and neck, some early positive signs for Donald Trump.
All right, thank you, James. J.M. Rieger is at the Harris-Walz campaign event here in Washington, D.C. tonight. So, part of the pitch that Harris has been making, J.M., is talking to Republicans, appearing at events with Republicans, and news-making endorsements from Republicans, some of whom even worked for Donald Trump. Who is she trying to reach, and how are they trying to measure that effectiveness?
This is all about the campaign's strategy trying to broaden the coalition. The theory of the case for the Harris campaign is if they can broaden this coalition wide, especially among those sort of conservative former Republicans, often living in the suburbs, voters, that they can run up their margins and cut into Trump margins in some of those counties. So we've seen over the past year or two, Libby, Republican after Republican who, during Trump's administration, were sort of squarely in Trump world and the Republican establishment, have come out and have endorsed Harris. We're talking people like Liz Cheney. We're talking people like Adam Kinzinger. We're talking people like the former Lieutenant Governor of Georgia, Jeff Duncan. All have come out, all have endorsed Harris, and that's not even to mention the roughly half dozen cabinet officials who served in the Trump administration who are refusing to endorse him this cycle. This is all part of a campaign strategy. We saw Harris on the trail in those blue wall states with Liz Cheney roughly 2 weeks plus ago. And the campaign has felt good about its efforts. They are seeing good things in the suburban counties. And I think once we start to get some results in from some of those blue wall states more, we'll have a better indication of how this strategy played out for the campaign.
All right, thank you so much, J.M. Rieger. Rhonda, J.M. is there at Howard University, of which Kamala Harris is a graduate, right here in Washington, D.C. Talking about that outreach they're making to Republicans, or maybe just like exhausted Trump, people who are like tired of Trump. How is she also trying to expand her message in the last weeks? Because she was really trying to be everywhere and all things to all people. Who was she talking to? Who was she reaching out to?
Yeah, I would say if we were to categorize the entire Harris campaign, it's been to just leave it all on the field, to use a sports analogy, that she was going to reach out to everyone, make sure she dotted every I, crossed every T, that she had no excuses. And in fact, I heard her at a campaign rally this week say, we don't want to have any excuses in the end. We want to have reached out to everyone and made sure that this party is seen as an open tent. We saw that when we covered the DNC. How many Republicans did she have on stage? I'm glad that JM just brought that point out, that she had so many former elected officials who were former Republicans and leaders in their party come out for her. You've seen the commercials where you've seen someone say, you know, I voted Republican, but now I'm voting for Harris. So I think she, in the coalition that she's building, she wanted to make sure to include those disaffected Republicans. And I know from my own conversations with Republicans who were formerly with Trump and now not, they see this election as really the future of their Republican Party. Because if it goes back to Trump, then, you know, is that a future for them? Is that a future for moderate Republicans who are in districts that may have voted for Biden and may be a little bit more of an independent district? What is the future there like? So we've seen Harris really want to embrace the other party and make sure that's a part of the coalition. And that's smart as well, because every vote is going to count in the end, right?
What about trying to reach out to the traditional Democratic base? Let's talk about union households. Let's talk about black families, black men in particular. How has she been trying to shore up those groups?
Well, I think early on we did see her, you know, go after those traditional groups. But I know a part of that campaign strategy was not focusing only on the base, because the base is going to turn out. They were at times excited about Biden until he left. And then they, of course, were going to be excited about her. So when you have such a campaign that was only a matter of months, you have to figure out how to strategize. And I think it was not a base-only type of strategy for her. And, you know, in the end, we'll see if that worked or not. But she did some of the traditional things. She went on podcasts, a lot of podcasts in the end, speaking to younger voters, speaking to particularly black young men, trying to reach them when she saw there was a deficit there. So it has been sort of a campaign where she's been trying to see where the holes are and how she could fill them in a short amount of time. But it wasn't just a base campaign. It couldn't be, because, again, this has been tied for almost more than a year.
Well, we'll have more live results and the latest from battleground states after this.
We will put America first, and we will take back the nation that we all love.
Do we trust women? Do we believe in reproductive freedom?
If we don't win, this country is finished. I really believe that.
It is time for a new generation of leadership in America.
You're watching live coverage of the 2024 election with The Washington Post. The polls are closing in Pennsylvania, whose 19 electoral votes could decide the presidential race. And the AP is projecting some race results. It's projecting that former President Donald Trump will win these states: Florida, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Mississippi, and Alabama. The AP is projecting that Vice President Kamala Harris will win Massachusetts, Connecticut, Maryland, and Rhode Island. James, walk us through these results.
Well, a lot of expected results and starting to sort of flesh things out. Our board is still updating with those as we speak. But Florida is really one of the really fascinating stories of the night, a big blowout for Donald Trump. This is a state that Barack Obama carried twice, 30 electoral votes, one of the 4 biggest prizes of the night. In 2020, Trump won 51-48. In 2016, he won 49-48. But right now, with more than 80% of the vote in, Trump is leading by more than 1 million votes in the Sunshine State. And a lot of it is driven by what we were talking about a little bit ago, which is his strength in Miami-Dade. Really remarkable. This was a county, very Hispanic. Hillary Clinton won it by 30 points, 84% of the vote in. Trump is winning it by 11 points. It's a really remarkable shift. It highlights that Donald Trump is doing fairly well in the South. And also, it's notable that we're calling the Florida Senate race. You can see it's lit up red here now. Rick Scott winning by more than 10 points over Debbie McCarcel-Powell. This is one of those states that Democrats had hoped that they might be able to play offense in. They spent some money there. They were kind of thinking that maybe they could put Florida in play to make up for potentially losing a state like Montana as John Tester started to fall behind in the polls. But Rick Scott really pulling away, running about on par with Trump. And remember, this is a race that 6 years ago, it went to a literal recount. It came down to about 10,000 votes. Now Rick Scott winning by 1 million votes. It's pretty remarkable because it speaks to how the country really is becoming more polarized. And Florida is no longer a purple state. It is very much a red state.
All right. Thank you, James. So we're watching the Senate. We're watching the House. It could take a while to figure out the balance of power in the House in particular. But so far, we know that Republicans have picked up West Virginia. No surprise. They've retained Florida. Also not a surprise. Where will you be looking at tonight, Rhonda, for the Senate races?
Ohio. Ohio, as well as Montana, too. Those are the two Senate races that have consistently been toss-ups. Right before Election Day, the Montana race was moved toward the Republican column or leans Republican. But I know from visiting there and reporting there that Republicans weren't so sure the polling is as accurate as it may appear, that Sheehy, the Republican candidate in that race, would be so far ahead of Tester. So we'll see. I'm also looking at Michigan. Michigan has a fascinating U.S. Senate race that has been neck and neck in a battleground state as well. So that'll be interesting to look at when that comes in. But of course, as you mentioned, Florida really wasn't a big surprise when it comes to, Trump and or West Virginia when it comes to that Senate race.
Yeah. Let's go to Leigh Caldwell. She's in Florida with the Trump campaign tonight. Leigh, let's just start here. Florida has now been called for Trump. Not a big surprise, of course, but has there been any reaction in the room there tonight as some of these red-leaning states have come in for the former president?
Yeah, well, every time a state comes in for the former president, which is no surprise, some of these conservative red states, the crowd here obviously erupts in cheers. That doesn't necessarily mean that Donald Trump is going to win 270 electoral votes. These are all the states so far that he was expected to win. But, I'm talking to sources, Libby, and Republicans at this point seem relatively confident. Even though Trump was expected to win Florida, they are saying that the fact that he is winning it by such a good margin means that it could potentially be a good night for him. Of course, this is obviously potentially just bluster. We know that the Trump campaign is very good at setting expectations, regardless if they are tethered to reality or not. And so we are still waiting for them. We're waiting for the president. We haven't heard from him yet, but it's still quite early. And one thing that Republicans and Democrats agree on, it could very well be a long night, Libby.
Leigh, before tonight, back when early voting began, Donald Trump started mentioning signs of potential fraud, which have so far been totally unfounded. How does this remind you of his 2020 playbook?
Yeah, Donald Trump has one playbook, and it's a playbook he did not only in 2020, but he also did in the Republican primary in 2016 when he thought he was going to lose to Ted Cruz in the Iowa caucuses. In 2020, on election night, as we know, it was not called until Saturday, 5 days later. But on election night, Donald Trump said that he thinks that he won, and that if he didn't, that it would be fraud. And that's when they continued to lay the groundwork for claims of election fraud. Now, Donald Trump has been doing this in the past few weeks, too. This is not something that automatically starts on election night. In his rallies, he has indicated, he has suggested that Democrats are cheating, that the only way that they could win is by cheating. It's going to be really interesting to see what time he comes out tonight and what he says, if he declares victory before the race has been called, or if he continues to go along with these claims of voter fraud. Early voting, though, the former president has really changed his tune on that. He knows that in 2020 that he lost the presidential race in large part because he instituted such disbelief among his voters about early voting. Now this year, The Republican National Committee has really spent the past year encouraging Republicans to head to the polls to vote early, even though Donald Trump on the campaign trail speaks out of both sides of his mouth. On the one hand, he says, go ahead and vote early. And then on the other hand, he says, but I hate that we have to vote early. It's not a legitimate way to vote. But his voters have seemed to turn out early this time. The big question that people are still wondering is, are those just Republican voters who normally vote on Election Day and just changed their patterns and behavior and voted early? Or are those brand new voters? And that's a question that the Trump campaign and the Harris campaign are still looking into. Libby.
Leigh Caldwell in West Palm Beach, where supporters of Donald Trump are gathered tonight. We have another race call from the AP. They are saying that South Carolina will go to Donald Trump. Again, the AP is saying he's the projected winner of South Carolina. You know, Rhonda, we're all talking about what Leanne was describing. It's called cannibalizing your own votes. Republicans who might normally wait till Election Day voting early. It's not. The question is, are they additional people showing up, or are they just taking from their actual Election Day turnout? I want to mention one thing that Leanne brought up. Back in 2020, Donald Trump falsely claimed victory early Wednesday morning, excuse me. So in the wee hours after election night, he falsely claimed from the White House that he'd won. So we do have to remember that, to have that context for what we hear later on tonight.
You do have to remember it, and it has been a part of the Trump playbook going way back, even before he was in politics. I looked it up, actually, and there were tweets during the Obama-Romney presidential race where the former President Trump, or then Citizen Trump, was on Twitter saying this is false, that Romney should push back and we should march on the Capitol. And that was about a decade before January 6th. So this is a part of Trump's playbook. He also said it when he ran against Ted Cruz in the primaries in 2015. He has been saying it this whole time in the campaign, kind of setting up the stage that if he doesn't win, that it was rigged. We've heard this over and over again. In fact, there was an interesting poll CNN came out with that they've been tracking actually for months, and their most recent numbers show that only about 30% of Americans believe that Trump will concede. So that would also, I mean, that shows you that not many people trust him to come to the microphone and, you know, say he'll support a Harris administration. No one's expecting that. And I think that there is a lot of anxiety. This is also seen in some of our exit polling. There's a lot of anxiety among Americans and voters today who feel like there will be some sort of political violence if things don't go Trump's way. So that is something that, you know, the country has been bracing themselves against. Go down to the Capitol. That's surrounded by barricades right now, and it has been for weeks. If you drive past the Naval Observatory, where the vice president lives, that has barricading around it. It just feels like everyone already knows the Donald Trump playbook, and we're kind of waiting to see if that would materialize.
Let's go back to James Hohmann, who has some latest results from the state of Pennsylvania, where polls just closed. James?
Yeah, Libby, polls just closed about 10 minutes ago, but we're already getting about 5% of the vote in, and it is quite different than 2020. 4 years ago, there was an early sort of red wave, a red mirage, and the early vote, the mail vote, didn't get counted until later, and the urban centers, the two big ones, Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, didn't end up counting all of their votes until days later. But this time, Allegheny County, which is home to Pittsburgh, the second biggest county in the state, they got new vote counting machines. In Pennsylvania, it's actually illegal to count early votes until Election Day. There's no pre-canvassing, but they can start counting this morning. And so right out of the gate, they drop 30% of their vote. And Harris getting 160,000 votes out of Allegheny County. For context, in 2020, Joe Biden got 59% of the vote and 430,000 total votes. So Harris is on track potentially to surpass that. She needs big numbers in Allegheny, and she also needs big numbers out of Philadelphia, where you can see already 15% of the vote in, 100,000 votes coming in for Harris in Philadelphia. And Northampton, an area with a large Puerto Rican population, I'll note, comes in, they drop some of their early votes. Harris jumps to an early lead. So this is different than 2020 because back then we saw the Trump votes come in first and then the Biden votes. Now we're seeing some of the Harris votes come in before we see day of election, which should favor Donald Trump. But in the key Stone State, we're starting to get some numbers, and so far so good for Harris.
All right, we'll keep checking in with you on that. Thanks, James. Let's go to senior video journalist Jorge Ribas, who's based in Pittsburgh tonight, a place we're all watching. You know, Jorge, one of the most startling moments of this presidential race was the assassination attempt against Donald Trump back in July in Butler, Pennsylvania, which left one rally attendee dead. Trump went back to Butler to campaign last month, and you were there to cover that rally. How has that moment continued to echo in his campaign?
Yeah, Libby. You know, I've been to many Trump rallies, not just this year, but in 2020 and 2016, and that really was one of just talking to the attendees there, that how emotional they were to see Trump return back to that place. I mean, I remember driving there and huge lines of cars waiting to get in, attendees filing in, just one of the bigger events I've seen. This was outside at the Butler Farm Show, kind of an outside area. Heightened level of security, obviously, in October when he returned there. But I walked around and I talked to all the attendees that were there, and what the people that I talked to told me was just that it meant a lot, you know, for them, some of them that had been there in July, how much it meant to see him come back there. It was kind of a spectacle, too. I mean, before the event started, there was parachutists that skydive down to right outside of the fairgrounds there. And this was also the event where Elon Musk came out and appeared on stage with Donald Trump, kind of like leading the way for what he would do later in Pennsylvania in terms of trying to get out the vote, his $1 million lottery that he was doing, etc. And so what really, like, for the people that were there that day, it meant a lot for them there. And it sort of struck home to me how this, I mean, just how long this election had been. I mean, it felt so long ago that July that this happened, and seeing how much time had passed and how much it meant for them to see him there. He's talked about that event several times since it happened. He talked about it that day as well. And I just kind of want to say one thing, that seeing these voters, seeing how these lines have progressed, how people have been waiting at all of his events here, shows how important this state is for Donald Trump, but also how important it is for Harris' campaign as well, and similar events of hers, how people are lining up. But really, just how much has reverberated throughout this campaign and kind of how far we've come. And we'll be here, like you said earlier, all night into tomorrow to see how this state goes for Trump or for Harris. Libby.
Thanks, Jorge. Rhonda, we're watching to see, of course, what attendance is like at these campaign events. Rallies don't vote, people vote, but it does give you a sense of enthusiasm. And Trump is used to filling up these big arenas, but it's been harder for him to fill them lately. And the question is it just because people are like, they're kind of tapped out? Because he's making so many loops around, he's already kind of plumbed the base and they've already seen him. What have you been watching in sort of the last stretch here? Because Harris has had a very disciplined message, stayed on note. Trump has had these speeches that kind of go on, but that's what people like to go to his events for.
Yeah, that's true. And you almost can, think about the motivations, perhaps, that his supporters go to these rallies for. Are they going to be swayed, and learn more about his policies? Probably not. But what we have seen at these rallies is that his supporters, they are fired up, but it really is just the supporters. It doesn't appear like new folks are coming into the fold. And that really emphasizes his strategy all along, which is to make sure the base is fired up, but, not have more people included in that base. Last night, I watched the two competing rallies out of Pittsburgh. Both Trump and Harris had rallies there. They both had very different tones. Harris had some, musical performers, celebrities there to introduce her. It was a really fired up crowd. It was a little bit more subdued at the Pittsburgh rally with Trump. He went on about a long story about baseball at one point. Of course, he goes through all of the retribution that he would have against political opponents. It didn't really feel like everyone was fired up consistently. Now, he has lines that usually people clap at and cheer at, but it did appear that some people might have been tapped out. And that might also speak to the fact that both of these candidates have been in the same places for the last few weeks, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Georgia, that a lot of those folks probably may have been staying at home or just not as energized as they would have been months ago.
Thanks, Rhonda. Let's bring in White House reporter Yasmin Abutaleb, who's been covering the campaign. Yasmin, thank you so much for joining us. Let's talk about Michigan. We've had a lot of focus so far on the southeast of the U.S. because we're watching the polls there very closely as they close, as we get some early returns from places like North Carolina. But let's start moving north and west, and the key state of Michigan that you've been paying close attention to. What are you watching there?
So, I mean, I think the biggest thing is we're going to see how much Vice President Harris's stance on Gaza did or did not end up hurting her in Michigan. It was quite notable that on Sunday, where she spent the day making 3 or 4 stops in Michigan, one of her final messages to voters was that as president, her top priority would be ending the war, which was a slight shift in language from the way she had been talking about it for most of her time on the campaign trail, where she had been talking about hers and President Biden's efforts to secure a ceasefire. This was her saying in the last few days of campaigning that this would be her top priority if she were to become president. The other thing we're looking at in Michigan, I think, is, you know, the Arab vote and Muslim vote there has gotten a lot of attention because that's where it has the most potential to swing the vote. But we know that she was also struggling in union halls among some black voters, and we're looking to see if maybe that turned around in the final days of campaigning. And then also, you know, the Harris campaign has been saying for the last couple of days that they saw late undecided voters breaking their way. So I think all of those factors are things to look at to see if things did sort of break her way in Michigan and across the blue wall states in the final days of campaigning.
Stay with us, Yasmin. I want to bring J.M. Rieger in on this because he's also been covering Michigan and the states around it. J.M., can you talk about what you were watching in Michigan? I know you were in particular looking at like union supporters in that part of the country.
Yeah, I was in Michigan a few weeks ago, Libby, and went to a union canvassing event south of Detroit. And it was notable because you had folks there like the president of the Michigan Teamsters, Kevin Moore, who came out shortly after the national Teamsters declined to endorse. And Kevin Moore came out and endorsed Harris and her campaign. So union household, as Yasmin was just talking about, that's crucial because they've got to really shore up their support among those households in the state of Michigan. And I was talking to a campaign official earlier today. He said that he felt good about where their numbers were early on in the early vote so far in that state. But it's union households where they need to shore up support, and then it's also people of color, especially in those population centers like Detroit, like Wayne County there. I talked to 2 different state reps who represent different parts of Detroit, and they both have told me that they felt the enthusiasm there, and this was shortly after former President Barack Obama came out and sort of issued a warning towards especially young black men who, in Obama's words, and I'm paraphrasing here, but had said that he was afraid that they weren't voting for Harris in part because she was a woman. And I asked them about that, and they said that they hadn't really seen that on the ground, that they had seen the enthusiasm, and that and I talked to one of them this morning, and he said again that things feel different this time around than in 2016, and that they feel like they are in a good spot heading into tonight.
Before we let you go, JM, tell us about the scene behind you. You're at the Harris campaign watch party.
Yeah, so Miss Howard University just finished singing the Star-Spangled Banner, the national anthem, right behind me. There are a number of Howard students here. There are folks who were invited by the Divine Nine, the sororities, and it is rocking here. You can probably tell they've actually just briefly shut off the music, but things have been rocking about 10-15 minutes ago. They broadcast a little bit of the results from another network, and there were cheers about the Harris leads and the Harris states that had been announced for her. So we are still waiting for when Harris is going to speak here, but there is programming planned throughout the night here at Howard.
Thanks so much, JM. Yasmin, let's go back to you. You've been covering the Harris campaign very closely. Talk to us about their closing message and what the Harris-Walz team was trying to do, both to contrast with Donald Trump, but also try to just appeal to people on their own.
I think you and Rhonda were talking about this earlier, Libby, where, you know, Vice President Harris has been very disciplined in her closing message, whereas Donald Trump was sort of all over the map in the final days of the campaign trail. Vice President Harris has been very focused on this message of she would be a president for all Americans. She's really tried to appeal to as broad a swath of voters as possible. She had taken to in the final week or 2 weeks of campaigning to saying that Donald Trump would have an enemies list when he got into the Oval Office, and she would get to work on a to-do list. And the way that they came up with that phrase, with that sort of closing message, is they wanted to tie the threats that they were saying Donald Trump posed, the second Donald Trump term posed to the country, to the pocketbook and everyday issues that Americans care about. I think there has been some concern among some Democrats that warning too much about Donald Trump and threats to democracy, or even warnings from his former officials like John Kelly saying that he met the definition of a fascist might not appeal or might not break through to some of the undecided voters that they needed to reach. And so they had been trying to find a way to tie the threats that they said Trump posed to the economy, to abortion, to immigration, to, you know, the issues that polls show Americans care the most about. So that was really what she honed in on the final days. And then we saw in her final sort of day and a half of campaigning that she even mentioned Trump a little bit less. You know, she said the country, she was confident that the country was ready to turn the page on Donald Trump, but tried to stay more focused on a more upbeat message as she closed out her campaign.
Yeah, I noticed that yesterday, and the campaign was touting this, that she was talking about Trump just as the other guy, rather than referring to him even by name. Let's go to James for the latest numbers coming into us from Georgia, a state we're watching very closely tonight. James, what do you have for us?
Yeah, Libby, we now have 47% of the vote in. Donald Trump opening a little bit of a lead. Clearly, Republican efforts to vote early this time are paying dividends for the former president's campaign. So far, Kamala Harris is doing well in the suburbs, about as well as Joe Biden did. One of the noteworthy things that is working to Kamala Harris's advantage is that there are not the defections among African Americans that Republicans had really hoped for. Trump had tried to make inroads with African American men, but according to the early exit polls that are coming in, all the numbers are basically on par with what they were. And in some of the counties that are disproportionately African American, it's a marginal difference, but it's really about the same. I wanted to pull up some of the numbers. Black voters in Georgia made up about 3 in 10 voters. 9 in 10 of them supported Harris. 8 in 10 African American men supported Harris. 9 in 10 black women did. That is almost identical to what it was with Joe Biden. So Harris not necessarily having deeper appeal than Biden, but she is thwarting Trump, and it's going to mean that the race continues to stay close. We're watching these counties around Atlanta, what's called the blue blob in Georgia politics, to see if she can run up the score she needs to offset Trump's strength in rural Georgia.
All right, thank you, James. Rich Matthews is in North Carolina for us tonight. Rich, what have you learned about what might be the key to winning that state this year?
You know, the hard thing about North Carolina, look, I get that every state has some urban centers and rural communities, but North Carolina has these big cities, Charlotte, Raleigh, and then it also has 2 very distinct and very different rural communities, okay? So you have in the mountains of western North Carolina that we talked a little bit about that was hit by Hurricane Helene, you have largely white rural communities that vote sometimes as much as 3-to-1 Republican. Of course, you do have Asheville up there, but that's the lone blue dot really in a sea of red. But then you have East Carolina, which has a lot of African-American farming, a lot of African-American communities. And we talked to Eva Clayton. Eva is the first black woman to ever represent North Carolina in Congress. She's now 90 years old, but she served 10 years, has been in the political game a long time in that part of the state. And her take on it was the eastern part of the state is often ignored. Republicans don't campaign there because they just assume it's going to be fall Democrat, and Democrats don't campaign there because they also assume that they already have those votes. Now, Kamala Harris did come to the eastern part of the state. In fact, she met with Eva Clayton, and here's a little bit from our sit down with Ms. Clayton, where she talks about the recipe for winning here in North Carolina.
The recipe is to find how you speak to all of North Carolina and engage as many as you can, particularly in rural areas, because they feel a little bit like they've been elected, right? Not only share with them your ideas, but also be engaged with them.
Now, Clayton obviously is supporting Kamala Harris. Again, she met with her during a trip to Greenville. They went to church together, but she still would like to see more outreach to the eastern part of the state. And she says that maybe that's a place that Kamala Harris might have left something on the table, some meat on the bone. We'll find out later tonight. Libby?
Thanks so much, Rich Matthews. Rhonda, how has Kamala Harris been trying to appeal to churchgoers in the last weeks?
Well, I think she has talked about her faith openly. We did hear that in the town hall with CNN, where she spoke about her pastor and how he was among those she called first when Biden stepped out of the race. She talked about her prayer life. So I think that that part of her came out late in the cycle, and that may be important to, you know, some of the folks that Rich is talking to, certainly in southern states as well. It's something usual in election cycles where you see politicians go to a church and sit next to parishioners, but she has been more open about her faith, which could do exactly as that woman in the tape said, reach all corners.
All right. Rhonda, we have a lot more polls closing in the next hour or so. A lot more results will be coming in, and soon enough, we'll have updates from the battleground state of Michigan. Stay with us.
We will put America first, and we will take back the nation that we all love.
Do we trust women? Do we believe in reproductive freedom?
If we don't win, this country is finished. I really believe that.
It is time for a new generation of leadership in America.
You're watching live coverage of the 2024 election with The Washington Post. Most polls in Michigan are closed, but there are some counties that stay open for just a little while longer. And of course, the rule is across the country, if you're in line when the polls close, you get to stay in line and cast your vote. We can report that the AP is projecting another state. They're projecting that Donald Trump will win Arkansas. Let's go to James Hohmann for a check-in about where the presidential race stands at this point. James?
Libby, about 30 million votes have now been counted. Donald Trump is leading among the votes that have come in, 16 million to 13.4 million. And you can see he's at 95 electoral votes before Arkansas is reflected on our map. That's going red. Part of the reason Trump's jumping to this early lead is the states in the South are coming in strong for him. Trump's looking good in Georgia. Harris is looking better in North Carolina, although the North Carolina votes are coming in a little slower. So far, Harris is in pretty good shape in Virginia as well. And in New England, you can see that Harris is winning, the Maryland and Massachusetts and Rhode Island. So soon we're going to start to get more numbers from these kind of blue wall states that are actually going to likely determine who wins the presidency.
Thank you, James. Let's go to Joe Snell, who is in Georgia. Joe, last night, Georgia Supreme Court ruled that some provisional ballots where you are in Cobb County won't be counted. What are you hearing?
Yeah, Libby, last night, Georgia Supreme Court made a decision that could have national election implications. It started here with election workers in Cobb County. They admitted they missed the deadline to ship mail-in ballots. So a judge last Friday ruled that the 3,400 impacted voters would receive an extension to their mail-in deadline. But the Republican National Convention filed an emergency motion with the state's Supreme Court. They argued that Georgians aren't guaranteed the right to vote by mail, that those voters had other options to cast a ballot. So Georgia's Supreme Court reverse the lower court's decision. Now, why is this important? Cobb County is among 3 suburbs in Atlanta that in recent years has been fiercely competitive, so much so that it's considered that whoever makes up the most ground in these areas is likely to win the state. So what about these 3,400 voters? I spoke this morning with Essence Johnson. She's the chair of the Cobb County Democrats. She told me last night her team was calling, texting, emailing, canvassing, getting in touch with these voters, telling them about the ruling and encouraging them to vote in person. For those that elect to send in their mail-in ballots, Cobb County officials have been ordered to keep these ballots separate and not count them until the final ruling by the Supreme Court. These votes could be crucial in deciding the winner of the state. They could be crucial in deciding local races as well. Johnson told me some of these local races are won by less than 150 votes. Libby, back to you.
So much, Joe. Rhonda, remind us why we are watching Georgia so closely. What happened in 2020?
Well, what didn't happen in 2020 when it came to the election? In fact, I think the state may still be a little scarred from that experience, especially the former President Trump having that phone call with election officials and state leaders asking for them to find more votes, which is the central theme of the Fulton County prosecution that went against him and others, his co-defendants. Georgia has been in the spotlight for many reasons for the last few election cycles, and it is because it is it's located in the Deep South, but it doesn't have that same energy that, next door Alabama, being such a red state, or other states around it have. There's a little bit of new life, especially in the center of Georgia, near Atlanta. That's why James, as well as Joe, were just talking about the center of the state being very important and critical, because you have a lot of transplants. People who their grandparents may have moved out of the South from places like Georgia up to the north during the Great Migration, but moved back. Those children and grandchildren moved back down. That changes the electorate. It shifts things around. Things that are priorities in older generations may not be the new priorities of the folks voting there now. So Georgia has sort of gone through this sea change in their politics a little bit, making it a little bit more purple and being a purple southern state. So it was a state that Democrats a few cycles ago felt was in play for them. We saw folks like Stacey Abrams do a lot of mobilizing, trying to make sure that Democrats had energy there, telling the National Party to come down, make investments in Georgia. It was in play. It turns out she was right, because here we are waiting nail-bitingly for the results out of Georgia.
And Rhonda, let's review what some of the paths are to victory tonight, because we're talking about North Carolina and Georgia as important ones, but regardless of who wins them, there are still other paths to victory.
Yeah, there's also the Sun Belt too, and those are the results that we get in pretty late with Nevada, with Arizona. Those are crucial states as well. I've talked about, swing voters in Nevada being very key and important. There are many issues that a lot of people are going to the polls over in those states. Think about Arizona. They have an abortion measure as a local statewide ballot measure there that might drive some people out to vote. They also have a very strict immigration ballot measure that is also something people may turn out for. So these are states also that could be a part of that electoral math that we're all looking for. But again, those states, we're not expecting to get any news out of there for a while.
We'll be here for a little bit.
We will.
We've got some time.
Yeah.
Let's go to our colleague Leanne Caldwell, who's based in Florida for us tonight. Leanne, we're going to see in the next days just how much of a pivot point these last weeks of the campaign were in one way or another. But one notable event was Trump's choice to have a big rally at Madison Square Garden in New York, a safely blue state, but a place that he's drawn to because he's from there and sort of has this iconic message and aura. But a big takeaway from that night was the racist jokes in which a comedian called Puerto Rico an island of floating garbage. There was so much other derogatory commentary that night. What are the reverberations from that?
Well, Libby, we'll find out, first of all. But that rally at Madison Square Garden, that had been a dream of Donald Trump's for a couple of years, actually. He thought that he could fill Madison Square Garden, and he wanted to prove that he could, even though New York is not in play. But the comments that came out of that rally really angered, it seemed, Puerto Ricans. Where the attention turned to was in Pennsylvania, specifically a city, Allentown, which has a relatively large percentage of Puerto Rican voters. Now, of course, Pennsylvania is a key battleground state that both candidates need and want to win. But our colleagues had done some reporting from there that showed that Puerto Ricans were extremely frustrated and mad about the comments, and that it did motivate some Puerto Ricans to actually turn out and vote, and some other Puerto Ricans to vote for Kamala Harris instead of Donald Trump. Now, what sort of impact it's going to have as far as election results are concerned, we don't know. It did seem, though, to turn the momentum away from Donald Trump, who seemed to have that momentum as recently as a week ago, to favor Kamala Harris as far as energy and headlines and news coverage is concerned on the campaign trail. But Donald Trump has been working quite hard to appeal to Latinos, specifically Latino men. And you saw that a lot in his closing campaign message on television ads. One thing that he hit home really, really hard was this issue of transgender athletes. And his campaign manager told me that that is an issue that was really effective, not just for the MAGA faithful, but also for men of color, black men and Hispanic men, culturally conservative men. It's something that angered them. And so we're going to see if it's going to have a wash or not, or if it really did play a role in who wins Pennsylvania tonight. Libby?
Leanne, this is the end of Trump's campaigning, as far as we know, unless he loses and decides to run again in 4 years, which doesn't seem likely, but never say never, of course. So, can you reflect on how he has dealt with the end of this sort of Trump era over the last few days? What notes he's been hitting? Who is running the show? Is it Donald Trump, or is it his campaign team?
That's a great question. So, Donald Trump this week, he seemed to be acting a little bit more erratic. He had run a relatively disciplined campaign for many months. Think back to the presidential debate against Joe Biden. And of course, that was a disastrous debate for Joe Biden. Donald Trump was almost absent in the aftermath of that. He didn't say anything. He kind of shrunk into the background because the Democratic Party was having this moment of crisis. And that was a very disciplined time for Donald Trump. And then, after Kamala Harris became the nominee, he's really struggled to find a way to attack her and to return the attention back on himself. And so, in the fall, he started to kind of become this less disciplined Donald Trump. His advisors were unable to keep him more contained. But it really escalated in the past week. There were some comments that Donald Trump made on the campaign trail that his advisors had to walk back. That doesn't happen very often. One of them was that comment from the comedian, not even Donald Trump, about Puerto Ricans. It's very rare that Trump campaign officials apologize for what was said. But Donald Trump went out on the campaign trail and didn't apologize. In fact, he doubled down on those remarks. And then this week as well, he made some really derogatory actions and statements, including one late last night at a midnight rally in Michigan about the former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi wanting to call her the B word. It was very clear what he wanted to do, but he said he held off because he's trying not to use bad words. So, as much as his aides tried to keep Donald Trump in in a more disciplined stature, it is his tendency to go outside of that and to, in fact, create chaos and controversy. Donald Trump is notorious for thinking that all headlines are good headlines, and that anytime the attention is on him, then that is a good day. So, you know, we'll see at these election results if his last week and his comments really had any sort of impact. But you know, that's always in hindsight, but it could have persuaded some voters, especially those independent, maybe women voters who were thinking about voting for him, to not. But we're going to have to wait for those results, Libby.
Great, thanks, Leanne. We were talking earlier about candidates appealing to faith. Let's go to J.M. Rieger to talk about what he saw in Milwaukee last week. J.M., I understand you went to a faith event there. What did you hear from church-going voters?
Yeah, Libby, we went to an event with former President Bill Clinton and leaders from the faith community in the greater Milwaukee area. And we talked to the Wisconsin director of Souls to the Polls, which is key to getting out the faith vote for Democrats in that state and other states. And he was bullish. He was bullish on the state. He was bullish on their efforts. And this is one of the keys to victory for Harris in Wisconsin. You know, we talk about the suburbs in that state. We talk about the population centers and young voters, especially in Dane County, where Madison, University of Wisconsin. But one of the keys to their victory in Wisconsin is that Milwaukee population area and the faith community there especially. One thing that I heard very consistently was talk about Donald Trump's character or lack thereof, and how they need to maintain and bring integrity and character to the White House. That seemed to be a through line throughout. And the last thing I'll note, Libby, is I spoke with a campaign official in Wisconsin last night, and they said that the early vote numbers in Milwaukee were looking especially good for them. The campaign has been touting these little metrics that give us little indications of how the night may or may not go, but all of these kind of bullish tones from various Democrats in the state are consistent and are notable.
All right, J.M. Rieger. And if you're wondering where J.M. is, he's at the Kamala Harris Tim Walz watch party at Howard University, which is why there is so much happening right behind you. Thank you, J.M. Well, we've got some more state race calls to share with you. The AP projects that Vice President Kamala Harris will win the states of Delaware, New Jersey, and Illinois. James, can you take us through those numbers?
Yeah, Libby, the three pickups for Kamala Harris expected, but significant electoral votes toward her tally: 19 in Illinois, 14 in New Jersey, 4 in Delaware, Joe Biden's home state. And we've also called the New Jersey Senate race. This is to replace Robert Menendez. It wasn't really considered competitive after Menendez didn't run as an independent. Andy Kim, who won the Democratic primary, he's only 42 years old. He worked in the Obama administration, winning handily. This is someone who's going to end up being sort of a long-term major player in the Senate. But as the results are coming in, you know, it's still early to analyze or read too much into Illinois. We're going to be watching some of the areas near the border with Wisconsin to see if we can get any sort of insight into what it might say about the Badger State.
All right. Thank you, James. Follow up for you first, James. I'm wondering, as you watch the race to 270, any surprises yet?
No surprises yet. And you can see Donald Trump still leading 101 to 71. But it's all going to come down to those 7 states, and we're going to have some updates from Georgia for you very soon.
All right, thanks, James. Let's go to Rhonda, who joins us now from the Washington Post's election party. Rhonda?
That's right, Libby. I'm back here where folks are gathering to look at the returns, get updates, and I'm here with our colleague Dan Balz, who is a chief correspondent here at the Washington Post, covered many elections. So it's great that we get to pick your brain a little bit tonight on how you're taking in all of this. About half of the state's polls have closed right now. Is there anything that has been standing out to you so far in the last few hours? What we've learned? Anything striking you?
No, I think what we're seeing is kind of what we thought we were going to see, which is the red states going red, the blue states going blue, and the battleground states just too close to call with not enough vote in or enough information in to be able to draw any real conclusions. So I think all of us are kind of trying to cherry pick different data points out of the exit polls or out of particular county votes. But again, the information that we really want is lacking or insufficient to be able to know exactly where this is going.
Feels like that summarizes the whole year, right? Where we've been locked in at this, tied race and tied polls. Yeah. We still don't have any definitive answers right now. Dan, I know I've seen you on the trail. I know the last time I saw you, we were at the Trump-Harris debate. You've been watching every step of this election cycle closely. I want to hear from you on, what was one moment that you feel may have moved the needle in this election cycle? Is there one moment that stands out to you?
Well, the moment that changed everything was when President Biden got out of the race, because at that point he was on a trajectory to lose. And the vice president jumped in, consolidated support, and turned the election back in the direction of a competitive race rather than one that wasn't. That's the single biggest moment of this election. She obviously had a very good debate against the former president, and that sustained her for a bit. But then we saw in October, as we often do, that things settle in and it becomes kind of trench warfare. And in a race this close, so much depends on who gets their vote out and how much of their vote they get out. And that's what we've been seeing really the last 10 days to 2 weeks, is that kind of, grind it out every day, reach as many voters as possible. So that's why we're in the position we're in tonight of not quite being able to know. As I say, there's some signs that you see that sound as though they're very good for Harris or reasonably good for Harris. There are other things that we see that make you say, well, this could go Donald Trump's way in the end. So, the other thing we know is that so much hinges still on the state of Pennsylvania. I mean, the Commonwealth has been the cockpit of this race almost from the beginning, and right now it is kind of shaping up that whoever gets that is on their way to being president. It's not definitive, but winning that state is so much more important than winning almost any other state.
You've been writing a lot about this race being about American democracy, that this is really truly a moment in history right now, that this race has come down to these two candidates. When it comes to, what the future holds, whoever wins, the partisanship, the polarization, how does that fever break in the United States? Does it break after this election?
I don't think we can answer that yet, and we may not be able to answer it for some weeks or months after the election. I mean, there were two Americas that went to the polls today, and one of them is going to be victorious and the other isn't. But whoever is the next president is going to have to govern in a way that tries to pull everybody together. The vice president has closed her campaign promising to be a president for all Americans. But if she is the president, will the half of the electorate, or nearly half of the electorate that votes for Donald Trump, will they buy into her presidency in some ways, at least enough to break the fever? The former president has made clear that he's got grievances if he becomes the president again. If he wins, there's going to be a substantial part of the population that is going to be deeply disappointed. So I think the ingredients right now are not there to say this fever is about to break, but we'll see. I mean, it took us a long time to get to this point. I think it will take some time, and perhaps a good long time, to wind it out of our system.
When it comes, outside of the two candidates, when it comes to just the exercise of voting, is there anything that you have seen this cycle that has stood out to you when it comes to people voting? I know you've mentioned to me about the long lines today that you've seen on campuses. Is there anything that stands out to you?
Well, I think that the enthusiasm that people have brought to this, the intensity that people have brought to this on either side, is a recognition of the stakes that people see in this election. And as I was saying to you earlier, the lines on the college campuses are quite extraordinary. I mean, lines that are hours long, that these students, if they end up staying there, they're going to have waited 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours in order to cast a vote. That says something about their kind of buying into the idea that democracy is important and that their vote will count in this election. And you know, in the end, that's what sustains democracy, is that participation on the part of people and a belief that what they do will matter.
All right, Dan, thank you so much. We'll be waiting for what you write tomorrow morning. Back to you.
So true. Thank you so much to Rhonda and Dan. Joining us now are congressional reporters Liz Goodwin and Mariana Sotomayor. Okay, ladies, when are we going to know who controls the House and Senate? Liz, do you want to start first?
Yeah, well, I feel bad for Mariana because she covers the House, and it's always a longer road for them, and they're counting. But I think for the Senate, we could know tonight, actually. So Jim Justice just flipped the West Virginia Senate seat. So that puts Republicans and Democrats at a 50-50 if every other race stayed the same. But then in Ohio, you have Democrat Sherrod Brown, who's facing a challenge from Bernie Moreno, the Republican, and they count their votes fairly quickly. So if that was a case where Sherrod Brown was defeated by Bernie Moreno, that would put Republicans at 51-49. And if, you know, it wasn't looking like they were going to pull off a miracle in Texas, that would probably lead you to believe that Republicans were going to win back the majority.
You know, Liz, let's stay on this for 1 minute and keep talking about the Senate. Mariana, I'll give you a few minutes to decide how you're going to answer my very, you know, who knows the answer question. But Liz, we saw Rick Scott handily win in Florida already. That race has been called. Were Democrats really holding out a hope that they could challenge him there?
So Democrats did put some money in that race, but I think they felt their chances were better in Texas, just given the polling and just because Florida has trended so red. And that was definitely borne out by the results that we've seen so far.
So Mariana, it is really anyone's guess, but you can of course share one about when we might know the House. Tell us why it could take a while.
Yeah, it's probably going to take several days. At least when it was the 2022 midterms, it took a little bit over a week to know which party won the majority. Of course, Republicans have had the majority the last 2 years. There are several indicators, though, on the East Coast that could tell us kind of quickly which party could have the momentum. But the reason why, to your question, it could take a while is because out west, California, Oregon, there are a number of swing districts there, and they do take a significant amount of time to count. So if there is not significant momentum that we see starting to spread from the East Coast, the middle of the country out west, we're going to have to wait out on California. But, you know, there's a number of districts to watch. I think Virginia is going to be an indicator, an extremely tight race right now in Virginia's 7th district. It's an open race. The Democrat there, Eugene Vindman, is only leading by just a couple of percentage points. And it's possible that the Republican can potentially top him there. That would be significant if Republicans win that district because Democrats have held on to it for a number of years now. Also, right now at 9 p.m., New York, that is huge because there are 4 Republicans who currently hold districts that Joe Biden won in 2020. Democrats and Republicans think a Syracuse district is destined to flip, so that's at least one gain for Democrats. It's possible that another Long Island seat, it's Congressman Anthony D'Esposito's seat, could flip. If Democrats were to get a third there, that means that they are likely going to have significant momentum going through again. Once you get to more of the middle of the country, Iowa, for example, is surprisingly, there's a couple of districts there that Democrats are starting to watch.
Liz, what are Republicans' best chances for pickups, and where are Democrats holding out hope that they could defend territory or possibly even have a pickup?
So Montana is definitely Republicans' best shot at just getting the majority outright. John Tester's the Democratic senator there, and he's facing a challenge from Tim Sheehy, the Republican. It's just a state that's gotten redder and redder with time, and Trump's expected to win there by at least 16 points. It's very, very hard to get that many people to split their tickets in this day and age and support a Democrat, you know, under a Republican president. So Republicans are feeling really good about flipping that seat. And then I would say Ohio is probably the next target that we talked about with Sherrod Brown, also a state that's expected to vote for Trump. And it's just kind of always a challenge to get a ton of people to split their tickets. And then Republicans hold out hope in the blue wall states of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, unseating some Democratic senators there. It's a little bit more of a stretch, but if they had a really good night, it would include kind of some of those seats so they could pad out their Senate majority. It's always easier to govern if you don't have, a one-seat majority type thing, as we've seen with the House in the past couple years. So that's something they're hoping for. In Arizona, their candidate Carrie Lake has not been doing so well, even though Trump has been polling really well there. So there's not a lot of hope for right now for her to become the senator. And in Nevada, there's a similar situation where Sam Brown, the Republican running there, has been running behind Trump in the polls. So we'll have to see tonight what happens there.
Mariana, turning back to the House, what is the messaging in places, blue states like New York and California, where Republicans had been able to grab these House seats, which made all the difference in terms of Republicans holding the majority? What has the messaging been? How have the Democrats been trying to turn some of those seats blue?
Yeah, it's fascinating. Of course, we can expect, Vice President Kamala Harris is going to win New York, is going to win California. But as you mentioned, there's just a good amount of House districts that are incredibly competitive in both of those states. So what are Democrats talking about? They are still talking about abortion, but they realize from those 2022 midterms that a lot of voters in those states, because the state legislatures there are going to be blue for a very, very long time. They don't have to worry about abortion access. They will always be able to have that in their states. So these voters really are voting on the economy. Housing prices, very big in both of these states. Gas prices, for example, in California is a huge thing. Also, immigration. It is significantly, it's interesting. California is one of those states that has always dealt with immigration because it's on the border with Mexico, but it is resonating so much more in New York, where you have Democratic candidates who are trying to unseat some of these Republicans saying, I'm in the border of my district. It is so far away from the actual southern border, but Democrats are going to try and do as much as possible to pass a bipartisan, border security bill. So Democrats are leaning into those messages so much more, and also talking about public safety as well.
All right, we will see how the races for House and Senate unfold. I'll pause things there because we're hearing from our election insights team that we can now make a race call in North Carolina. The AP is projecting that Democrat Josh Stein, North Carolina's Attorney General, will be the state's next governor, defeating Republican Mark Robinson, North Carolina's Lieutenant Governor. Let's go to James Hohmann for more on how Josh Stein won the governorship.
Yeah, only a quarter of the vote is in, Libby, but we feel comfortable calling this race for the Democrat. This is a hold for the Democrats. Outgoing term-limited Governor Roy Cooper, also the former Attorney General like Stein is now. Robinson plagued by scandal. Roy Cooper, the Democrat, won in 2020 and 2016, even as Trump carried the state. So North Carolinians have a history of ticket splitting between the presidential and the governor's race. Josh Stein is outperforming Mark Robinson. He's doing well in sort of the suburbs and exurbs. The three main counties in the presidential race that I previewed, I was watching most closely in North Carolina. Those have still only put in a tiny number of ballots, not enough. Kind of the suburbs of Charlotte, the suburbs of Raleigh, and Wilmington. So we're still waiting for more to be able to have some insights on the presidential. But Josh Stein, the Democrat, winning the North Carolina governor's race on the strength of what does appear to be significant ticket splitting. There are people who are voting for Donald Trump for president and Josh Stein, the Democrat, for governor.
Certainly wondering if that would happen. Rhonda, let's talk more about that governor's race. Not a big surprise because Mark Robinson just could not regain momentum after CNN reported really shocking revelations about his internet history and persona. Did they even try to sort of come back in this race?
It doesn't appear that they did. I think this gubernatorial race, from what I followed, was always going to be tight. But I believe the fact that Robinson had those stories come out about him being on a pornography site, saying things like he'd like to go back to slavery. These were things that were going to be very hard to come back from. And it did seem as if his campaign petered out. In fact, his aides, staff, they left. And whenever you see that in a campaign, that means it might be, one of the nails in the coffin.
Yeah, he denied the accusations,
right.
But not only did people leave the campaign, they even left his office as lieutenant governor.
Yeah, so that was one of the important marks of the end of his campaign. But we are seeing now that North Carolina also makes history because Josh Stein will be the first Jewish governor of that state. So again, ticket splitting, I know we have many hours ahead of us. I would love to talk about that too. But as James pointed out, it will be interesting to see the margins that vote for Trump and the margins that just sent a Democrat to the governor's mansion there in North Carolina.
All right, well, we'll have updates from a key state in the Rust Belt in just a moment, so stay with us.
We will put America first, and we will take back the nation that we all love.
Do we trust women? Do we believe in reproductive freedom?
If we don't win, this country is finished. I really believe that.
It is time for a new generation of leadership in America.
This is live coverage of the 2024 election, and you're watching with The Washington Post. Polls are closing in Wisconsin, a significant battleground state. Here are some updates for you. The AP projects that former President Donald Trump will win the states of Louisiana, North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, and some of Nebraska's electoral votes, but it's too early to call the race in Nebraska's 2nd congressional district. Let's go to James Hohmann for more on what those race calls tell us. James?
Yeah, Libby, you can see this sea of red in the heartland. Donald Trump still holding an electoral college lead, 120 to 99 with these most recent calls in the Great Plains. Nebraska, Trump will get the state's 2 electoral votes in at least one of the congressional districts, but it's that Omaha district that really, when you think about paths to victory, how Kamala Harris could get to 270 electoral votes, really she needs this Nebraska 2nd district. It's around Omaha. It's currently represented by a Republican, Don Bacon, in Congress, but both sides have sort of acknowledged in recent days that Harris had pulled away. Internal polling from the campaign showing Harris up in the high single digits, low double digits, but that race has not been called. But Nebraska statewide, of course, as expected, will go to Donald Trump.
More news for you, James. New York, the Associated Press is projecting that Kamala Harris will win New York.
Big, it's one of the 4 big prizes of the night, and you can see that it increases Harris's total. And of course, as expected, Harris is doing very well in New England. We're still sort of waiting for New Hampshire. Republicans had sent J.D. Vance there on Sunday night, thinking that maybe it would be closer than expected. But with a third of the vote in, Harris is leading Trump by 10 points. This was a state that in 2016 came down to, I think, about 2,000 votes, a very competitive governor's race here. So it seems like Harris is going to do very well in New England, and Trump is going to do as expected in the plains.
All right, Rhonda, as we see that map start to fill in, what are your takeaways right now?
Well, the Nebraska race is very interesting because of that 2nd congressional district. James mentioned it. It's now represented by Don Bacon. He is a Republican. His race has been it's been even, according to the Cook Political Report, that was a race that you could not figure out who is going to win. As a Republican, it's been interesting to see if he will lean toward Trump to help get Trump Republicans to vote for him, but also does he lean a little bit into Harris a little bit, knowing that he's in a really competitive fight. So that will be interesting, seeing where that seat goes, if it stays in Republican hands or if it might go Democrat. I know we were just talking about down ballot races, but that is one that has been evenly tied consistently by Cook as a race that no one really knows where it's going to go.
Why is the race for control of the House and the race for control of the Senate so important before we even know who will win the presidency?
Yeah, well, it's important because, well, we should have seen it all this year when we saw a lot of discord in the House, especially. They don't have many members to make a huge majority and get things that they want done. So that is one of the tension points on the Hill, is that neither chamber is ran by a big majority. So when there are fights over how to fund the government, things that they have to do to keep the lights on, that usually comes down to the wire because you have so many, factions, basically. I think the control of the House and Senate will be very important this time around because we are getting a new president, whether Trump or Harris wins. And, in Trump's case, it'll be a re-election, but a new season of that for him. And whatever they want to get through will come down to Congress. There have been many times that you hear presidents talk about their campaign promises. Most of those things cannot get done unless they have the backing of Congress. So Congress is the purse strings, Congress is the pen for the laws in the United States. So everything will come down to the power structure there, and if they're going to be aligned with the Republican initiatives of a President Trump or aligned with the Democratic initiatives of a President Harris.
Well, let's go back to Rich Matthews, who's in North Carolina, because we just saw the governor's race called there. Rich, we now know that Democrat Josh Stein is expected and projected to win that race. Talk us through how he has found victory and what happened with the imploding campaign of Republican Mark Robinson.
Libby, I don't want to insult Josh Stein accidentally here, but I would just call him one of the luckiest people, in politics tonight, right? I'm not saying he wasn't going to win. He was in a very close fight, but he was facing a Trump anointee with a lot of money. Mark Robinson, on paper at least, was a very good candidate for North Carolina. He's an African-American man. He's an incredibly good speaker. And again, he had a lot of money and a lot of support from the top down. So, he was going to be a formidable opponent until that story broke about his online activity, just some, again, bizarre accusations. And again, just to always be fair, we want to say Mark Robinson has said, hey, that wasn't me. But there's a lot of evidence that points to the fact that it probably was, including the fact that the usernames that he was using on this site were connected to him and many other sites. So, again, it was just as soon as that story broke, his campaign, as you mentioned, imploded. Staffers quit. Staffers quit also at the lieutenant governor's office where he's been working. But Josh Stein basically cruised, the last month of this campaign, and he will now be governor. I think the big question still, though, Libby, is does this have an impact, right? It absolutely can't hurt Kamala Harris that one of the major races for Republicans really wasn't a race at all. I will also say that looking at the rest of the statewide elections, there aren't a lot of close elections. So usually I think we think the influence comes from the top down. An unpopular sitting president can affect those state and congressional races, Senate races, things like that. But this may be a situation where people not going out to vote who would have voted for Robinson, would have voted in some of the other, call them undercard campaigns, they're just maybe not going to vote. And again, we don't know how much impact it'll have, but we know that, again, it can't help Donald Trump that Mark Robinson, that we're calling this race for Mark Robinson this quickly, and that or against Mark Robinson this quickly, and that he really wasn't a factor at all in the last month of the campaign. Libby?
Yeah, Rich Matthews reporting for us from North Carolina. The question is, will it depress Republican voter? But we see a lot of ticket splitting, as it indicates. So far, we're already seeing some of Rhonda. Let's talk about governor's races writ large in the country. There are just about a dozen, a little under that. But there are only a handful that we're really watching to be competitive governor's races. What are you watching?
Well, there's New Hampshire. That is another race that we're watching. I think also looking at just the balance of which party has governor's seats is also important. In the last few cycles, Republicans have outnumbered Democrats in the governorships. The reason why local state races are so important right now, and I think people are getting more familiar with it, is because they really determine a lot about your day-to-day life. We've seen a lot of state legislatures, which about 75% of state legislative seats are up in this election. So a lot of states are going to be choosing their new lawmakers. These are important races because they will boil down to issues like immigration, like abortion. We've seen with some of the absence of Congress and their work that they haven't been able to do a lot, that a lot of state legislatures and governorships are taking over big ticket items that are affecting the constituents in that state. So that is why a lot of these governor races as well as state legislative races are really important.
And let's talk about what we're watching in the Midwest, Rhonda. We've been talking about the polls starting to close as we hit the middle of the country and look at some of those key Rust Belt states. We do have news now that Donald Trump has won Ohio. The AP is projecting that Trump will pick up Ohio. What does that mean tonight?
Well, it goes along with how Ohio has voted for Trump in the last few elections. It is a state that often was sort of a bellwether. People looked at Ohio to see, because it has a lot of electoral votes as well, to see, which way the wind was going to blow. But Ohio has been pretty consistent with its politics in the last few cycles as being somewhat of a Republican state. That, again, has to do a lot with migration. You have a lot of people who were born and raised in Ohio moving out, and you have an older constituency there in the state. So that does affect the politics of the state. I was in Ohio just a few days ago. I did notice that there were signs in yards that said, vote for Trump Vance, but then they also had Sherrod Brown in the lawn. I saw a lot of that. I also saw a lot of Harris signs in places that I did not expect them. So it is interesting to see that. It may be leaning red. It is a state that seems to be more friendly to Republicans, but there is still a little bit of an independent streak in that state. We saw when they decided to enshrine abortion in the state's constitution last election. We saw that with legalizing marijuana. Ohio has a lot of interesting politics that I think will keep us on our toes for a while.
And I know you're watching the Sherrod Brown race very closely. Let's go to James for more on the Ohio numbers and what we see in them. James?
Yeah, Libby, Rhonda's absolutely right. There is some of that split ticket voting, maybe more than we expected. Let's start by looking at the presidential. You can see that Trump, more than half the vote in now in the Buckeye state. And Rhonda's absolutely right. Remember, this was a state Barack Obama carried twice. It was considered the battleground for so long. Now it really is becoming a red state. Trump on track to win by about 9 points. And you can see he's at 54% of the presidential. Let's look at the Senate race. And in the Senate race, Bernie Moreno is leading Sherrod Brown, but under 50% and significantly behind Donald Trump. So Moreno is riding Trump's coattails, but it's unclear if those coattails are going to be long enough to pull him across. Moreno doing a little bit better in some of the suburbs than Trump, but Sherrod Brown doing better than Kamala Harris in places like the Mahoning Valley, that's Mahoning County. Sherrod Brown leading by 18 points here. This is kind of the old heart of like what you think of with the Rust Belt, quintessential former steel mills. This is a county that Donald Trump's winning by double digits, Sherrod Brown also winning by double digits. So if Brown is able to survive and win a third term, it will be because of his strength, not necessarily in the suburbs, but in these kind of working class union areas of the state.
The Associated Press is also calling the state of Texas for Donald Trump. Can you talk to us about Texas?
Yeah, there we go. It just turned red. It's now 177 to 99. It's closer than it was 4 years ago so far. 57% of the vote in, a lot of early vote. Trump getting 54%, 4 million votes so far. And a lot of it is Trump is doing well enough in the suburbs of the major metropolitan areas, including Dallas-Fort Worth. There were some early numbers from Tarrant County that had given Democrats some hope that it was going to be closer. Tarrant County is considered a kind of the battleground in the Senate race. But you can see Trump winning 52-46 in this county that includes Fort Worth. So with that, he's going to win the Lone Star State, and with it, this is again one of the 4 big prizes of the night. You can see we now actually know how 3 of the 4 biggest electoral college prizes, Texas, Florida, New York, and California, almost certain it is going to go for Kamala Harris, but we're not going to be able to call that until after 11 o'clock Eastern time. And so the map continues to fill in.
I want to ask you about the Senate race in Texas, James. We've heard, of course, from our colleagues tonight and in the weeks leading up to this that Colin Allred was really trying to make a dent on Ted Cruz's political future.
So you can see Ted Cruz is underperforming Donald Trump. The same number of votes are in. Cruz is above 50, but he's winning by 5 points. He's actually outperforming how he was doing in some of the final polls. And a lot of it is, we can look back at Tarrant County. Cruz, you can see, he's underneath Trump, but he's still beating Allred in this sort of bellwether county where I'm almost certain Beto O'Rourke won Tarrant County in 2018 when he ran against Ted Cruz. Again, Democrats had been hoping that they could play some offense in Texas. It's always sort of that Texas mirage that Democrats want to compete in, but they feared that if they lost Montana and Ohio, they needed a pickup somewhere to be able to hold the Senate, and so they had been looking to Florida and Texas. It's too soon to call the Texas Senate race, but so far, Ted Cruz is in the driver's seat, and you'd rather be him than Colin Allred with most of the vote in.
I'm going to really test your map skills here, James. Can you zoom out for us and show us the battleground states that we're really watching tonight? Remind us where we need to keep our eyes on.
So let's look at our 270 to win sort of path. It's these 7 states. It's the blue wall, and it's the Sun Belt. And if Kamala Harris can win the 3 blue wall states, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, she gets 270 electoral votes. She's the president. If Trump can win the Sun Belt states, if he manages to win Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona, and Nevada, he's at 268. So he'd still have to figure out how to pick up one of the blue wall states. And essentially, if Trump could figure out a way to win Pennsylvania, which is neck and neck, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia, you can see Trump gets to exactly 270 electoral votes. So there's a couple ways to pray it out, but you can see those are the states we're watching.
Let's go listen to Josh Stein, who is the newly elected incoming governor in the state of North Carolina, speaking now.
Introduction. And thank you, North Carolina. Tonight, the people of North Carolina resoundingly embraced a vision that's optimistic, forward-looking, and welcoming. A vision that's about creating opportunity for every North Carolinian. We chose hope over hate, competence over chaos, decency over division. That's who we are as North Carolinians, and I am so honored that you have elected me to be your next governor. Thank you. Thank you. I've got an easy question, and I already know the answer, but I'm going to ask y'all anyway. Who here, like me, loves North Carolina? North Carolina is home. Home to remarkable natural beauty. Home to small businesses and Fortune 500 companies. Home to some of the finest universities and one of the best community college systems in the nation. And we are home to the best people. As we celebrate tonight, our hearts are with the folks of Western North Carolina who are still struggling. Hurricane Helene swept in devastation, destruction, and darkness. But the goodness of North Carolinians shone through. Neighbors helping neighbors, people dropping everything to lend a hand. And by the way, none of those folks cared whether the person they were helping was a Democrat, a Republican, or an independent. They just showed up because that's who we are as North Carolinians. And we will show up for the people of Western North Carolina to help them rebuild safer and stronger than ever before. I ran for governor because I love our home state, and I believe in the promise of North Carolina that where you come from should never limit how far you can go. That our kids and grandkids should enjoy a better and brighter future than we've had. That every North Carolinian should have a fair shot at success, starting a small business or getting a good paying job everywhere in this state, including small town North Carolina. To deliver on that promise, we must invest in our people and their futures so that together we build a safer, stronger North Carolina where the economy continues to grow and works for everyone. Where our public schools are excellent and our teachers are well paid. And where our neighborhoods are safe and women can make their own decisions about their own bodies. Just like rebuilding Western North Carolina, these issues, good jobs, strong public schools, safe neighborhoods, and personal freedoms are not partisan issues. They are North Carolina issues. We have big challenges ahead, but we have even bigger dreams to realize. We can cut taxes for workers so you keep more of your own money. We can pay teachers what they deserve and open up doors of opportunities for our children. We can expand career and technical education because you shouldn't have to go to college to provide for your own family. To build this brighter future, we must put aside our differences and work together. We must reject the politics of division, fear, and hate that keep us from finding common ground. We will go further when we go together, not as Democrats, not as Republicans, not as independents, but as North Carolinians. And I know we can do this because I know who we are. I have met so many inspiring people across this state. Debbie and Cornelius, who tragically lost her son to fentanyl and is fighting to protect other families from that same fate. Lauren, a teacher in Greenville, who digs into her own pocket to buy school supplies for her students to give them a better chance. I want to thank everyone I have met along the way for sharing your stories with me. And to the thousands and thousands of people from every corner of this state who helped to build this campaign, I am forever grateful for your support. Thank you for believing in the promise of North Carolina. And if I didn't earn your vote in this election, I hope to earn your trust by working hard for you as your governor. I pledge to listen and work across party lines to do what's right for North Carolina because no person or party has a monopoly on good ideas. To all of the smart and smart aleck young people on my campaign, thank you for the long days and late nights. Thank you for the hard and high quality work. And thank you for the laughter along the way. They, by the way, are incredible. I also want to thank Governor Cooper. Let's give that man the hand that he deserves. Roy Cooper has led our state with a steady hand through an unprecedented global pandemic, a 1,000-year storm in the West, and 2 500-year floods in the East. He expanded Medicaid, strengthened our business climate, and fought for our public schools. Roy, I could not be more grateful for your service and your friendship, and do not even think about changing your cell phone number on me. My parents, Adam and Jane, raised my brother Eric and my sister Gerda to try to do what is right, just like they did. It's truly one of the best gifts that parents can give to their children. I want to thank them, and I hate that my dad got a bug yesterday working early voting, and so they're watching it here on TV. Let's all say thank you, Adam and Jane.
All right, that is Josh Stein, the governor-elect in North Carolina, giving an early speech of the night because the AP has already projected that he will handily beat Mark Robinson. We are tracking all of the election results tonight here at the Washington Post, and one of the states we're watching closely is Georgia. Let's go to our colleague, video journalist Joe Snell, who's reporting from there tonight. Joe's been talking to election workers. Joe, give us a sense of what it's like to be an election worker in the year 2024.
Yeah, Libby. For weeks after the 2020 election, poll workers in the state were the target of smear campaigns, perhaps the most famous case of which was against 2 Fulton County women. Trump's former campaign attorney, Rudy Giuliani, shared a video that he alleged showed the women were scanning ballots multiple times for President Biden. That launched a years-long investigation by Georgia's Secretary of State's office. They found the accusations to be untrue, but the damage was done. The women received multiple death threats, and were forced to move out of their homes. This is a memory that lingers in the mind of poll workers in Georgia today. When it came to the state, I wanted to understand why someone would want to work at the polls if they could be the target of these smear campaigns and receive these death threats. I spoke with Joseph Kirk, who's an election supervisor in Bartow County, just north of Atlanta. Joseph's been working Georgia elections for over 2 decades. He talked to me about the impact he feels like he has on his local community and on democracy. But then he started talking to me about family and camaraderie. And Libby, this is where the story gets interesting. I learned about 2 election supervisors who work in neighboring counties who met and later got married. I learned about a poll worker who is 3rd generation. It's a family legacy for him to work at his polling place. I spoke with another election supervisor that told me the thing that surprised him most when he started his job was the amount of funerals and birthdays he's invited to. So, Libby, there's a sense of family, of camaraderie, of looking out for each other among poll workers that seems to bring them back to the work at the polls each election cycle. Back to you.
Thank you, Joe, for that patriotic insight. Thanks so much. Well, let's head back to James Hohmann, who's monitoring what we are calling our post-pulse election models. Explain what that means and what you're seeing, James.
Yeah, Libby. So what you're seeing right now, this is the live data as it's coming in, county by county. 73.6% of the vote is in. Trump has a lead, but what we've done this election cycle is something very cool. When enough data comes in, our lead data scientist, Lenny Bronner, has put together a computer algorithm to give forecasts. The model compares data from counties, townships, precincts. It pulls in voter registration data, demographics, past election results, and the more votes that get counted, the more accurate the model gets. And so you can see here, this is how much of the vote has been counted now, and our internal forecast shows that there's a 53% chance that Trump ends up carrying Georgia and a 47% chance Harris still pulls it out. But you can see as more and more votes get counted, the forecast becomes more confident. Now, we don't use this to make race calls. We only make the race calls once we actually have the real data in. As more data comes from other states, we'll launch those post-pulse models. I think we'll have one very soon for you on North Carolina. But you can see the range of potential outcomes. And there still is a path to victory for Harris. Places like Gwinnett County in the Atlanta suburbs have not put in more than a quarter of their vote, and that should help Harris. But our post-pulse model does account for that to some degree. So we're continuing to watch how the data comes in, but it looks like Trump is doing pretty well in the South, Georgia and North Carolina, and Harris is doing pretty well so far in the Midwest.
Thanks so much, James. Let's check in with video journalist Blair Guile now, who's out in Arizona. Blair, talk us through what's happening in Phoenix tonight.
Hey, Libby, I'm here in Phoenix. I'm at a Democratic event. This is Democratic Party of Arizona's watch party. Polls closed about 30 minutes ago. People are just starting to arrive. It's still pretty early here. Arizona Democrats will have a few speakers later in the evening. We're expecting to hear from Senator Mark Kelly, Governor Katie Hobbs, former Representative Gabby Giffords. We'll hear from a few folks later on this evening, and polls are just starting to close, or they have closed. They've been closed for about 30 minutes now, and data will start to roll in around 10 p.m. Eastern. Earlier this morning, Secretary of State Adrian Fontes said that early data will roll in, but that will typically shows what we're getting from mail-in voting and early voters. So it'll just be like that initial data that's processed as the ballots come through. But it's still pretty early here in Arizona time, and things are just getting started.
I love Arizona time. Blair, let's talk about what's at stake tonight on the ballot in Arizona. What's on it?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're all going to hear from voters this evening. There are 9 House races in play. 6 of those are currently Republican held. We'll also see this evening the Senate seat that is currently held by Senator Kyrsten Sinema, former Democrat, now an independent. That seat is open, and Republican candidate Carrie Lake, Democratic candidate Ruben Gallego are competing for that seat. In addition to those candidates, we have 13 propositions here on the ballot in Arizona, and beyond that, a host of down ballot races. It's a long ballot, it's a long day for Arizona voters, and much more to come this evening.
Thanks so much, Blair. Rhonda, let's talk about some other ballot initiatives that are on state ballots throughout the country. We have some news. The Washington Post is reporting that abortion protection has passed in Maryland, but it looks like the abortion protection has failed in Florida because it didn't hit the threshold that was required. How is abortion on the ballot throughout the country tonight?
Well, there are about 10 ballot measures that have something to do with abortion. Most of them relate to abortion protections, like you just mentioned. Having ballot measures on ballots, especially during a general election, that could help turn out for a party. So for Democrats, using reproductive rights as one of their hallmark talking points this entire year, well, actually since Dobbs was decided, that's been a strong suit of theirs. So I think that that is something that they've strategized that they want to continue. It could motivate more women voters to turn out in these states that are pretty critical when it comes to the Senate race, as Blair was just mentioning, in Arizona or Florida. Montana also has an abortion measure as well, and there was some early thought that that might help turn out voters who were more likely to vote for incumbent Senator Jon Tester, the Democrat. So we are seeing abortion still play out as a big issue on ballots. I think what's going to be interesting when the dust settles in this election is to see how salient of an issue reproductive rights is. It is all we've been hearing from folks on the House Democrat side, folks who are running for office, whether the top of the ticket like Harris or lower on the ticket. So is that a part of a strategy that's still working with Americans, that talking about abortion, talking about the threats to reproductive rights, that will turn out voters? We'll have to wait and see.
Let's bring into the conversation Patrick Marley, national reporter who's at a vote counting center in Milwaukee, Wisconsin right now. Patrick focuses on voting issues in the upper Midwest specifically. Patrick, talk to us about where you're at tonight and what you're watching for.
Yeah, in Wisconsin, the vote count can take a long time, particularly for absentee ballots, because election officials aren't allowed to start processing them until Election Day. So Milwaukee is often the last place to come in. It's got the most votes because it's got the biggest population. And so they've got a giant conference center here with hundreds of people there, either counting votes or observing the process. They've got about 107,000 absentee ballots that they need to get through, and it's going slow. They discovered after they counted the first 31,000 that they had not locked the doors on the tabulators that count the votes. They don't think anything amiss happened. They don't see any signs of tampering, but to preserve the integrity of everything, they have decided that they need to recount those ballots. So they reran all of those through the machines again. So that's sort of, it's almost like they had to count an extra 30,000 ballots in what was already expected to be a pretty long night.
Patrick, talk to us about what issues or lack of issues you've been tracking throughout the country today, because we really have a team that's like focused on just what is happening in precincts throughout the country to make sure things are above board.
Yeah, I mean, you have seen the Republican Party put a real focus on having observers out in the field, and so they've, in Wisconsin and everywhere, they've had a lot of observers on the process, putting eyes on the process. That has seemed to have gone smoothly. I haven't heard any reports of, I think Democrats were a little worried that some Republican observers would get overzealous and interfere with the voting process. We haven't heard reports of that happening. The Republican National Committee got concerned yesterday that they thought Milwaukee was going to restrict the number of poll observers that could be on site, and so they filed a lawsuit. And then they came in this morning and they said, well, we don't see any problem, and they essentially backtracked on their suit, said they did not need an injunction that they had asked for, that their poll observers were being welcomed into voting centers in the numbers that they wanted them to be there.
Patrick Marley, thank you so much for joining us this evening. Let's bring in J.M. Rieger. J.M. is at the watch party for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz tonight at Howard University here in Washington. You know, J.M., Kamala Harris only had a few months to introduce herself to voters as the person at the top of the ticket. Who has she been targeting and trying to win over?
Great night. I would just say be cautious.
You know, it's interesting, Libby, because from the day that Joe Biden dropped out of the race until Election Day today, 107 days, a remarkably short period of time for Kamala Harris to introduce herself to voters. And that has been really what the campaign and what Kamala Harris has been trying to do. They've focused especially on those suburban voters, women voters, and younger voters, and especially first-time voters among those younger voters. We've seen event after event in the 7 key battleground states trying to play to those margins, and they're really trying to run up the numbers, especially among women and suburban voters. We keep hearing over and over again about how much this election has been defined by gender, and that is something that the Harris campaign has really tried to capitalize on. And then one other thing is we talked earlier in the broadcast, Libby, about how the campaign has been trying to shore up its support among union membership and among voters of color. They've had some Achilles moments in some of the 7 key states. We saw events trying to shore up that support in our travels in Michigan and Wisconsin especially. And this coalition that she's trying to build, this sort of umbrella, as broad as possible coalition, is very similar to how she ran her campaign when she ran for San Francisco District Attorney back in 2003. She was trying to run a broad coalition campaign then and appeal to a wide swath of the electorate, and that's what she's trying to run back here in 2024.
So much, J.M. Let's go back to James to check in about North Carolina. James, what are you seeing there?
Libby, we've gotten some data from 2 of the 3 battlegrounds I told you about earlier that I think will really be the bellwethers for how the state goes. Let's look at Nash County, which is directly outside. It's part of the Research Triangle outside Wake County, which is where Raleigh is, where we just saw Josh Stein speaking. One of the amazing things about this county, and you can see 99% of the vote is in. Trump is winning 50.5 to 48.7. Every presidential election since 2004, this county has been decided by fewer than 1,000 votes, and it looks like that's going to happen again. This is a county that Barack Obama won in 2012, Donald Trump carried in 2016, Joe Biden got in 2020, and it's going back. This, in a lot of ways, tells the story of the night in the South so far, where Donald Trump is doing well. A lot of rural counties moving Trump's direction. Nash County is interesting because it used to have a lot of tobacco fields. It also used to have a lot of mills that closed after NAFTA. So it's one of those places that is very amenable to Trump's message, although 40% of the county is black. In another suburban county that I'm watching very closely, right outside Charlotte, Mecklenburg County is a blue county. It's the most populous in the state, but Cabarrus County, Trump winning 51-47. This is a district that kind of a suburban district. Trump did actually win this by 9 points in 2020, so it reflects sort of the suburban shift toward Harris. But the Democrats thought that they could do better here, that they would be able to potentially carry the county outright. So when you look statewide right now, 60% of the vote is in. Trump is only leading 51 to 48. Too soon to call, but Trump is doing well in the southern states. You'd rather be him than Kamala Harris in both Georgia and North Carolina at this hour. Now we're waiting to try to get more from the blue wall states. Remember, Kamala Harris can win if she gets those 3 industrial Midwest states. She does not need these 2 southern states, but happy news for Donald Trump.
All right, thank you, James. With us now is Cleve Woodson, White House reporter. Cleve, thank you for joining us. Let's talk about the messaging that Donald Trump has employed in talking about women. You've reported on some of his commentary about trying to protect women that seems to be speaking more to men than to women themselves. Tell us more.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of Donald Trump's message is really a counter to Kamala Harris's message about Donald Trump taking away more rights for women. You know, Donald Trump has said things like, I'm the father of IVF, and that he will protect women. The question that we will see tonight is whether or not that resonates with either, you know, women voters or, as you were talking about, whether it will resonate more with male voters.
And so how is he trying to bridge that gap, or is he trying to bridge the gap of reaching out to women? He had an event a couple of nights ago where it was Women for Trump, you know, flanked behind him. But is that messaging getting through to women? What are we watching for?
Well, still remains to be seen. I think that some of the things that we're watching for are some of these exit polls. So far, early, according to some exit polls, we're publishing this story in a little bit, we're seeing more movement towards Kamala Harris. And the question will be how much movement we see and how much movement happens in those battleground states. Like how Democrats, Kamala Harris sees this, sees herself as having a winning message with women, and the question is how much can Trump eat into that? And so in all of these states, particularly the battleground states, we're trying to see just, how much Trump sort of makes up that ground that Kamala Harris has.
Thank you so much, Cleve. I want to bring Rhonda Colvin back to join us from the Washington Post's election party. Rhonda?
Right, I am back here in the Post at a watch party where people are still waiting for some of these returns in what we're also waiting for to talk about. I'm here with someone who does not need an introduction at the Washington Post, Bob Woodward, who is one of our associate editors and also the author of a new book called War. Bob, thank you for joining me on a night like this. Tell me a little bit about what people in Trump world are telling you about, a potential Trump victory. What is on your mind right now?
Well, it looks, maybe he is going to win. We don't know and so forth. So one of the things I did in my book, War, is looked at people who worked for Trump. And I've got a list here. These are people who've spent their lives defending the United States in a very, very serious way. And they look on Trump now with trepidation. They think that he cannot be trusted. I want to cite 3 examples. Former Chief of Staff John Kelly, who worked for Trump in the White House, ran the White House for Trump. In the first book I did on Trump, Kelly said about his boss, the President of the United States, Donald Trump, he is an idiot. It's pointless to convince him of anything. He's gone off the rails. We're in crazy town. Former Defense Secretary Jim Mattis, who's one of the most solid figures in the military. I served in the Navy back in the 70s, worked for the Chief of Naval Operations, and ever since, having done 23 books, 6 of them are about wars, and so I always follow the people who are running the Defense Department and the Pentagon. The former Defense Secretary, Jim Mattis, says Trump is unfit. He's somebody who fails to unite the American people. Former chairman of the Joint Chiefs, #1 uniform military job, appointed by Trump in 2019 to that key job. What does Milley say about Trump? He's the most dangerous person out there. He's a fascist to the core. So Trump has not won the support of the people who work for him. In fact, the people who work closely with him don't even want him on the ballot, let alone becoming president again.
It's revelations like that in your book, as well as, you know, some of the things that have happened this year, the conviction in New York of the former president, a lot of things that would have disqualified a lot of presidential candidates in years prior. Why, you know, big picture, why don't you think those things are really landing with some of the people who support Donald Trump?
Well, Trump has a persistence. Last year of his presidency, I spent 9 hours interviewing him for 19 times. This is the year of COVID, the coronavirus, and it turns out he was totally irresponsible. He was warned that it was coming. He just kept saying, telling the public, telling me it's going to go away. In the summer, July 20th, 2020, I called him up, and the arrangement I had with him, I could call him anytime, he could call me. And I said, so we are at the point with the virus where 140,000 people have been killed with the virus in your country, and it's growing. What's your plan? For months I'd been asking him, you know, when you have a serious pandemic like this, you need a plan from the top. And he said, oh, don't worry, I'll have a plan in 106 days. My head was spinning. 106 days was election day. All he was worried about was election. And so all of that was exposed, and he lost in 2020, and his pollsters and his staff said it's because of all the things he said in these interviews about really not caring.
You also do some reporting on the Biden administration as well. Is there anything you can tell us about what a President Harris might be like?
Well, I have some scenes in the book War, which are most interesting about her. On July 25th, just a couple of months ago this summer, she was meeting with Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, and they were talking, and I have the notes of a very long meeting, and she's objecting to the humanitarian treatment of people in Gaza, the Palestinians. And Netanyahu saying, oh no, people are not starving. She said, people are starving. So this is the closed door meeting. Then she comes out in public and says, the humanitarian conditions in Gaza are unconscionable. She says that publicly. And then she said, I will not be silent. And she spoke out really much more forcefully than Biden ever has on these issues. So there's she has a spine. There's a tough side to her. Having written about 10 presidents going back to Nixon, you need a president who has a spine. You need a president who has a staff. You can't do it alone. Somebody like Trump thinks he can do it alone. It's all his own instincts and impulses. You certainly cannot do the presidency alone. And if you look at what Harris has people on her staff, like a man named Phil Gordon, who is her national security advisor, who's very experienced. And you look at the other side, you look at Trump, and his national security advisor is his own mouth. He will just say what he thinks, and the country does not deserve this. Country deserves somebody who will really care about the country, have a plan, and have a spine.
All right, Bob Woodward, thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Okay,
Sending things back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you so much, Rhonda. Leigh Caldwell is at the Trump campaign event in Florida tonight. Leigh, there was some worry this week in GOP circles that Trump might underperform in red states like Florida, but his numbers look very solid there. So what is Trump world seeing in tonight's early election results?
Well, Trump world throughout the day has been quite optimistic about their chances. It was unclear if that was just projecting false confidence or not, but now it seems like they are feeling legitimately better about the night and the results they're seeing. That's because in some of these states where Trump was expected to win, his margins are bigger than they expected. Of course, those aren't states like Florida that Kamala Harris campaigned heavily in or really at all, but it is giving some insight into what is happening in some of these critical states. The fact that Donald Trump is winning Florida by about 13 points is pretty significant. Of course, that's his home state, but that is just showing that the rightward shift of some of these conservative states is in fact real. And one of the big questions throughout this entire campaign, especially in these final weeks, was the polling. We know that the polling underrepresented Trump's support in 2016. It even did that in 2020, even though Trump lost. Now, the question this time was, did pollsters, were they able to fully capture Trump's support? Now, the Trump team for weeks has been saying that they haven't, that there is still the hidden Trump voters that pollsters don't really know how to get. Now, Democrats have said, look, we have overcorrected. We think that the polling is more accurate this time. We'll only be able to see that once the results are fully in. But that is one indication why Trump team has been pretty confident over the past couple weeks, because they still continue to think that public polling has underrepresented Trump supporters. So while they are gaining confidence tonight, I will say they do admit that it is still a very, very long night ahead. Libby.
Thanks, Leanne. Let's go back to Cleve Woodson, White House reporter who's been covering the campaign. Cleve, talk to me about the voting groups that the Harris campaign and the Trump campaign both see as essential to their win tonight.
Sure. Kamala Harris has been trying to go after women of all shapes and sizes for the last 2 years. Ever since the fall of Roe v. Wade, Harris has gone on reproductive rights tours. Harris has met with abortion providers. She is the first vice president to ever tour an abortion facility. She is sending a message to women across America who are upset or furious or upset about what has happened with Roe v. Wade, that if Trump is back in the White House, more of that is to come. And even sending the message that there might be further erosion of even more rights if that happens. Harris has been going very hard after that group. Now, another thing that Harris tried to do later in the race was shore up support among particularly black men. Like, you saw Harris trying to reach out with an agenda for black men. You saw Barack Obama saying, are some black men being sexist in their thinking of Harris, and not supporting her as much as they had supported him, or they had supported Biden. On the other side, we see Trump making a very, very strong effort to go after men, young men, old men, men of all shapes and sizes. Right? You even had some members of Trump's camp tweeting and going out on social media earlier today saying, basically, if you are a man who has not voted yet, it's time for you to get out to the polls and do your part. Trump has also tried to shore up his support among other groups, but particularly like with the endorsement of Joe Rogan or the endorsement and the help of Elon Musk, we see him just really solidly going after that side of the gender divide.
You've written how a lot of the elder states people of the Democratic Party have been coming out for Harris. We've even seen some Republicans come out for Harris, but Trump really hasn't had that same backing in traditional Republican circles.
And he doesn't want it. I mean, if I'm being, Trump, despite being the Republican standard bearer for the past, 3 election cycles, Trump wants his voters to think of him as an anti-establishment candidate, as somebody who does not hew to the traditional power structure, who is not the typical Republican that does typical Republican things, but will do what is best for them. It is not a Republican movement. It is a MAGA movement. It is a Trump-centered movement. And so, whereas you've seen, the Obamas and Clinton, and, all even, Jimmy Carter being pictured, casting a ballot for Kamala Harris, you haven't seen any former presidents or any of the Republican sort of luminaries out there for Trump. But, he has spun that, or that works in his favor, as a person that exists outside of that power structure, that doesn't want it, that doesn't need it, and maybe even sees it as a bit of an encumbrance.
Thank you so much, Cleve. I want to check in with J.M. Rieger, who's at Howard University, and the Harris Waltz event. J.M., how's the mood there?
Libby, I got to tell you, about 10, 15 minutes ago, the campaign, they've been blasting music most of the night. Our viewers can probably hear it through the microphone here. But they've cut away a few times and started broadcasting what CNN is saying. And about 10 or 15 minutes ago, they cut to CNN, and John King was on there talking about the early results in North Carolina, Georgia, and in some of the blue wall states. And the mood, you could sense it. It changed. There was a nervousness, there was an anxiety through the air, and even as I look over my shoulder right now at the crowd behind me, earlier in the night, folks were dancing. The music is very loud, very easy to dance to, and there's very few people dancing even as they put the music on in the last few minutes here. And what's notable as well is that Democrats I was speaking to coming into tonight were talking about this cautious optimism. They were saying that they felt good about things, and obviously that could still be the case, but it is a notable shift in the mood here at Howard.
So much. J.M. Rieger reporting live from the Harris event. We have more live results and the latest from battleground states coming up in just a few moments, so stay with the Washington Post.
We will put America first, and we will take back the nation that we all love.
Do we trust women? Do we believe in reproductive freedom?
If we don't win, this country is finished. I really believe that.
It is time for a new generation of leadership in America.
You're watching live coverage of the 2024 election with the Washington Post, a view of Washington, D.C. right there. We can now report that the AP projects Donald Trump will win Missouri, Montana, and Utah. Those are the latest states that the AP has projected. So much at stake tonight. You can see the Capitol lit up. We're, of course, watching to see the balance of power in the House and Senate as well. James Hohmann, so good to see you at the wall there. Walk us through those numbers, those latest states that the AP has called for Donald Trump.
No big surprises. Donald Trump continues to win. Some of the more rural, sparsely populated states continues to develop the lead we expected in the Electoral College at this hour. It really, I will be honest, Libby, as I'm drilling down into precinct by precinct level data, looking at the county numbers, this has a 2020 deja vu feel. It really does feel like it's going to be remarkably close. It feels like we're headed to a photo finish. It feels like we're still waiting on some suburban counties to come. There are some very good indicators for Donald Trump. There are some worrying signs for Kamala Harris. But it seems like this election is probably going to end up coming down to these blue wall states. Now, I want to tell you about some exit polls that we just got fresh. And I think that they kind of give you an indication of how much this does sort of feel like 2020 all over again, in the sense that it's going to be really close. When did you decide who to vote for? This is in the national exit poll. 13% of people decided in the last month. So that means most people had their mind up. And check this out, 45% for Harris, 44% for Trump, almost dead even. Among union households, these percentages are exactly the same in 2024 as they were in 2020. Union households, about 1 in 5 American homes. Kamala Harris is winning 54% of them. That's very much on track with where Joe Biden was. When you ask what was the most important issue in your vote, you can see the polarized nature of our politics. Technically, the state of democracy was named as the most important issue. Nationally, Harris wins that group 81%. Interestingly, in the Pennsylvania exit polls, Trump actually has a lead among people who said the state of democracy was most important. But in good news for Donald Trump, he has a massive lead on people who voted because of the economy, 79-20, a 60-point lead. And he has an 80-point lead on the issue of immigration. Of course, Harris has a 50-point lead on abortion, and foreign policy hardly registers as a major issue. So all of this taken together shows that we're in for what will be a long night. It's going to be a very tight race, and it really could come down to 270, 271 electoral votes. That's the situation it looks like we're headed toward.
All right, thank you, James. Let's go to Jorge Ribas, who's in Pennsylvania. Jorge, let's talk about how the candidates have tried to mix up their ground game since previous elections.
Yeah, Libby. And before I do that, I want to touch on something that JM hit on earlier because it reminded me of some conversations I had with Harris voters last night. And JM talked about this cautious optimism. And that's overwhelmingly what people told me at this Harris event in Pittsburgh last night when I asked them how they're feeling, how are they doing. Cautious optimism kept up. One gentleman told me he was pessimistically optimistic, which I didn't even know was a thing. I think he invented it on the spot. But overwhelmingly, that's the feeling that people had. But yeah, back to the question of the ground game. So I was in Lancaster, and I hope I'm pronouncing that right, Libby, a couple of weeks ago in Pennsylvania, and went out with a Harris volunteer there knocking on doors. And this is something that they stressed to me had been different than 2016. In 2016, Clinton had been sort of knocked for not having enough of a ground game in Pennsylvania. She didn't put enough of a ground game and people knocking on doors. And so that's something that this Harris volunteer was saying, that they were making inroads on. They were going out, knocking on doors. We were in a part of Lancaster that was more Democratic, but we were going around the neighborhood, talking to voters there. She was telling them, reminding them to vote. She said that at that point in the race, they were kind of done with the persuasion part. She said that earlier in July and August, they were going on independents, people that were maybe Republicans or Republican-leaning, and seeing if they would persuade them to vote for Harris, to vote for Senator Bob Casey, who's running the race here. But at that point in the race, in October, they were focused on voter turnout, on making sure people either had already voted early or had a plan for that day, whether they needed child care, who was going to watch the kids, do they know where to go. One of the things that I mentioned when I was walking around with them, and I asked the voters who answered the door, was whether they had seen any Trump canvassers. And one person said they had seen one, but the other folks I talked to hadn't mentioned any, that they hadn't seen anyone knocking on doors. And, obviously this was taken with, the Harris volunteer who I was with said she had run into one Trump canvasser the whole time that they had been out. It didn't look as coordinated as, they had this app that was telling them where to go, and the Trump people did not have something like that. Now, again, this is the Harris volunteer telling me this, but really just showing how much they were stressing these counties like Lancaster. Also, I talked to, volunteers, staff who were out in Luzerne County, Lackawanna County, these counties that had voted for Trump in 2020 and trying to make inroads there in these red counties. Libby.
All right, thanks so much, Jorge, reporting for us from Pittsburgh. So, Rhonda, let's talk about Pennsylvania. I mean, it took a while to count last time in 2020. We do expect things to speed up a little bit this year, of course. Things were so unique last time with the pandemic, causing so many people to absentee vote, or in other states, early vote. What will you be watching in Pennsylvania tonight?
If the canvassing, if the get out the vote that the Harris campaign did in the last 48 hours, if that works. I noticed that on her schedule in the last leg over yesterday, she concentrated on doing a tour of Pennsylvania. That's very similar to how she did with Biden. When Biden was at the top of the ticket in 2020, remember they had the drive-in movie event in a parking lot at a drive-in movie theater as part of their campaign. She and the Democratic Party know that Pennsylvania has always been in play, and it has a lot of electoral votes. So those two things are something that the Democratic Party wants to go after. I also noticed on the Trump end, he did a tour of Pennsylvania, but he also went to a few different places in the last 48 hours. He decided to break up his time in Michigan, Georgia, North Carolina, but she seemed to want to focus purely on Pennsylvania. So we'll see if that works.
Let's talk about the Latino vote. So essential in cities like Allentown and the Lehigh Valley. What are the candidates doing to try to appeal to the Latino vote in America?
Well, I know yesterday at the Pittsburgh rally with Trump, he did talk about a baseball player who had Puerto Rican heritage, brought his son on the stage, and Trump said, "I love Puerto Ricans." So he was addressing the big issue of that Madison Square Garden event where this comedian made a joke about Puerto Ricans as well as other racial groups. So I guess that was Trump's way of trying to course correct yesterday, is to say that he loves Puerto Ricans. But is that enough? I'm not sure that it is. But the Harris campaign did want to highlight that. And again, that worked with their strategy of trying to paint this stark contrast, that the Republican ticket was a ticket of anger, was a ticket of going after different groups and not apologizing for that. And that's what the Harris people wanted to bring across. So we'll see again if that is a group that changed, their votes after that Madison Square Garden event or not.
Harris also had a lot of Puerto Rican celebrities, actors
Jennifer
come
Lopez,
out and support
Bad
her.
Bunny, yeah.
And some of that was already in motion prior to the comedian's remarks about Puerto Rico being a floating island of garbage, but that just increased the Puerto Rican community of support going out for Kamala Harris. We will all watch, though, to see how that translates into votes, especially in a state like Pennsylvania. Rhonda, what else are you watching in sort of that Pennsylvania corridor? Because James has talked to us about how there are parts of the country that are the paths to victory for both candidates tonight. What aligns with Pennsylvania in terms of geography and voter profiles?
Well, I think Pennsylvania, one of the reasons why it has become a battleground is because it has different layers. Of course, you have some of the Rust Belt energy, specifically up in the northern part of the state, very near Ohio. You also have a metropolitan energy. So you sort of have all kind of slices of the electorate pie there in Pennsylvania. So one thing I will be looking at, there are a lot of colleges and universities in Pennsylvania. I'll be looking at if young people voted for Harris and if her campaigning with that group worked out. What women are saying in Pennsylvania. I know when I was there covering the Trump and Harris debate in Pennsylvania, I remember talking to voters the day after it, and we had an older woman say she was for Harris, but she was even more for Harris and even gave more money after that debate. So you have energy that the Democrats could capitalize on, but it's really seeing about what it boils down to in the very end.
Let's go back to our colleague Joe Snell, who's in Georgia. Joe, we know Democrats had some strong early voting numbers back in 2020, and Republicans have really tried to catch up this year, getting their supporters to vote early. So what have they been doing to try to beef up that early Republican vote?
Yeah, Libby, when early voted ended in Georgia on Friday, over 50% of the 7.2 million registered voters had already cast a ballot. That number was so high, one senior election official said that Election Day could be like ghost town, and it largely was. When my producer and I visited polling places in and around Atlanta this morning, we rarely saw lines, and wait times were between just 0 to a few minutes. That's a stark difference from 2020 when Trump railed against early voting. He said it was a plot to steal the election. This year, his tune has changed. As Leanne mentioned earlier, he's encouraged his supporters to vote early. He said that there was enhanced election security. There were more observers at the polls and enhanced voting machines. And his supporters in Georgia responded. Over 700,000 voters in Georgia who voted early didn't vote at all in 2020. That's according to the polling project Georgia Votes. Among the Republicans I spoke with in the state, this largely made sense. Many of them said that for years they didn't feel the need to vote in the state because they felt comfortable it was going to go red. They said they felt caught off guard in 2020, and that's not going to happen this time around. I'll be back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Joe Snell, reporting for us. We can now share with you that the Associated Press is projecting that Kamala Harris will win the state of Colorado. Let's go to James for more on those numbers. James?
Libby, this is the exact same margin right now with half the vote in that Joe Biden beat Trump in 2020. Another one of those states that used to be a real battleground, one of the hardest fought states in the 2012 campaign, for example. But the suburban vote is coming in strong for Kamala Harris. There are just so many transplants who are in the ring around Denver, and mail-in voting also means higher turnout. With half the vote in, Harris looks like she's winning by about 250,000 votes. An expected win for Harris, and the map continues to fill in here on the bridge.
All right, thank you, James. Rhonda, so Colorado not a surprise, but it's all building up to that 270 threshold.
Yeah, exactly. It's all math. Again, we don't have any definitive answers. A lot of these states that have been called, as James is pointing out, were some of the more predictable ones. Colorado has been a state that's, again, had a lot of interesting politics. I don't believe we've called it, but there is a congressional race that was one of the tied races, or projected to be even between the Democrat and the Republican, and the Democrat is the incumbent. So that's another area to watch in the Denver area to see which way that House race goes, because again, we're also looking at the down ballot and the makeup of the House and who gets the majority there.
Let's go to J.M. Rieger. J.M., you spoke to voters over the final week of the campaign. What have they had to say to you about the comments we were talking about a few moments ago, the racist remarks against Puerto Rico and Puerto Ricans made at Trump's Madison Square Garden rally?
And then at noon the next day.
Yeah, Libby, it was interesting because when we were talking to Democrats on the ground, we were in Wisconsin last week, and we were talking to Democrats, we were talking to Democratic supporters, and we went on a canvass in South Milwaukee as well and talked to some of the canvassers. And this issue had broken through seemingly very organically to the point where folks were bringing it up, Democrats were hearing it, across the board canvassers were hearing it. We spoke to one Puerto Rican at Harris's Madison rally about a week ago, and they talked about how it had really permeated through. All their family members were talking about this issue, and the campaign earlier today was talking about how they have seen a surge in Puerto Rican communities in Pennsylvania voting today on Election Day. It's notable, Libby, because this race has been remarkably static for months. The polls have not moved. They've barely budged, and the fact that something has broken through, or at least seemingly, that's what Democrats are saying, that's what some folks on the ground are saying. The fact that this potentially broke through as an issue for maybe some late deciding voters at the last minute is notable and is something that the Harris campaign has been touting.
What's the mood like there tonight? I hear that the TV behind you just shared what we have shared, that the AP is projecting that Kamala Harris wins Colorado. I heard a cheer go up. What is the attitude and the atmosphere like there, JM?
Donald Trump in the lead, 107.
Yeah, every time there's a race call, Libby, and you can, some of our viewers might be able to hear the CNN broadcast being blasted out on the speakers here. We're mere feet from one of the main speaker hubs, and there are cheers that go out every time something's called for, every time there's good news. You can hear the roar behind me right now as CNN's talking about what you all have already called, right, which is the state of Colorado for Harris. The mood, I think, has shifted slightly, but there is still kind of that anxiety hanging in the air because, as we talked about a few moments ago, Libby, when they were broadcasting CNN, they've gone back and forth between broadcasting CNN and between playing music here. This was probably about 20, 30 minutes ago at this point. They were walking through the map and where Harris was at in those key southern states in North Carolina and Georgia, and the crowd got very, very quiet, and you could see it on the faces of the folks behind me in the crowd that there was like kind of worry, there was a nervousness coming across there. Obviously, it's important to stress that there is still a lot of vote incoming, but as they get these real-time updates, it is notable how the mood is sort of shifting back and forth, and you've heard a few cheers even in the last 30, 60 seconds here.
Oh, JM, the whiplash of being a supporter of any political party or any political candidate in the year 2024. Thank you so much for that. We have some news we can report, which is that Larry Hogan has conceded the Maryland Senate race to Angela Alsobrooks, the Republican conceding to the Democrat. We have not yet called that race, but Larry Hogan, who served time as a popular governor of Maryland, was battling against Angela Alsobrooks, and he has conceded there. Let's go to James to talk about what you're watching at this hour. James?
I'm paying really close attention to the blue wall because it seems like that's what the presidential race is going to come down to. And there are some troubling indicators for Kamala Harris in Michigan. We only have 19% of the vote in. Harris is ahead right now. We haven't gotten really any votes from Wayne County, where Detroit is, which saved Joe Biden in 2020 and went big for Barack Obama in 2012. But we do have some updated exit polling, and it shows that late deciders in Michigan broke for Donald Trump. Interestingly, Trump won, according to the exit polls, among white women. Trump also is leading among people 18 to 39 years old. It's the only one of the blue wall states where that's the case. It appears that there are young men who were swayed, moved toward Trump, and both candidates not popular. Both of them viewed unfavorably by 52% of voters. And ultimately, it seems like it's going to be pretty close, but Harris appears to be a little wobbly. One issue that really struck me when I was in Michigan a couple weeks ago reporting on the ground is that abortion just wasn't as potent, and that is also borne out in the exit polls. 2 years ago, Michigan passed a constitutional amendment to guarantee abortion rights. And so right now, about 2/3 of Michigan voters believe abortion should be legal in most or all cases, but 1/3 of them voted for Donald Trump. So even people who are identifying as pro-choice voting for Trump because they see in Michigan this as a settled issue. And so that is also sort of bad news for Trump, or bad news for Harris, and might explain why, according to early exit polls, Trump is actually leading among white women in the Wolverine state. Really, at this point, a must-win for Kamala Harris.
James, remind us why that's such a must-win state and why those sort of northern states you're looking at are so important tonight. Yeah, so these are the gray are the 7 states. If Trump wins Georgia, North Carolina, and Michigan, that puts him at 266. And then he would only have to win Nevada or Arizona to get over 270. You see, Nevada would get him to 272, and Arizona would get him to 277. So if Trump can pick off one of the 3 blue wall states, Pennsylvania obviously the biggest, but Harris's path gets super narrow if Trump is able to win one of the 3. And there are some early sort of suboptimal numbers for Harris from Michigan and Wisconsin. What are the latest numbers you're seeing out of Georgia, James? It still is really close. African-American turnout appears to be a little soft. The blue blob, as it's called, is coming in. In some of these counties, like Gwinnett County, still only 16% of the vote has been reported. Harris is doing a little bit better than Biden did 4 years ago. But if you look at some of these states in rural Georgia, Trump is actually getting more votes out of rural Georgia than he did in 2020. So it may end up offsetting. Now, we're still waiting for votes from some of the counties in what's called the Black Belt. We haven't gotten any votes, around some of these counties. And our model still shows that Trump has an edge, but it is a relatively narrow edge. That said, as the votes continue to come in, at this hour now, 82% has been counted. That is the early vote. Remember, Republicans made a big effort, especially in Georgia, to get their people to vote early. And so it's not like 2020 where, the final amount is going to be the more Democratic inclined. We're waiting to see some of that election day vote in the counties, really the 5 or 6, almost 9 counties actually around Atlanta. And that is going to determine whether Kamala Harris can overtake this deficit. She's currently trailing by about 200,000 votes. So Georgia not looking great. For Harris, you'd rather be Trump than Harris in both Georgia and North Carolina right now, where we have the most votes. And it's still too early to make that kind of assessment for the blue wall. Yeah, take us up to North Carolina, would you, since we're talking about that part of the country? Yeah, so North Carolina, 73% of the vote is in. Trump is more comfortably leading. We still are waiting for New Hanover County, which I think is really the county to watch. If Harris is going to have really any chance of winning, she's going to have to, you only have 5% in, she's going to have to hit these sorts of numbers. She's doing well, as expected, in the Raleigh and Charlotte, the 2 population centers, but Republicans are doing well in rural North Carolina. All right, James. Well, we're hearing from our Election Insights team that we can now make a race call in a Senate race. I'm ready. Are you coming to me on Maryland? The AP and Edison Research are projecting that Prince George's County Executive Angela Also Brooks, a Democrat, will defeat former Republican Governor Larry Hogan in the Maryland Senate race. James, let's talk about how she did this.
Yeah, so check it out, 53% to 45%. So she's leading by about 8 points. This is sort of on par. This was a weird race to poll because there were polls that were sort of all over the place. And Larry Hogan was a popular two-term Republican governor who even going into Election Day was viewed favorably by the majority of voters. But you can see that also Brooks just really ran up the score in the D.C. suburbs. You can see here Montgomery County, 220,000 votes for Also Brooks, big margin, doubling up Hogan. And these are sort of the vote-rich areas of the state. Baltimore County, Harris actually, Also Brooks only winning by 5, but in Baltimore City, you can see, 90,000 votes. That's an 80,000 vote margin. So Hogan doing well in the Shore and in the Panhandle, but the votes are in the D.C. suburbs and around Baltimore, and Also Brooks getting enough to call this. She is the county executive in Prince George's County, where we still haven't gotten numbers in. So we expect that as more votes come in, Also Brooks's lead will expand a little more, but enough numbers are now in for us to call this race. And as you said, Larry Hogan has conceded to County Executive Also Brooks.
Thanks, James. Rhonda, this was the costliest U.S. Senate race for Maryland that they've ever seen there, but she makes history tonight.
She does make history. She is now the, well, you could say fourth elected Black woman to the U.S. Senate. I'm saying fourth because Linda Blunt Rochester also won tonight. A few hours ago, that race was called. So she, or maybe even an hour ago. What is time anymore? But now there are 2 women, Black women in the U.S. Senate. Previously, there was only Kamala Harris, and Carol Moseley Braun was the first. Of course, you had LaFonza Butler, but she was filling in a vacant seat for California Senate seat. But yes, this does make some history. Also, Brooks' campaign was really fascinating to watch. Of course, that is considered a local campaign, so we all got the ads and the advertisements for this race. But she ran a strategy that was under the radar in the primary. Remember, she was against Congressman Trone, who is very wealthy, was able to fund a lot of his campaign, and it was thought he was the only Democrat who could beat Larry Hogan because Larry Hogan has popularity in the state and even among Democrats. But also Brooks in the last leg of the primary was able to come through as the winner. We kind of saw the same strategy here. Hogan, again, is someone who a lot of Marylanders liked, but didn't pull it through this time. In any sort of autopsy of his campaign, I wonder if the fact that early on in his campaign, if you remember, some of Trump's aides and supporters in his campaign said that they would not support Larry Hogan because he did come out and ask people to accept the jury's verdict in the New York case with Trump, and that angered Trump's people, and they basically said we're giving up on Hogan. So I don't know if that had something to do with it, or if it was just, also Brooks may have just been a strong candidate overall.
Let's bring in Marianne Levine, national political reporter, who joins us now over the phone. Marianne, let's talk about Donald Trump tonight. Our colleague Josh Dawsey reported that he was holed up at Mar-a-Lago with like a close-knit group. What's his plan for the night?
I think we're still waiting to see. We're expecting him to come to the Palm Beach Convention Center at some point this evening, but we have not been given guidance yet about when he will be coming. But the expectation is that he will be here later this evening.
Is the energy like among the Trump campaign? What are you hearing from them? You've been covering their campaign so closely and for so long.
Yeah, I think they're feeling pretty good, cautiously optimistic. I think they like what they're seeing in Georgia and North Carolina, and I think they really like what they're seeing in Virginia. I mean, I think the fact that, the Loudoun County numbers are what they are, and the fact that Virginia appears to be competitive and more competitive than people expected, I think that they're feeling pretty good about that, and I think they're cautiously optimistic about where the night's headed.
Where were J.D. Vance and Donald Trump trying to hit in the last days of this campaign?
I'm sorry?
Where and what were J.D. Vance and Donald Trump trying to hit in the last days of the campaign?
So in the last phase of the campaign, it was really interesting because Trump went back to North Carolina 4 times. And, initially we were trying to figure out, what does that mean? Are they worried about their numbers there? Obviously, it seems like things are going well for him there. There hasn't been a final call, but it seems like those visits and those campaigns, or that campaigning really paid off. Trump really stuck to the message that he has had for a lot of the campaign. In terms of his rallies, he talked a lot about the border. He talked a lot about, he made, again, like false claims about the election. And I think that there was the closing message was a little bit all over the place. But he stuck to many of the same themes in terms of talking about the border and promising that things would be better. But it was if he's elected, but obviously, the message didn't change a lot, and we saw moments where he did appear to be frustrated, especially at his rally in Pennsylvania on Sunday, where he came out and expressed frustration about the election and claiming that there was cheating going on in Pennsylvania and other and essentially trying to kind of lean into that message preemptively before tonight. And so his closing message was a little bit all over the place, but he also stuck to some of the themes that he's been hammering on this whole time while he's been running.
Marianne, while we talk to you, we're looking at images of West Palm Beach and the Trump campaign event. A lot of red hats there in the audience. Let's talk a little more about Trump's behavior in the final days. He simulated performing a sex act with a microphone. He talked about reporters getting shot. He sort of seemed very erratic and all over the place. Who's been worried about that? Who's been celebrating it?
I think Republicans were really worried about his closing message. And he also, of course, made the comments about Liz Cheney, where he essentially, what the campaign said he was trying to say was that, if Liz Cheney felt so strongly about going to war, she should go. But the way he talked about it was in very graphic terms, which drew a lot of backlash from Democrats and even some Republicans in terms of how he was talking about Liz Cheney. So his message was really kind of all over the place, and it did feel erratic. And I think that, especially the speech in Pennsylvania where he went on and on. I mean, at one point, his co-campaign manager, Susie Wiles, came near the stage and was trying to make eye contact with him, seeming to try to get him to get off the stage. And so it felt like his message in the last couple days was a little erratic, and it felt like, or was very erratic, and it felt like the Iowa poll, especially, kind of threw him off his game in terms of showing that that Harris had a lead there. I talked to some Republicans who felt like that was one of the things that he was angriest about in the last couple days of this race. And so yeah, it was not a concise closing message, but I think we're waiting to see what the impact was. And of course, there was the Madison Square Garden rally that took place just last Sunday, where we had Tony Hinchcliffe make the racist joke about Puerto Rico being an island of garbage. I think that was also another part of the closing message that I think Republicans were worried about. So it was not a particularly smooth end of the week for Trump or end of his campaign, but we'll see if any of that, if any of that broke through and, if it impacted his electoral chances.
Marianne Levine, a reporter who's been covering the Trump campaign. Thanks so much, Marianne. She joined us from West Palm Beach, and that is where Trump is having his big event tonight. As we talked about, our colleague Josh Dawsey reported that Trump is not there yet. He's holed up in Mar-a-Lago with some of his tight-knit circle, but obviously is expected to address the crowds gathered there later on tonight. Stay with us. We'll have live updates as votes continue to be tallied.
We will put America first, and we will take back the nation that we all love.
Do we trust women? Do we believe in reproductive freedom?
If we don't win, this country is finished. I really believe that.
It is time for a new generation of leadership in America.
10:33 at night Eastern Time. You're watching live coverage of the 2024 election with the Washington Post. A great shot there of the newsroom and our own James Hohmann. Polls have now closed in all but a handful of states, and the presidential race is a nail-biter as we watch to see if Kamala Harris or Donald Trump will ultimately win the White House. James, talk us through what you're watching at this hour.
Watching Wisconsin, half the vote is now in. This is a state that was decided by 20,000 votes, basically the last two elections. And here we are. Once again, the margin is less than 20,000 votes. Interestingly, Kamala Harris is doing very well in the suburbs. They're called the WOW counties in political parlance. It's the 3 suburban counties around Milwaukee. Waukesha, you hear people talk about the crucial Waukesha County. Trump is winning. I should say no Republican has won statewide in Wisconsin in the last 20 years without getting at least 60% of the vote in Waukesha. It's a big, populous, suburban Milwaukee, college-educated. This is one of those places that has sort of moved away from Republicans. So Trump winning, but if you look at what I think I've identified as the 2 key battleground states, Sauk County, this is a district that went from supporting Trump in 2016 to Biden in 2020. Trump, with more than half the vote counted, is leading. And then the other bellwether county is Brown. This is where Green Bay is. It's another county that flipped. It's another county where, although only a third of the vote is in, Trump has opened up a lead, not enough to read too much into it. And then ultimately, the outcome in the Badger State's probably going to come down to just how many votes Harris can get out of Dane County. This is where the University of Wisconsin at Madison is. 7 in 10 votes have been counted. She has 189,000 votes. So when you put all of that together, sort of the suburbs shifting toward Harris, Kamala Harris appeared with Liz Cheney in Waukesha, which I was talking about a minute ago, but Trump doing better in rural Wisconsin. With all that shift, it's still a race that is within 20,000 votes.
All right, James, it really is incredible how tight that race is again this year following the pattern of the last 2 major elections. Well, let's go to video journalist Blair Guild, who's reporting from Arizona, where candidates Kari Lake and Ruben Gallego are vying for the state's open Senate seat. Blair, how has the race played out in the final weeks?
So tonight we're watching for the open Senate seat left vacant by Kyrsten Sinema, former Democrat, now an independent. That seat is in competition between candidate Ruben Gallego, who currently represents Arizona's 3rd congressional district in the House, and Kari Lake. Kari Lake, this is not her first campaign. She ran for governor in 2022, lost that seat to now Governor Katie Hobbs, who we actually heard from moments ago at this Arizona Democrats watch party. Kari Lake is in stark contrast with her Democratic opponent here. She is someone who draws a hard line on abortion. She promoted 2020 stolen election claims. She has the endorsement of Donald Trump in her Senate campaign and had that in her run for governor as well. Contrast that to Ruben Gallego, who, if he is elected, would be Arizona's first Latino senator. He's a more progressive candidate, was a member of the Congressional Progressive Caucus, and especially in terms of immigration, the two could not be more starkly opposed to one another. These are both campaigns that each of the candidates spoke at the Democratic National Convention and the Republican National Convention over the summer when both of the parties held their nominating moments. And the fact that both of these candidates spoke at both conventions really just shows that these are races that are getting national attention. They're certainly getting plenty of local attention, but to have both of these candidates speak on the national stage as well, it just shows you how highly watched and closely watched this state is. Libby?
So much, Blair. There have been so many concerns, Rhonda, in Arizona because there have been claims of malfeasance and irregularities and things like that. It has been on really just very sensitive and very of concern to people that that people respect the process. What are you watching from that state tonight?
Yeah, you have to wonder if there will be more of the same of that, because there is a history. There is also still, litigation going on based on the 2020 election and efforts to subvert that election in Arizona. It's a place where Rudy Giuliani has been on trial for, and others, in trying to subvert and change the election there. So I think we're all looking for that. I think one silver lining or good news moment in this day has been that there haven't been any widespread acts of violence at the polls. I know a lot of election officials were sort of bracing themselves for all sorts of scenarios, but we haven't seen that. We have talked earlier in the show about the bomb threats in Georgia that have been traced back to Russia, perhaps, but other than that, there hasn't been anything wide scale. But I would also wait to see when the dust settles and see how people are feeling in Arizona. We know that there were a lot of lawsuits pre-filed to challenge some of the results if they didn't go Republicans' ways. So, we're all waiting to see that part of this election cycle too.
One fascinating part of the Arizona election is that it's a 2-page ballot, and our reporting said that it took one person, Blair actually interviewed along with another colleague, who said it took her like over a half hour to fill out. So they were trying to build in time today for people to take extra time, go over the ballot. Because it's 2 pages, there are feeder issues. You have to make sure that you get them both in. So a lot to watch there. We have a race call according to our Election Insights team. We can now make a race call. The AP is projecting that Republican Kelly Ayotte will be the state's next governor, defeating Democrat Joyce Craig. Kelly Ayotte, a name familiar to Washington, is a former senator for that state. James, how did she secure this win?
Well, she lost re-election in 2016 to the Senate, and she has made this comeback by getting a lot of split-ticket voters. She got Harris supporters to vote for her. She was running against Joyce Craig, who was the former mayor of Manchester, the biggest city in the state. It was a pretty nasty Democratic primary going until September. It was the final primary of the year. Joyce Craig had to sort of move to the left in order to win the Democratic primary. That allowed Kelly Ayotte to move in. And so you can see the blue around Manchester where Craig is winning, but in sort of the bedroom communities outside Boston, Kelly Ayotte getting the votes that she needs, 57% in. We're comfortable with the nearly 30,000 vote lead. Ayotte is going to win this race and will be governor. This is a hold for the GOP in the Granite State. Chris Sununu endorsed Kelly Ayotte early and campaigned hard for her. She will keep the governorship in the Republican column.
All right, thank you, James. Rhonda, it is about 20 minutes till 11 o'clock here Eastern time. Let's review what states we're most closely watching tonight at this hour.
Well, when it comes to the presidential race, I think we're still looking at that blue wall. We're still looking at Pennsylvania, a state that we could have said yesterday might be one that we're going to be waiting on for a while. We also should note that Pennsylvania is one of those states that doesn't do pre-processing, so they are counting those mail-in ballots. They started counting that this morning and not earlier than that. So that's one state that we're certainly waiting for. We're waiting for a lot, actually, if you think about it. And a lot of what we have called has gone in a direction that we sort of felt was predictable. So I still don't think we have firm answers yet. We have some glimpses, but we're still waiting for more.
Well, we do know this. The AP is calling Kansas and Iowa as states that Donald Trump is winning. Again, Donald Trump, the projected winner in Kansas, as well as in Iowa. No surprises there, Rhonda.
No, I remember covering the Iowa caucus. Remember back in the wintertime, and they had that bad winter storm and how people were turning out for Donald Trump, and he was defeating the people in the GOP field at that time handedly. So his popularity in Iowa still stands firm, apparently.
Let's go back to J.M. Rieger at the Harris Walls Election Night event here in Washington at Howard University. Okay, J.M., set the scene for us there. How's it going?
Yeah, we're back to music at this point, as you can probably hear. They were projecting the speech of Angela Also Brooks a few moments ago, and there was a lot of enthusiasm from the crowd during that speech. But, you know, you can still feel the tension in the air here. You really can. I think that folks have loosened up a little bit as they've done some cut-ins to CNN's coverage tonight, but that anxiety is definitely here and palpable.
What was she trying to do with the closing message?
Yeah, if you look at what she did over this final stretch and even over the final kind of week or 72 hours here, she in many ways came back to where Joe Biden started this campaign, which was on themes of democracy and talking about the threat that they believe Donald Trump poses to U.S. democracy. We heard Kamala Harris hammer that point home again and again and again, and that was tied into other things that she would talk about: reproductive health, the economy, lowering prices, what she was going to do on other key issues. But that democracy theme really came throughout the closing stretch of the campaign. And this, again, Libby, is about the Harris campaign strategy going into tonight. They wanted to broaden that coalition as wide as they could. They wanted to bring in those former Republicans, or still Republicans, who might have supported Donald Trump in the past. They wanted to bring in young voters, first-time voters. They wanted to shore up their support with union households, with voters of color, and they wanted to run up the margins in the suburbs. This is all playing into that. All you have to do is look at her theme song, Freedom. In many ways, the Democrats and the Harris campaign have co-opted that freedom theme and messaging and that Americana messaging. We noticed this at the convention, Libby, from the Republicans, and they've made it a central part of their closing message here. I will just note briefly, James a moment ago was talking about Wisconsin and the suburbs there, and we're talking about the coalition, we're talking about the closing message there, and in those WOW counties, Waukesha County, one of those key counties, and a campaign official told me yesterday that if Harris can get to 39 or even 40% in that county, they feel very, very good in the state of Wisconsin. So we'll see how close they can get to that margin coming down the stretch here. But again, these were the folks who were kind of doing that cautious, optimistic tone headed into tonight.
Thanks so much, JM. Rhonda, let's talk more about how Harris tried to close this message. You know, she did a big event at the Ellipse and on the National Mall, which reminded a lot of us of Trump's speech on January 6th, right before the insurrection at the Capitol. But the tone and the commentary was really much more about Kamala Harris and who she would be and what she would do as president. What was she trying to communicate in this last week?
Yeah, I think she was at that Ellipse event was also trying to recast that moment, to remind people of what the last speech that happened there, where there was a big rally of people, and to sort of show that she is the exact opposite of that. So that was one of the reasons her campaign wanted to choose that as one of the last symbols of her campaign. I think the entire strategy, the entire time, has been, you know, get out the vote, make sure you don't leave any stone unturned in any state. She even went to states that Democrats don't even put on their list of places to go late in the cycle. She went to Texas, had a big event. Beyonce introduced her. I believe, I looked up a statistic, I believe Bill Clinton was the last Democratic presidential candidate to go to Texas so late in a campaign. But it shows that she was trying to reach, and is trying to reach, so many people who don't typically vote, low propensity voters that Trump was also seeking. So she wants to make sure that that coalition is sort of airtight enough to take her over the edge. We always knew the night might play out like this, that it would be so tight that we would not have firm results to talk about for hours, and that is playing out. But she and her campaign wanted to make sure, you know, they only had about 100 days to do so, to make sure that they were tapping into all parts of the base, but also outside of the base, and make sure they seemed inclusive.
Let's go to Leanne Caldwell in West Palm Beach at the Trump campaign event. Leanne, let's contrast that with the tone that Trump took on the final week of the campaign. What was his messaging? What was J.D. Vance's messaging?
So trying to distill Trump's message in last week of his campaign is quite difficult. As you know, he gives 90-minute, 2-hour-long stump speeches. But what we can say is it was a very dark message. It was a message that tries to really instill a lot of fear in his supporters as far as immigration and migrants are concerned coming over the border. He really dug down into the economy as well. A theme of his campaign that has emerged in the final weeks is Kamala broke it, I can fix it. That is something that he has really tried to hit home on and remind voters that inflation is still higher than it was before, than when he was in office, and really try to instill a message and a belief that people were better off economically than they were 4 years ago. But in the midst of all of this, all of that core messaging, there's a lot of dark moments that Donald Trump brings on the campaign trail, really criticizing his opponents, bringing the thought that the elections are not going to be fair, that they could be fraudulent. But this is something that many of his supporters agree with, but also they think it's entertainment. But that message is going to be put to the test, of course, tonight. Again, Trump supporters at this point in the night are feeling relatively good. There's a lot of unconventional things about the Trump campaign and the Trump strategy and Trump generally, but specifically is Trump's decision to really run up the score on the male vote. It's not just white men that Donald Trump was going after in this campaign. He was really targeting men of color as well, black and Hispanic men. He went to UFC fights, which people close to him have said that was a really critical moment in his political resurgence. He was believed and applauded so much there that he thought he could actually win the presidency again. He went on podcasts that catered directly toward men. And so this was a strategy that was not by accident. It was very deliberate. Male voters tend to vote less, and that is also why they were focused on these low propensity, rare voters, because those are the male voters they were going after. They were criticized for outsourcing most of their ground game. It was something that was making Republicans quite nervous in the final days. But, we'll see if it all works. Like I said, it's an unconventional campaign. It always has been for Donald Trump. It's worked once for him. It didn't work in 2020. We'll see if it works in 2024. Libby.
And Caldwell reporting from the Trump campaign event in Florida. Let's bring in Tolu Olorunipa, White House Bureau Chief. Tolu, let's talk about what Joe Biden has been up to in recent days and weeks. What has his focus been?
Well, he has been trying to do little harm, in part because the reason Kamala Harris is the Democratic nominee is because he had to drop out of the race due to concerns over his age, concerns over his low approval ratings, and his unpopularity with the public. And so he has been trying to navigate how he could be helpful to the Kamala Harris campaign. And in some cases, that has meant keeping a very low profile, going to Wilmington, Delaware, his hometown, several days and several weekends, rather than being on the campaign trail, while we see other Democratic stars like former President Obama, former President Clinton, former First Lady Michelle Obama, and even the First Lady Jill Biden hitting the campaign trail. We have not seen quite as much of that from Joe Biden, and we have seen that when he has tried to campaign for Harris, he has at times done things that have made her life harder. He has talked about Trump supporters being garbage, which he later tried to clarify and say he was not speaking broadly about the supporters of the former president. He has also talked about locking Trump up, and he also had to clarify that to say he was talking about locking him up politically as opposed to throwing him in jail. And so a number of different times, Joe Biden has stepped in it rhetorically, and that has made it harder for Kamala Harris to drive home her message on the campaign trail.
So how has Kamala Harris dealt with the relationship she has with President Biden as his vice president. It seemed like she's had to walk a tightrope of staying loyal to him, staying loyal to the administration, and yet trying to show Americans she is her own candidate in person.
Yeah, it was a very politically awkward position that she was in because she is the sitting vice president. She's working with the president on a number of different issues, global catastrophes, all kinds of issues where she has to be in lockstep with the president. In some cases, she has to represent the president on foreign soil. And so while she was doing that, she also had to tell the American voter that she would be different, that she would not be a continuation of the Biden presidency, because polls after polls showed that people did not want another 4 years of the Biden administration. And so she tried to distance herself at times. She tried to put forward new policies while also never criticizing Joe Biden in any significant way. And one of the moments of this campaign that will always stick out, no matter what the result will be, was when Kamala Harris went on The View, a friendly audience, a friendly group of hosts generally, and was asked a question by one of the hosts, which is there anything over the past 4 years that you would have done differently than Joe Biden? And it seemed like she hadn't thought about that question, and she sort of hesitated for a little bit before she said, nothing comes to mind. And you heard that over and over again from the Trump camp, playing that clip, playing it at rallies, trying to tie Harris to Biden and tell voters that if you vote for Harris, you're voting for more of the same of what you don't like about Joe Biden. And that was a very difficult and damaging clip and quote that she had that Trump used and continues to use in the final stretches of his campaign.
Rhonda, what were Kamala Harris's choices? I mean, how do you approach this if you are the sitting vice president trying to distance yourself from the relative unpopularity of the sitting president?
Yeah, it's kind of been a high wire act that she's had to play ever since she got the, nomination. I remember when we were covering the DNC, how Democrats let Biden have his moment on that first night and give this speech that kind of felt like a swan song for him. But I remember, the hugs that she gave him and his wife, and it showed that there is some solidarity there, that is her boss right now. But she has also had to, in some ways, distance herself, but never in a way that seems dismissive of Biden or dismissive of the fact that he chose her as his running mate. So it has been interesting to watch. How do you balance both of those worlds? Because there has been, as Tolu just talked about, Biden was unpopular at the time that he had to step out. His own party was trying to getting louder and louder to push him out. So how does Harris square that with her own campaign? It's been a high wire act. We'll see how it works all in the end, but it's been interesting to watch.
Let's head back to James. James, you're seeing some new numbers on the post-Pulse election models in some key states. Tell us about it.
Yeah, Libby, right now, if you had to choose, you'd want to be Donald Trump over Kamala Harris. Our post-Pulse model, which is a forecast based on votes that have come in, it is not what we used to call the races, but it's based on demographics, based on information that's coming in. And it's narrow, but it is meaningful. Donald Trump has a 52% chance of carrying Pennsylvania and very likely the presidency if he gets it. And you can see that the numbers just aren't moving Harris's way. And I'll show you in Pennsylvania a good illustration of that in a second. And then let's also look at the model in Michigan. Here, still early, but right now Trump has a 51% chance of winning. Still very close, still neck and neck. But let me show you something in Pennsylvania. So in Philadelphia, you can see that Kamala Harris is getting 77% of the vote. Joe Biden got 83%. So she is underperforming Joe Biden, who, by the way, underperformed Hillary Clinton in Philadelphia. This is evidence that Donald Trump did make some inroads with young African-American men. The Trump campaign worked really hard in Philly. And this matters because the number of votes Harris takes out of Philadelphia is really critical to offset the red part of the state. So in some of the suburban counties, Harris is winning Bucks County, which is considered like the pivotal swing collar county. She's winning in Montgomery County. She's winning in Chester County, which is the most affluent of the 4 collar counties. But she's not quite winning enough as it is right now, especially if she's underperforming in Philadelphia proper. And then you can look at another Luzerne County, which is an area that was traditionally very Democratic. And then in Joe Biden's hometown, I'm just trying to find Scranton here. It's right over here somewhere. Anyway, we're still close, but you'd rather be Trump right now in both Pennsylvania and Michigan. The other thing, which we'll talk about more in a second, is the Senate races in the 3 blue wall states are really remarkably close. Literally like a few hundred votes separate the Democrat and the Republican in Wisconsin. So it could be a real nail biter for the 3 Democratic senators in those states as well.
Thank you, James. Let's go back to Georgia and our reporter there, Joe Snell. Joe, you've been talking to black men in Georgia about their votes. What has the Harris campaign been trying to do to engage with that critical demographic?
Yeah, Libby, go to the homepage of Kamala Harris's campaign website. You're going to see just 2 of her key agendas listed with her own pages. One of those pages is dedicated to black men. That's how much of a priority her campaign has made to winning over this group of voters. They were critical to getting Biden elected here in 2020. About 83% of them voted for him in that election cycle. This year around, those numbers were polling lower for Harris, and she's pulled out all of the stops to try to win them back. She was joined on the campaign trail by former President Barack Obama, First Lady Michelle Obama, and actor-director Tyler Perry, among others. They had messages directed to her rally, directed at these group of men. I spoke with some of these men. I wanted to understand which way they were leaning. For many, they said they were voting for Harris. They didn't like the antagonistic language of Trump. But with others, there was apathy. They said they didn't see their core issues changing much between Harris and Trump, those core issues being primarily economic. Things like owning a home, owning a business, providing for their families. One voter told me that those issues became increasingly more difficult with Harris in office. But Libby, at the end of the day, black organizers in this state had this to say. If Harris doesn't win in Georgia, it's not because enough black men or women didn't come out to vote. They shouldn't be the scapegoat for their state party's failures. Libby, back to you.
Thank you, Joe Snell. Reporting live from Georgia, we have our colleagues at key states around the country. Stay with us for more live results and reporting from those battleground states after this.
We will put America first, and we will take back the nation that we all love.
Do we trust women? Do we believe in reproductive freedom?
If we don't win, this country is finished. I really believe that.
It is time for a new generation of leadership in America.
This is live coverage of the 2024 election with the Washington Post. On the West Coast, polls are closing in California. In Maryland, Angela Also-Brooks has won the Senate race, beating out Larry Hogan. We are awaiting results in all of the key battleground states. Let's go to James Hohmann for the state of the presidential race at this hour. James?
Well, it really is way too close to call. None of the 7 battlegrounds have been close to being able to make a call. We're continuing to parse some of the returns that are coming in. One of the really interesting findings in the exit polls from the swing states is that only 1 in 10 voters this year were first-time participants in the election. It was twice as many 4 years ago. Back then, Joe Biden won first-time voters 2-1. Tonight, Donald Trump is winning first-time voters. And I think of in Pennsylvania over the weekend, I was there covering what was happening on the ground. Danica Patrick, the former race car driver, she gave a big speech introducing Trump at a rally in Pennsylvania, said she'd never voted before, but was going to cast her first vote for Trump. And so that might explain some of Trump's strength so far as early numbers come in across the blue wall.
All right. Well, we have a couple of race calls here, James, on the West Coast. As we mentioned, California just closed, also Washington State, and the AP is projecting that both those states will go to Kamala Harris, James.
Yeah, so California, the biggest prize of the night, 54 electoral votes. No big surprise, this is Kamala Harris's home state. It will get the Electoral College count a little closer to even. But what we're really watching now that polls start to close, and we were talking about how there's going to be the delay. Blair has obviously been doing great reporting from Arizona, but we're eager to see the first numbers from Nevada and Arizona. We know that Latinos broke hard for Trump in Florida, but it is not a monolith. It is a very different sort of community from South Florida to Arizona, and even between Arizona and Nevada. So eager for the first real numbers we get from Arizona and Nevada, because if Harris loses one of the blue wall states, she's going to need to make it up out west.
All right, thank you, James. Let's go to Rich Matthews, who's in North Carolina tonight. We have not yet made a presidential race call in that state. So, Rich, tell us about where you are tonight. Where have you been spending your time, and what's the atmosphere?
Well, let me tell you, the atmosphere is good here. People are happy and excited. We're in Wake County, North Carolina, at a Republican party here. I will say this, though, the people are not very happy with the media right now. They've come back here, several people have come back here multiple times saying, when will you guys call this? Of course, not our job. We're not calling it because it's too close to call. But there is a little bit of frustration, even as people watch the show on the news behind us as they make other race calls. People cheer, they get excited, and then again you hear that little mumble, that little when are they going to call North Carolina. Now the other interesting thing to tell you about this party is it ends at 11, so we're already a few minutes over. There are people obviously still here standing hoping to see, but that is part of the reason that the room is about 25% full. Just a couple of minutes ago it was about 3/4 full, but they asked everybody to move out of the room because again party's ending right now. Again, here in Wake County, it is a pretty heavy Democrat county, and Harris is doing her job here, but it does appear that in those rural states she was not able to oversample the way that she needed to. Again, the race not over, but you'd rather be up 140,000 votes this time of night than down 140,000 votes this time of night, and that's the situation that Kamala Harris is in North Carolina. Libby?
Thanks so much, Rich Matthews. So, Rhonda, we're of course watching North Carolina very closely, also watching Georgia closely. There was one scenario in which Kamala Harris had really successful nights in those states, which could have given us an indication of where other states might be going, right? These are nail biters now. And Trump hasn't had a blowout in those states, so it doesn't go the opposite. But it would have been so remarkable had Harris been able to clinch those states, especially North Carolina, very cleanly tonight. Do we learn anything about how tight this race is in North Carolina and Georgia?
Well, I think we just learned that some of the things that we thought about have been confirmed. This race, as we've been talking all night, has been at a tie.
I mean, you've been telling us that for months now, so yes.
And it's been over a year, really. I mean, some of the first polls came out before there was a GOP debate in the primary season, so that showed that a eventual Trump or Biden matchup was at, neck and neck, and it has not moved. So a lot of what we're seeing right now and feeling right now, as Rich was just saying about the folks attending there, want to know what what states have been called. This was predictable in a sense, but of course it's always important on nights like this to say that we don't know everything yet. We are still waiting for some of these key states. We don't have a strong glimpse into some of them. We have ideas of where they might go, but you can't. Elections aren't won on just ideas or projections. They're won by the details. But I think what is interesting to me is we have been wondering if this polling was accurate, that, it would be a neck-and-neck race, and it is turning out to be. So that is one thing we're learning.
Our exit polls can be so revealing because it gives us a sense of what direction Americans who went to vote were moving in. And as we look at our exit polls nationally. And these are very important. It shows that men nationally voted 54% for Trump, 44% for Harris. Women, it's the total inverse, 54% for Harris, 44% for Trump. We were wondering, though, Rhonda, if that gap would be bigger, if more women would break for Harris, if more men would break for Trump.
Yeah, I mean, we're still waiting for some of this dust to settle, but that is interesting to look at. I think it was always expected there would be a gender gap. There was even one when Biden was in the race. It is interesting to, in a season where people are feeling a lot of emotions about reproductive rights and the future of that, that is interesting not to see some watershed of female voters who might care about that, but there are also men who care about that issue as well. So I'm not sure where we land on that right now. I do know that statistically women outvote men. They have been for decades in presidential elections. So we'll have to see what the final math is. But, you know, as we've been reporting all night, issues concerning women have been a motivator.
JM Rieger is with the Harris campaign here in Washington. So, JM, what is her team most concerned about, and what were they most optimistic about heading into the vote counts?
We heard heading into tonight, Libby, that they were excited that late deciders, undecided voters, were breaking for them. The campaign put out statements that late deciders and undecided voters were breaking for them, in some cases by double-digit margins. So they struck a tone of cautious optimism. They said that the momentum was with them. David Plouffe said that about a day or two ago on X, formerly Twitter. But there was concern among some Democrats who I spoke with over the last few weeks here of, you know, is this a margin of error race, and does this swing within that margin of error to Trump? Is Trump able to pick off some of those younger voters of color that you all have been talking about? Is he able to pick some of them off? And you know what's interesting about that, Libby, is we were in Pittsburgh the day that Barack Obama made his statement, and I'm paraphrasing here, but to young black men, and he said, I'm concerned that some of you are not voting for her in part because she's a woman. And we spoke with Democrats in the days after that in some of these population centers in the states. We spoke with folks in the Detroit area, we spoke with folks in the Milwaukee area, and we asked them about former President Obama's comment about that, and they downplayed it. They said they're not hearing that on the ground. They're seeing enthusiasm. They're seeing young black men come home to the Democratic Party, and they weren't really concerned about it. So, you know, obviously we're going to know more as the night goes on here in terms of where the tallies are coming in, how the electorate is sort of breaking down. But it was notable for me in our reporting on the campaign trail that we had these local Democrats on the ground kind of saying, I'm not really seeing what former President Obama was saying in that situation.
Thanks so much, JM. Let's go to Blair Gild, who's in Arizona with the Secretary of State there, Adrian Fontes. Blair?
Hi, that's right. I'm here with Secretary of State Adrian Fontes. One question that I wanted to ask you. So earlier today, there were reports of a bomb threat in Maricopa County. We know that the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office has deemed that threat not credible, but has any of that information, misinformation that's circulating affected Arizonans' ability to vote today?
So we had a bunch of those non-credible bomb threats across the entire state. None of it has affected any of our voters' ability to vote. We've run a safe and secure election here in Arizona. We've talked to the FBI and a whole bunch of other folks about this, and we're just excited about the fact that so many Arizonans have voted, and they've done so safely.
And talk to me about the duration of how long Arizonans are going to be waiting for election results. We have heard from election officials that this is going to take potentially 10 to 13 days to count. What do you say to Arizonans and the rest of the country that's waiting in limbo for those official numbers to come through?
Well, official numbers have always taken about that amount of time here in Arizona. This is not new. It didn't seem like a big of a deal when, you know, John McCain, may he rest in peace, was winning by 25 points. The media could call that immediately. Now that it's tighter, it takes a little longer to get those results, and that's why we're looking at a little bit of a longer time. Folks should just be patient.
Blair, I'm going to just pause you there. Great, thank you so much. Democratic Representative Ruma Gallego of Arizona is running for Senate there, is now speaking. Let's listen.
We started this campaign 22 months ago and have a 16-month-old daughter. So that tells you everything you need to know about the last 2 years, and now it has not been easy. Thank you, babe. She was with me for every step of the way, and I love you. My sisters, Lisa and Laura, are here, taking care of my son, Michael. We're missing my other sister, Alex, tonight, who's at home, ready to have a baby any day now. My mom, where are you at? There you go. My mom, hey, mom. She raised us, all four of us alone, on a secretary's salary. And like many moms across the country, she did not have it easy. But she gave us everything she could. She worked night and day, all to give us a shot at success. Only in America, only in America, only in America can 4 children raised by an immigrant single mom grow up to become a teacher, a doctor, a businesswoman, and soon to be a senator. I wouldn't be here on this stage tonight if it wasn't for her. Gracias, mamá. As a kid, I slept on the floor of my living room so that my sisters can have beds. And I worked every job I could to help the family get by. Meat packing, construction, making pizzas, making hot dogs, you name it. And as a matter of fact, I think my boss at my hot dog stand's actually here, Steve Zerlentes. Steve, where are you at? Steve was a great mentor to me at a time when I didn't have any male mentors. Well, he taught me how to do a proper Chicago-style hot dog, no ketchup, and still let me study for all my exams and do my homework while still making hot dogs. I still have my first suit that I ever owned that my Uncle Al gave, who could not be here today. He gave it to me because when I went to college, I couldn't afford to buy a new suit. So he gave me one of his. When I got to college, I saw all the kids were happy because they were just happy to be there, happy to be at Harvard. I was happy because I finally got a bed. In college, one of my beds was cleaning the bathrooms of fellow Harvard students, scrubbing the toilets of the kids I had to see the next day. But I did it all proudly, because I believed that if I worked hard and followed the rules, even a poor kid would succeed in America. That's America. Because of that, I decided I wanted to serve my country. I wanted to serve my country, the country that gave my family a chance to live the American dream, the greatest country in the world. So I enlisted in the infantry of the United States Marine Corps. Hoorah. I know there's some out there. I had the honor of fighting alongside my brothers in Iraq in Lima Company 325, assigned to Al-Anbar, Iraq. They called us Lucky Lima at first, but unfortunately, eventually our luck ran out. Our company saw some of the hardest days of the war. And those were tough days. But the fight for my brothers was always worth it. And so is this fight for Arizona. We had a mantra on this campaign: go everywhere and talk to everyone. And that's exactly what we did. We didn't take one vote for granted. For many candidates, Latinos and Native American voters are the afterthought. But they were part of our outreach from day one, and we worked to earn every vote. And we didn't write off our Republican brothers and sisters either. For 22 months, I've traveled all around this state. And the thing I learned is that we have so much in common. Because whether you're a Democrat, Republican, or independent, we all want the same thing: a better life for our kids, and to give our kids a better future. It's just that simple. And that's exactly why I'm here. I believe in the American dream. And I want everyone else to have the same opportunity to make it that I had. I'm here tonight because I believe women should also be able to make their own decisions about their own bodies. I'm here because costs are still too high. And I understand how hard it is to work just to bring home enough to pay the bills, to pay the rent, and maybe, just maybe, save up a little. I understand the dignity of work, of trying to put 40, 60, 80 hours together to try and make a life for your kids. But there are too many people in Washington, D.C. who don't understand that kind of hard work and who don't actually respect that work. They don't understand what it means to actually struggle every day and still believe that the next day is going to be better. Look, it looks like this race won't be called tonight, but one result is already coming through and clear. We fought for Arizona. And because of that, we are going to win. Even though our race isn't quite over yet, I still want to thank all Arizonans who supported me, Democrats, Republicans, Independents. And to those who didn't, I want you to know that regardless of who you voted for today, I will stand up and fight for you. As hard as I fought to get out of poverty, as hard as I fight now for my family, as hard as I fought in the Marine Corps, I will be fighting for you in Washington, D.C. To my family, my mom, my sisters, my aunts, my cousins, and they're all here. We're a big Latino family. I will always have your back because you always had my back. And to Sydney, Michael, Isla, who always gave me a reason to fight, I will keep fighting. To my Lima Company Marines, the men I patrolled with in Iraq, the men I went to the hardest days of war with and came back to a country that had forgotten us. John, Andy, and Cheston, who are here tonight, I love you, brothers. Semper Fi, and I'll always have your back.
Ruben Gallego, one of the candidates for Arizona's open Senate seat, vacated by Kyrsten Sinema. He is going up against Kari Lake, and as you heard him say there, the race is not over. We do not yet know who has won that Senate seat. Let's go to James Hohmann, who's tracking everything happening in Arizona. James, give us the latest numbers from that state.
So half of the vote is already in. The way Arizona works is they can't release any results until a full hour after polls closed. So right at 10 o'clock, we got basically half the vote. Donald Trump off to a narrow lead. You can see it's literally 3,000 votes separating the candidates, 49.7 to 49.5. But we've been able to activate our post-pulse model. This is a forecast where we're pulling in demographic information, we're pulling in the 2020 data. And when you do that, when you look at our Arizona model, currently we're forecasting that Donald Trump is on track potentially to get 52% to 48%. Now, only half has been counted. You can see the range of scenarios, and that could change, and the bands will narrow as more votes come in. But we also have an updated post-pulse model from Wisconsin. Similarly, we're currently forecasting that Trump is on track based on the demographics and the algorithms and the historical patterns to get 52% in the Badger State. And that tracks amazingly closely with what we're seeing in the raw vote totals from Wisconsin as well, where Trump is currently at 51%, and it still remains tight. Not that many votes separating them. So right now, in all the states where all the swing states, the battlegrounds, where the pulse has been activated, Donald Trump is forecast to be in the lead as more votes come in, but it still remains very tight and definitely too close to call, especially in a place like Arizona, where half the vote has come in.
Thanks so much, James. Joining us now, senior national political correspondent Ashley Parker, talking to us by phone from Florida. Ashley, what has the atmosphere been like tonight for Donald Trump and his supporters?
It's been quite good. You know, we have a story going up where one major donor said that there has been sort of so much exuberance that it's become a little worrying, right? Like that they felt like, what are we missing? Maybe we should be a little concerned. Again, I should reiterate what you guys have been reiterating, that, you know, the race hasn't been called. We don't know the results from the blue wall states, but Trump's advisors are feeling good. They're circulating internal data that they argue shows them winning based on early vote totals and turnout models. And the crowd here has sort of been getting, more crowded and thicker and more enthusiastic and roaring each time another state, even states that were going to go Republican no matter what, gets called from Donald Trump.
So you've reported, Ashley, along with some of our colleagues, about how in the last few days of this campaign, Trump was really just following his own impulses, right? And it was very erratic behavior. He was using derogatory cursing language to talk about people like Nancy Pelosi. Was there a concern among his top campaign staff that this could really hurt him?
There was, obviously. And to give you some context, I spent the last 24 hours starting the day around 8 or so a.m. in Raleigh, North Carolina on Monday and landing here in Palm Beach just after 6 a.m. on election morning with Donald Trump, flying around on the press charter where he went to 3 states and 4 cities. And you could see that internal tension playing out with him, right? He was repeating, sorry, it's a little loud in here, but he was repeating, to his crowds, to his supporters, what his aides had very clearly said to him, which was, you need to get your act together. And, that rally you're referring to, Libby, in Pennsylvania, there was a very bad rally for him Sunday morning in Lancaster, where he basically said he'd be fine if a would-be assassin shot through the fake news media, where he said he should have never left the White House. His team viewed that as one of his worst rallies and worst moments all campaign cycle, and they basically had a big intervention from them, and also just from worried donors, worried allies, worried Republicans, inundated him with calls saying, this is yours to lose. So on Monday, we kind of, again, got to watch that struggle play out in real time, him saying, this is ours to lose. We're on the 5-yard line, we're on the 2-yard line, we're on the 1-yard line, and then you would see in moments like his last event in Grand Rapids, where he didn't quite say the word, but he made very clear what sort of crude sexist slur that starts with a B he wanted to call Nancy Pelosi. And he said, I want to say it, but I'm not going to say it. And that's sort of how he made it to Election Day.
I want to bring Rhonda into this. Rhonda, there's the question of course, how much of Trump is the entertainment and how much are people actually listening to what he says. And Kamala Harris has been inviting people to listen to one of his full rallies from start to finish to get a sense of all that comes out of his mouth. What are you watching to sort of learn in the aftermath of this, how much people really pay attention to what Trump says?
Yeah, I think we've had a lot of learning lessons about that. If you even look back at the season of this year when he was facing what we thought would be trials that might materialize but have now been put on ice, that didn't really make a ding with a lot of his voters. That, in fact, in some cases, he was able to fundraise off of those things. I think when I have talked to voters and asked them a similar question about, are you concerned about his rhetoric? Are you concerned about some of the things he says? They often kind of just brush it aside. It may be a little bit of cognitive dissonance, really. I remember one voter speaking to me in Milwaukee. She was a Republican, and when I asked her about, the different things that would normally disqualify other candidates, she just said, you know what, everyone is a sinner, and that's how I consider him, is that, and she made reference to a biblical verse. So a lot of folks feel like, sure, everyone does wrong. A lot of folks also don't take him seriously, which also, I mean, we could probably dive into that a little bit more, but what does that say about voters and what they hear and want from their candidates? Because we do know that Trump has said things that have led to supporters of his doing things like, I'm thinking of the man that broke into the Pelosi's home and almost killed her husband. I'm thinking, of course, of January 6th. These are things that are tied back to things that Trump has said that has invigorated his sort of the further right side of his base. So I think this is a big question about the moment we are in American history, is why are things that Trump continuously says, why those things don't seem to, hit with a lot of Americans.
Yeah, Ashley, it's so fascinating because even commentary by like the comedian at Trump's warm-up act at Madison Square Garden got so much more condemnation and upset people so much more than some of the really crass and crude things that Trump has said about immigrants. It's almost like if it comes out of Trump's mouth, it's excusable, but if it comes out of someone else's mouth, it creates an uproar.
It still shocks, and it still lands the way a comment like that should land. And it's interesting. I'd heard that theory, too, from some people talking about the fact that what that comedian said is something, again, Trump has never said that specifically, but he has insulted all sorts of groups and really failed to pay a political price. But because it was someone else where perhaps different standards and norms still apply, that's what, really made that comment insulting Puerto Rico go viral in a way where it might not have had it come, ironically, in prime time out of the keynote speaker's mouth, Donald Trump.
I want to share, Ashley, with you and with Rhonda some of our exit poll analysis from our Washington Post team. Nationally, roughly 1 in 10 voters have been Hispanic. It's similar to what we saw in 2020. That's according to the early network exit polling. And Harris won a slight majority of Hispanic voters nationally, but significantly underperformed how Joe Biden did in 2020. The Hispanic vote is one that we've been watching very closely, Ashley, because of the fallout of that Madison Square Garden rally and so many Puerto Rican activists and celebrities coming out very vocally and supporting Kamala Harris in the aftermath.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Before those comments, right, which it looked like might really galvanize Puerto Rican voters, especially there's a not insignificant population of them in the critical state of Pennsylvania. In talking to Democrats, there was a sense that these challenges that Harris was having, some were unique to her and her campaign and this cycle and running against Donald Trump. But some were going to be, regardless who won or loses tonight, something that the Democratic Party in general was going to have to grapple with in the years to come, which is that Latino voters have been sliding away from them, or certainly not in the margins that they would like to win them by for a number of cycles now, right? And this one just might be the most stark. And the same one, the same challenge with Black male voters. And, someone said to me, look, I don't think this is a Vice President Harris problem. This is that these groups of voters see the Democratic Party as a bunch of woke expletives, and we're not speaking to them, and we're going to lose them if that doesn't change.
Another detail from our exit polling, Rhonda, about 7 in 10 Hispanic voters nationally rated the economy as either not so good or poor. And then, of course, that's the question about how much the economy and people's belief on who could improve the economy factored into this vote today.
Yeah, I mean, that could be a lot of what we're seeing of why some places are breaking for Trump more so is because of the question of the economy, which is so interesting because again, when Biden was in the race, this was an issue he was trying to fight, is the perception of the economy. The economy had some good indicators. Inflation actually last week went down a few percentage points, so much so that the Federal Reserve feels it's going back to normalizing, but people aren't feeling that in their pocket. And we know a lot of people vote based on what they feel in their pocket, what type of bills they're paying at their kitchen table. So just the perceptions of how the economy is doing could have been a very strong motivator for a lot of voters who decide to go with Trump, because they're thinking that the incumbent presidency, which includes Harris, of course, isn't doing what they need to do to bring these costs down.
Ashley, do we have a sense of what's in store for Donald Trump and J.D. Vance tonight in terms of speaking, coming out, greeting their fans tonight?
So my colleague Marianne, who you guys had on a bit earlier, had heard from someone in Trump's orbit that he was likely to come out somewhat, that we were likely to hear from him somewhat soon. I'm a little skeptical of that, but we'll see. I will say yesterday when I was with Trump, Jason Miller, a senior advisor, came out and kind of spoke to the reporters who were traveling with him, and we were asking, what will be your metric or your standard for declaring victory, right? Will it be when the Associated Press calls it? How will you determine? And Jason said, look, when we get to 270 votes, and again, he didn't say who was going to be the arbiter of how legitimate those 270 were, but he basically said when we get to 270, that's when he is going to come and declare victory. Which is all to say, I think that as soon as he humanly can, when it gets called, or it looks very clear that it will be called in his favor, if that's how this ends. He, as he said yesterday, he's been waiting for this for 4 years. He wanted the results last night. He wants to be a winner. He wants to be the president again. So as soon as he can possibly do that, he will do that.
Thanks so much, Ashley Parker, reporting for us live from Florida. We have more reporting from battleground states right after this. Stay with us.
We will put America first, and we will take back the nation that we all love.
Do we trust women? Do we believe in reproductive freedom?
If we don't win, this country is finished. I really believe that.
It is time for a new generation of leadership in America.
Polls are now closed across the country, except for Hawaii and Alaska, and the presidential race is so close. The balance of power in Congress is also on the line tonight. Let's give you some updates. Senator Tim Kaine has won re-election for Senate in Virginia, and we can now report that Kamala Harris has won Oregon, according to the Associated Press. We are still waiting for results in the battleground states. Let's go to James Hohmann, who's talking us through the numbers all night tonight. James, what are you watching right now?
Well, you can see the presidential map is filling in with Oregon, as you just mentioned. Still no calls from the Post on the 7 states, but it does appear that Trump sort of has an advantage in at least 6 of the 7. Too soon to say with Nevada. Now we're watching the blue wall. The last several elections, these 3 states tend to move together. And we're still sort of waiting on all the suburban numbers to come in. We have gotten some numbers. Harris is getting a lot of votes in the suburbs, but while Trump seems to have an edge in all 3 states, there's still a clear path for Harris, if she gets enough votes from the suburbs, to pull these 3 states out. And if all 3 of these states tip her way, she gets 270 electoral votes and the presidency. So still neck and neck, too soon to make any calls.
All right, James, I want you to just talk us through some of those states there. We've talked about Georgia and North Carolina. You've talked about the blue wall states up there at the top. Do we have a sense of when we might see some more returns come in? And then, of course, we've got Arizona over there to the west. We've heard from our colleague Blair Guile tonight that we could be in for a long night there. Yeah, I mean, amazingly, we got half of Arizona right away. I expect in the next couple of hours, it's 11:35 on the East Coast. I think we're going to get some ballots from Milwaukee. Right now only half of the vote from Milwaukee is in, and that's usually, honestly, what decides how the state breaks. Milwaukee typically comes in last. You can see with half the vote in, Harris is getting 90,000 more votes than Trump. And so if she's able to keep this margin, maybe get a little bit higher, that could be enough to offset what does appear to be Harris underperformance in western Wisconsin. Harris is overperforming expectations in the suburban counties around Milwaukee, and she's sort of underperforming in the rest of the state, including Brown County, which is where Green Bay is. This is considered a bellwether, and you can see, even though only a third of the vote is in, Trump is leading heavily there. So the question is are there enough votes in Milwaukee, Madison, and the Milwaukee suburbs for Harris to win this race, which right now, to be sure, does favor Donald Trump. Thanks so much, James. Rhonda, when you see those numbers, what are you reflecting on in terms of how Trump set up his path to victory and how Harris set up her path to victory?
Well, it does appear that he was able to energize male voters. We are finding that in the exit poll. But again, we just don't know enough to know if the strategies work. I think when we have a final result, we'll be able to kind of figure out and dissect what happened and if the strategies worked. But it does appear also that the economy was on a lot of voters' minds, likely in Wisconsin, where James just took us through. So again, that was something that might have driven a lot of voters Trump's way.
J.M. Rieger is at Howard University right here in Washington, D.C. tonight at the Harris campaign event. J.M., we have you here in Washington, but you have been all over the country on the campaign trail talking to voters far outside the Beltway. So talk to us about what you've been encountering as you've covered the Kamala Harris campaign.
All right, Jim Sciutto, thank you so much.
You know, it's notable, Libby, because when we talk to voters on the ground in these 7 key battleground states, they told us over and over again, voter after voter told us it felt like 2008. They said it felt like Obama-level enthusiasm, and we heard that also from campaign officials on the ground, from local Democratic representatives on the ground, and especially in Michigan and Wisconsin. I had one voter who I circled back with last night in Michigan who has been canvassing the last week or so, who told me that it just feels different this time. He consistently votes Democratic and, you know, was devastated after the 2016 election and said that it felt different this time around than it did in 2016. So, you know, the enthusiasm and the vibes, if you will, you know, we talk about how whether or not it's a vibe election or not, those were there. The enthusiasm was there. We were at the rallies, and these were some of the most enthusiastic rallies that you know, I've ever been to. Now, I will note, Libby, that we did talk, you know, we talked shortly ago in the broadcast about former President Barack Obama's remarks about especially young black men, but about young voters, and Rhonda was just talking about young men. I will say I came across some canvassers and some other officials who did say they were running into young men at times who were talking about how they liked the COVID check that they got in Donald Trump's final year in office in 2020. That is a specific issue that came up with multiple people that I encountered, especially in Michigan and Wisconsin. And, you know, whether that affected perceptions for these voters is unknown. But what these officials told me was that they were working to combat what they called the misinformation, and they used the COVID check the COVID stimulus check as an example of that, but that they were working to combat the misinformation. They felt like they had been doing a good job of it, but, you know, we'll obviously have to see whether that enthusiasm sort of plays out throughout the night. But it was notable that we were consistently hearing that in those blue wall states as we traveled over the past few weeks.
Thanks so much, JM. Our colleague Maeve Reston is reporting that a lot of Harris's VIP guests, including friends and family, are just awaiting her speech tonight. So we do expect to hear from her, and that the crowd that was once really jubilant earlier in the night is now pretty quiet and tense. And we get a sense of that as that background of JM as he listens there to what's going on as they watch the race returns that we are also watching. Rhonda, some other things to point out tonight in New Jersey. We had a very clear Senate win there for Andy Kim. No surprise there. The Democrat won the Senate, projected winner there. Really interesting to see what he will do in the Senate after, of course, Bob Menendez finally agreed not to run for re-election due to the legal troubles that he's been in. What are you watching in the Senate and House tonight?
Still waiting on some confirmation from Ohio. That's always been a toss-up. It has consistently been, I think it's the only race that has consistently been a toss-up. The other ones that were sort of in the middle have leaned Republican or leaned Democrat. That's the one that's been consistent. So still waiting for confirmation there. Michigan, also an important race. Alyssa Slotkin and Mike Rogers. That is sort of a race that is about national security. They both have bona fides in that area, and that's sort of what their campaigning has been about, is their knowledge on those affairs. Also, I believe we're still waiting for Texas Senate. I'm not sure. I might have not been paying attention if we called it, but I do not think we did. That was another very close race between the incumbent, Ted Cruz, and Colin Allred, who is a House member right now, but he has been able to do something that we did not see Beto O'Rourke do when he ran up against Cruz. That's been a tight race, even though that state has been leaning toward Trump. The margins between Allred and Cruz have been very tight. So I would say those are the three that I'm still watching.
Yeah, we have not called the Texas race,
Okay.
although Ted Cruz is doing a lot better than Colin Allred at this point. I will point out that Adam Schiff has been called as the winner of the California Senate seat. No surprise there, really. As soon as polls closed, he was determined to be the projected winner. But that really elevates his position after being someone who was a big leader in the House. He will now take over that Senate seat, Rhonda.
Yeah, I remember during the primary season when he was running to be the general nominee, speaking to a person knowledgeable about that race, saying that the fact that Adam Schiff is someone who could tell Californians that he is opposed to Trump, he has a record opposing Trump, that really helped him. That was a calling card for him. He, of course, was someone who was an impeachment manager in the first impeachment of Donald Trump from the House. So again, that California race wasn't a big surprise, but notable.
Rhonda, we have big news in a key battleground state. We're hearing from our election insights team that we can now make an important race call. The AP and Edison Research are projecting that former President Donald Trump will win North Carolina, delivering him 16 electoral votes. Let's go to James Hohmann. James, this is the first battleground state to be called tonight, and it goes to Donald Trump. Walk us through how.
You can see it's turned red here on our screen, and the Tar Heel state really is the one that keeps getting away for Democrats. Barack Obama carried it by 30,000 votes in 2008. It has been heavily targeted every election since, and Democrats continue to fall short. Remember, Josh Stein, the Democrat, won the sitting attorney general, won the governor's race, but enough split ticket voting. We feel comfortable saying Trump's going to win. Harris just didn't get big enough margins in the research triangle around Raleigh and around Charlotte. And Trump did really well in all of Western North Carolina. Turnout was high despite Hurricane Helene. This is Asheville, which is a Democratic stronghold. And Harris not getting the number of African-American votes that she needed in some of the more predominantly African-American counties, and that's going to go ahead and make the difference. With more than 90% of the vote in, you can see it's about 130,000 vote margin.
Thanks so much, James. Rhonda, as we look at our exit polls and drill down into North Carolina, you can look at how different racial and ethnic groups voted, and white voters, 61% for Donald Trump. Black voters, 87% for Kamala Harris. The question, though, is turnout. How did people ultimately turn out?
Yeah, and it's notable also to see that there was definitely some ticket splitting action in here. We were able to call the race for the Democratic governor-elect, and now this state goes to Trump. So it was in play when Harris was at the top of the ticket, when she became the nominee. That's when things sort of tightened up. She did a lot of campaigning there, but just wasn't able to bring things through there in North Carolina. I spoke to a researcher on ticket splitting because I felt like we would see that a lot in this election, and we've seen it play out a little bit. And one of the interesting things he told me is that those who split their ticket are often low information voters. Those are folks who aren't, seeking information about policy on one of the candidates. They either like the name recognition or they're familiar with them, but they're not going to do a deep dive. I thought that was interesting. So again, it looks like a place that Donald Trump, apparently his messaging worked well there, despite even having a problematic gubernatorial Republican candidate. That's where we're at right now.
Yeah. James, what else stands out to you in terms of exit polls as we look at North Carolina and then look at the picture nationally for how voters are weighing in on Trump versus Harris?
Well, check this out. Look at the raw data. Here's 2024, Trump 50.8%. We can flip over and you can see the map here. This is the 2020 map. Trump 50.7%. So when I talk about 2020 deja vu, you know, it was a coin flip, and in 2020 the coin flip pretty narrowly went Joe Biden's way, and it's still a coin flip in the air, and it could end up going back Donald Trump's way. Too soon to say, but it's pretty remarkable that he has the exact same vote share 4 years later, despite everything that's gone on.
Can you check in with Georgia for us, James, and show us what we know about that state?
Yeah, I mean, it continues. This is the 2020 map. 91% of the vote in, same amount as North Carolina. Trump has opened up a meaningful lead. He's up about 130-some thousand votes, and most of the blue blob, as it's called, around Atlanta is coming in. I've heard from Democratic and Republican operatives in Georgia that they think Donald Trump has a very clear edge, and that the people I'm talking to in Georgia say they would be surprised if Kamala Harris figured out a way to pull this out. I mean, what's interesting is Trump is actually getting above 50%. Chase Oliver, who is the Libertarian candidate nationally, he was the Libertarian candidate for Senate in Georgia in 2022, and that was what ended up forcing the runoff between Raphael Warnock and Herschel Walker. But in that election, Chase Oliver got 2%. Here you can see the Libertarian only getting 0.4%. So the third-party candidates are drawing far fewer votes than they did 4 years ago, and it's helping Trump stay above 50% in some of these swing states. And one of the big open questions is, we keep talking about the battlegrounds. Those are important. The Electoral College decides who's going to be president, but there is a scenario where Donald Trump could win a majority of the popular vote and the Electoral College, which highlights his sort of success in a place like Florida, but also he's overperforming in a place like California, how he did in 2020. So he's still losing the state, but doing a lot better. So unlike 2016 when Trump lost the popular vote while winning the Electoral College, he could very well win both.
So talk us through what Kamala Harris's path to victory could be at this point, James, most likely.
Yeah, so let's go to our path to 270 map. And so now we can turn North Carolina red because we've called it. So this leaves Trump with 235 electoral votes. You ask, what is Harris's path? The easiest path for Harris by far is to win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and boom, she's at 270. The alternative path is she wins Nevada, where Democrats have had a really good run there for a few years, and then she can, if she finds a way to pull out Arizona, and she wins Pennsylvania, she's still short, and so then she has to win Wisconsin, Michigan, or Georgia, and any of those three would put her over the top. On the other hand, Trump, now that he's won North Carolina, if he manages to win Pennsylvania, he's at 254, and that means that Georgia puts him at 270. So he could just win Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia, and then he could lose Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Nevada. So both candidates still have paths. Harris really needs to win at least two of the three blue wall states to have any chance of staying in this.
All right, let's go to Leigh Caldwell, who's at the Trump campaign event in West Palm Beach, Florida. So Leigh, update us on what the energy there is like as North Carolina's called for Donald Trump, and he sees some good signs in other competitive states.
Yeah, that's right, Libby. So they just announced in the room that Donald Trump has won the state of North Carolina, and that has sent the crowd erupting in cheers. Obviously, this is a state that Donald Trump had won in 2020, so important for him to win again. But that's just one of the many race calls that have been coming through the loudspeakers on the big screen that the crowd has been excited about. Most of those are Republican states that Trump was expected to win, but the energy is palpable. And one thing that we're learning is that House Speaker Mike Johnson is in his home district of Louisiana. He is now going to fly here to Palm Beach to join Donald Trump tonight at Mar-a-Lago and potentially eventually here at the Convention Center in West Palm Beach. I'm also told that Elise Stefanik, the fourth-ranking Republican in the House of Representatives, she just won her re-election in upstate New York, and she is also going to come here to Palm Beach. Of course, if Donald Trump wins the election, there's lots of rumors about Stefanik wanting to join the Trump cabinet. Of course, he has to win that first, but she has been a huge ally of Donald Trump's. There's other members of Congress who are already in Palm Beach at Mar-a-Lago, including Matt Gaetz, including Tom Emmer, the number 3 House Republican. And so Republicans at this point are feeling quite good, even though it's still relatively early and there are more results that have to come in. But the energy tonight is palpable. It's pretty good.
All right. Thanks so much, Leanne. Well, we're hearing from our Election Insights team that we can make some key race calls. In the presidential race, the AP is projecting that Harris will win Virginia, delivering her 13 electoral votes. And in a key Senate race, the AP is projecting that Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown will be ousted by Republican Bernie Moreno in the Ohio Senate race, flipping the seat for Republicans. James, tell us more about these two race calls.
Yeah, so let's start with Virginia. Kamala Harris was expected to win, but Joe Biden carried the Commonwealth by 10 points. With 83% of the vote in, Harris is only up by 4 points. She is underperforming, especially in some of the exurban areas outside of D.C. This sort of bodes poorly for Harris in places like Pennsylvania, because there are some demographic similarities between some of the places where she's underperforming in Virginia and some places where we're desperately waiting for returns from Pennsylvania. The Ohio Senate race is huge. This is one of the most significant calls we've made yet tonight, because it means that Republicans really have the Senate within reach. They just need one more pickup. Sherrod Brown was considered the ultimate political survivor as he sought a third term. Bernie Moreno is winning this because turnout was low in Cleveland. This is the area that Sherrod Brown used to represent in the House. You can see he's winning 67-30, but he's only getting 350,000 votes out of Cuyahoga County. He needed at least 50,000 more to really have a shot. And Bernie Moreno, a former car dealer who sort of embraced Trump, but comes across as more of a traditional establishment Republican, he ran fairly well in the suburbs of the 3 Cs, Cleveland, Columbus, and Cincinnati. So it's close, but this is a reflection of the fact that there's just less and less ticket splitting. There just were not enough Trump-Brown voters for Brown to survive. Back to you, Libby.
All right, thank you. James, with some important information there about those races. Rhonda, you've been watching the Ohio Senate race very closely. What does this mean for Democrats to lose Sherrod Brown in the Senate?
Well, it is a seat that they heavily sought. It was the most expensive U.S. Senate race this term, and potentially historically. A lot of money was fueled into Ohio very early. I remember some of the early ads for Moreno. He featured Trump, and even the ads that I saw when I was in Ohio last week mainly show Trump asking Ohioans to vote for Moreno. Moreno did not do a lot of direct campaigning to Ohioans. So this is this is a defeat for Sherrod Brown, who is sort of that old school politician who, you know, is walking and knocking on doors and knows his constituency. He's a very beloved senator in Ohio and politician because he also was Secretary of State of Ohio. He has good relationships on the Hill. Right now, Ohio has a junior senator in Moreno, and, you know, depending on what happens to J.D. Vance, you know, they will have 2 senators who are newcomers. So that may affect the constituency. I spoke with someone on the Brown campaign a few days ago. Just as James laid out, they were concentrating on the 3 Cs, those major cities in Ohio, but they knew that they needed to rely on ticket splitting. So from what we're hearing and seeing, that did not work out for them. But I'm sure there are going to be some unhappy Democratic voters in Ohio because he was a beloved senator.
We're hearing from our Election Insights team that we can now make a race call in another key Senate race. The AP is projecting that Republican Senator Ted Cruz will defeat Democratic challenger Colin Allred in the Texas Senate race. James, how did Ted Cruz protect his seat?
He really just tied himself to Donald Trump. Remember, they had a vicious campaign against each other for the Republican presidential nomination in 2016. But this year, Cruz basically doing better than he did in 2018 when he only beat Beto O'Rourke by 4 points, partly because Cruz is doing better than he did 6 years ago in the suburbs and exurbs around Dallas-Fort Worth, Austin, San Antonio, and then really running up the score in the rural part of the state. And with Texas being called, you can see we have exactly 50 Republican senators. That would mean if Trump wins, J.D. Vance would become the tie-breaking vote. And we're waiting on Montana, not a lot in. But let me tell you something really interesting. We've been talking about the blue wall a lot. Right now, in all 3 of the Democratic-held Senate seats in the blue wall, Republicans are leading, and they're leading by a greater margin than Donald Trump currently. In Wisconsin, Eric Hovde is ahead of Tammy Baldwin, the Democratic incumbent. In Michigan, where polls had showed Democrat Elisa Slotkin up quite a lot right now, 43% of the vote is in. Rogers is leading in ways and in places that suggest a very tight race. And in Pennsylvania, Bob Casey trailing Dave McCormick. So Republicans potentially, if this becomes a very good night for them, if they win Montana and they're able to pick up those 3 Senate seats, that could mean a 54 Republican seat majority. Now, that's not a sure thing, but if Trump wins and Republicans have 54 seats in the Senate, he can accomplish a lot more of his agenda than he could with 50 or 51 seats.
Yeah, Rhonda, let's talk about that. It really does matter. The margins are very significant and important, especially because the senators on the edges of the party, as we saw with Democrats, Kyrsten Sinema, Joe Manchin, can really have outsized voices. So tell us more about that 50 versus 51 versus 54 majority.
Well, if it were 50 or 51, then there would be a power sharing agreement. We saw that a couple cycles ago where half of Republicans had chairmanships. Democrats were able to have a +1 because they had Harris as a tiebreaker. And I remember talking to Gary Peters, who runs the Senate, the Democratic Senators campaign arm, that they were hoping or are hoping for that type of power structure agreement again. That's the wish, because they knew the odds were slightly against them. But margins matter because, as James pointed out, if he's elected and he has a Republican Senate that has a fair majority, they're able to do a lot more. One of the functions of the U.S. Senate is to put judges, federal judges, on the bench. We saw how active they were in the first Trump administration by putting a lot of right-leaning and further right-leaning folks on the bench and what that does. So that's also something to think about when you vote for your U.S. Senator, is how will that play with a president's agenda. We also, in the House, I don't know if we'll know the power structure in the House for a while, But say that goes Republican. They currently have, Democrats would need +4 seats in order to get the majority. But if there was a majority of Republicans to return, think of the sway that Donald Trump had over House Republicans in this last term. He was able to make phone calls and tell them to kill the immigration bill, the bipartisan immigration bill. So if he's able to be, the executive again, how much sway will he have over a Congress that is of his party?
Well, we have more live results and the latest from battleground states after this, so stay with us.
We will put America first, and we will take back the nation that we all love.
Do we trust women? Do we believe in reproductive freedom?
If we don't win, this country is finished. I really believe that.
It is time for a new generation of leadership in America.
It's now midnight on the East Coast, rounding up on 12:02 a.m. on Wednesday morning. Votes are still being counted in battleground states. You can see our building right there, the Washington Post in downtown D.C. The presidential race is too close to call, but Republicans are clinching some victories. Donald Trump is projected to win North Carolina, and we've gotten some big Senate seat news. Ted Cruz will hold on to his seat in Texas and in Ohio. Bernie Moreno has defeated Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown. Kamala Harris has won the state of Hawaii, according to the Associated Press. No surprise there, James, but still inching up a little more in that all-important tally for her in the Electoral College. Let's talk about what you are watching here just after midnight.
Yeah, I mean, you can see right now Harris has 209 electoral votes to 230 for Trump. Trump's 40 away from clinching the presidency. And we've just now, in the last 90 seconds, gotten some limited data coming in from the suburbs in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. Our Election Insights team believes that these suggest that the Election Day vote is not going to be good enough for Harris to be able to win those states. Michigan has a lot more outstanding votes in the suburbs and urban areas, so there's greater uncertainty about Michigan than Wisconsin. And depending on how you look at the data, you can still see a clearer path for Harris in Michigan than Wisconsin, but you'd much rather be Donald Trump right now than Kamala Harris, especially because she needs to win these blue wall states. Here's the latest from the Michigan presidential. You can see a lot of the vote has come in, and here's the latest from Wisconsin, which has fewer electoral votes, but where Trump is also in really the driver's seat.
Thanks so much, James. Let's go to Leigh Caldwell, who's down with the Trump campaign and his supporters in Florida. So, Leigh, let's talk about how the results are being interpreted by the campaign tonight and the people there in the room with you.
Well, Libby, the news for the Trump campaign for them is good news so far. They're pleased, absolutely pleased that the race is called for them in the state of North Carolina. They feel really, really good about the early returns in other states, including Pennsylvania. They like what they saw in Ohio. Even though that's not a battleground state, Donald Trump performed quite well there. They like the early returns in Michigan as well, especially that number remember that 60% of Hispanic voters, according to exit polls, backed Donald Trump. That is something that Trump was trying to do throughout this campaign, is to boost his support among Hispanics and black voters, especially black men and Hispanic men. One thing that is really interesting, I've been looking at the results, comparing the results from the presidential race to the Senate race. And because many of the battleground states overlapped with the competitive Senate races, and Donald Trump, as of now, without full results being in, has outperformed, run better than all Senate Republican candidates. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris has run worse. She has underperformed all Democratic Senate candidates in competitive states. And so that is something that is a really interesting phenomenon that we'll continue to examine, that Donald Trump is running ahead of the party. Kamala Harris is running behind the party when in some of these down ballot races, Libby.
Thanks so much, Leanne. Let's go to J.M. Rieger. J.M., we just heard from Leanne at the Trump HQ. How are things going at the Harris event there at Howard University?
The nerves and the anxiety is high, Libby. It's palpable. Just a moment ago, the campaign has been cutting in and out of music. Now you can, I'm sure, hear the music that's going. They're cutting in and out of that, and CNN's coverage of the election. A few moments ago, they cut in right after we called Hawaii and CNN called Hawaii for Kamala Harris. They cut in. There were some cheers behind me. And then right as CNN was cutting to its analysis of the remaining outstanding states, the campaign cut it back to the music. People are shuffling around. They're looking at their phones. Kind of, you can sense the tension in the air here as James has been going through all night where the numbers are right now. And Libby, you know, I got to say, you know, we came into this night and coming into this event here a few hours ago, the vibes at this event, the energy, it was electric. You could feel it. There were performances on stage. People were dancing in the crowd. That's all gone away at this point, and we'll see when and if, you know, Harris makes remarks and what's to come here at this point. But we've now gone a few hours with a combination of music and some occasional cut-ins to CNN's coverage.
Yeah, thank you so much, JM. The music playing to pump up the energy and cutting away from the news because it's not good news for Kamala Harris. Let's go to James Hohmann for more on what we're looking for. James, go ahead.
Yeah, so we have our post-pulse working, which we're really proud of, and pulls in lots of demographic data, really goes into the precinct level, compares to 2020 results, what we're seeing in other states. Very sophisticated model. And right now in Michigan, just to give you a sense of 2020 deja vu, you can see, look at this. The forecast is 50% Trump, 50% Harris, a tie. And the more that results come in, the closer the race gets. It's really remarkable. A little different in Wisconsin, but still really within the margin of error. Our current forecast is Trump at 52% of the vote, but you can see the range of potential outcomes here. So there's a way that Harris clearly could still win, and for Trump, and then the final blue wall state, the biggest prize of them all, also just neck and neck, tight as a tick. Our forecast shows 51% for Trump, 49% for Harris. You can see the bands are slightly separate. Again, you'd rather be Trump than Harris. This is going to be really close. But Trump seems to have the slight edge at this hour.
Rhonda, when you see those numbers, what is on your mind?
Well, it's as Leanne described, it's as JM described, that both campaigns are having, a different night. I think with the Harris campaign, I would assume that they would have figured that it would go down to the wire like this, but it's different to feel it. So it is interesting to hear about, the music going in and out, how it feels a little deflated right now. But as James pointed out, we're still neck and neck in some of the last key remaining states. So We're just waiting to see. But again, I'm going back to what polling has been telling us for more than a year, that this was always going to be tight, that this was always going to come down to handful of votes. So that's where we're at.
Rich Matthews is in North Carolina, where Donald Trump won the state's 16 electoral votes. Rich, Democrats thought they might be able to flip this state, but couldn't ultimately pull it out. Tell us more.
You know, important to mention that that Donald Trump thought this state was in play as well. That's why his campaign was here every single day for the past 5 days. You don't do that unless you think either you can lose the state or win the state. So I will say, though, it is still North Carolina, despite everybody saying it was in play, it's not a purple state when it comes to presidential politics. The only Democrat to win here this century was Barack Obama, and that was back in 2008, where he won 49.7% to 49.3%. So not, not a big win at all. And that's the only Democratic victory in a presidential race here since 2000. And he also, by the way, Obama failed to win in 2012, his second attempt. Now, I just spoke to the Wake County Republican chair, and she talked to me a little bit about the philosophy that that they used in the ground game here. And it is interesting. She told me that they really heavily targeted low propensity Republican voters. Everyone knew that they needed a couple thousand or a few thousand more votes to lock this thing up for Donald Trump. And they felt like rather than go try to reach across the aisle and convince Democrat voters to vote for Trump, which would be a hard sell with some of his policies, they decided to not focus on independent voters in this state, of which there are a lot, but instead they just wanted to kind of, for lack of a better term, wake up those already registered Republican voters who just hadn't voted in recent years, and that they felt like was where they would get the difference maker, just those few thousand votes. Here at the hotel, obviously we're standing in the parking lot. We're outside now because the party has officially ended, but unofficially there's still a lot of people in the lobby. I walked in right as we called the race, the AP called the race, several other news organizations called the race, and it was what you would expect, a lot of hugging, cheering, toasting, and again, winning North Carolina, it doesn't give Donald Trump the presidency by any means, but the folks here in North Carolina feel like they've done their job helping him win the state for the third straight time.
All right. Thank you, Rich Matthews, staying up later than everybody else in North Carolina, and we so very much appreciate it. Thank you, Rich. So, Rhonda, we can dig more into the exit polls tonight as things go on, so we can get a better sense of what was on voters' minds. But one thing that's very clear is the economy was front and center for a lot of people. Mm-hmm. But it is so interesting because there are so many good indicators in the economy right now. So where's the disconnect?
Well, the disconnect may be that Democrats, and this is something that happens in many cycles, it's hard to sell some of the things that they put through. There were some pretty impressive packages that went through Congress in the Biden term. I'm thinking of the CHIPS Act. I'm thinking of the infrastructure bill, the bipartisan infrastructure bill. Those things aren't felt to voters until years later. So they are harder to sell. When, bridges are being built in your community or your airport is getting fixed. But they did try. I mean, I've been to airports where you do see the Biden infrastructure plan, a big sign up there. But those are things that are hard to convince the American public when there has been inflation, price gouging, when, the core materials that you buy at your grocery store are higher than they were during the Trump administration. That really doesn't have a lot to do with Trump, but it has, there is a sense that the incumbent is responsible for that. And Harris, being attached to the incumbent, inherits that type of problem. So that is something that even when Biden was at the top of the ticket, he had a hard time combating, selling that his administration did a lot of things that will be felt later on. I'm also thinking of bringing some of the prescription drug costs down. There have been black voters talking about, well, the Biden administration did bring some of my prescription drugs down. Diabetes medication is one of them. But again, if you're not feeling that in your pocket saliently, you may not vote on that just yet. So a lot of times the accomplishments of an incumbent presidency, they're not felt until years after they're gone.
Let's go back to James Hohmann, who's watching the latest numbers, tracking in the Senate. Tell us more, James.
Yeah, so right now you see Republicans have 50 Senate seats, which means that if Trump wins, J.D. Vance would become the president of the Senate, could break ties. But Nebraska, which has been one of those unexpectedly competitive races this fall, Dan Osborne, a former union organizer, running as an independent, giving Deb Fischer a really tough race. It does seem it's too soon to call for sure, but Deb Fischer has really opened up a meaningful lead, although it's only 18,000 votes, actually quite a tight race. But if Deb Fischer can hold on to her lead with some of the kind of the areas that are outstanding or more rural areas that should favor Fischer, then what that would do is, even though we're still waiting for Montana, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Arizona, and Nevada to be called, that would give Republicans 51 and would mean that they would definitely have a majority. And then that means that all eyes turn to the House. And so far, it's sort of a mixed picture. These are the bellwethers that I've been paying close attention to as returns come in. And it really does feel like these are tending to follow the direction of the presidential. And that bodes pretty well for Republican hopes of holding on to the House. Michigan 7, I think, is one of the really interesting House battlegrounds, just because it is like the swingiest district in Michigan. It's in central Michigan. It includes the state capital of Lansing. It's currently held by Elisa Slotkin, who gave it up to run for Senate. It's a seat that Trump won in 2016, and it's a seat that Biden won in 2020. And right now, Tom Barrett, the Republican, these are two state senators, Barrett is ahead 14 points with a lot of the vote in. This was thought to be one of the bellwether House district for which party would win control, and Barrett really pulling away. So this is a very hopeful sign for Republicans as they hope to have unified government controlling the House, the Senate, and the White House. And if they do, they could really have a trifecta and advance quite a lot of a potential second Trump administration agenda.
Thanks, James. Let's go to Joe Snell in Georgia, where the Cobb County Democratic Party event has wrapped up, but Joe is still there. So, Joe, talk about sort of the energy or the direction that things are going in the Georgia suburbs.
Yeah, Libby, we're outside a Harris Watch party in Cobb County. We were inside the party earlier. It wrapped at 11:30. People have been slowly trickling out over the past few hours, but the vibe here was relatively positive. We spoke with the chair of the Cobb County Democrats, Essence Johnson, about some of the things she was seeing and hearing. She said Cobb County did better among Democrats than expected. Now, as we've said, it's still too early to call the state, but there are some things that we can take away. Georgia's on track to surpass the 2020 voter turnout, according to state officials. If everything's on the pace that we've seen, the state turnout will be over 5 million votes. All eyes now are on Gwinnett County. It's a suburb of Atlanta. It's been slower than other counties to report its results, and it's a crucial area for an election victory. Libby, back to you.
Thanks so much. Joe reporting for us from Georgia. So, Rhonda, let's talk about what it would mean if Donald Trump is able to win the White House and has the Senate and the House. You know, James sort of talked about how that could be a real open door for a lot of Trump policies, but what are the practical implications of that?
Well, it could be if he has both chambers. It could be an open door for him to do things like, a ban on abortion or more restrictions on that. I wouldn't see that happening because you probably wouldn't have a majority of Republican senators who vote that way. But many agenda items that do require Congress might be ushered through if he has both houses and no firewall. If he has perhaps a Republican Senate but a Democrat-led House, I would see something similar to what we experienced in his first administration, where you had House Democrats make sure they wear that firewall, who were closely watching, some of the unprecedented moves that he made that did culminate into not one but two impeachments from the House. So I would expect a lot of tension on the Hill if both chambers, if the chambers are split. I think what will be interesting is to see how big the majority, whether it's Democrat or Republican in either chamber, go, because when you have a slim majority, that means that forces a little bit more compromise. So you wouldn't have sort of that open door to Trump policies getting through. But it's going to be really interesting to see.
We're joined now by Yvonne Winjet Sanchez, democracy reporter who covers Arizona for the Washington Post. Yvonne, thank you so much for joining us. What are you watching in Arizona tonight?
Largely the margins between Kari Lake, who's running for the Senate, and Donald Trump, who is leading Kamala Harris for the race for the White House. I'm trying to get a sense of sort of how voters wrote, particularly Republican voters and independent voters, and what they saw as like the defining difference between these two candidates. I'm also watching the races that tend to be way less sexy than the top of the ticket races. So that's everything for control of local level races that help decide election policy in Maricopa County, which is home to most of the state's voters and has really seen multi-pronged attacks on voting systems since Donald Trump lost in 2020. And really curious to see how Democrats are going to be reacting to these margins in the coming days. Arizona always takes a long time to finish counting ballots. We've been told that it could take as many as 13 days because we have 2 sheets this year, which is something we haven't seen in nearly 20 years. And so I do expect several races to go down to recounts, and that'll be the biggest thing that I'll be watching.
Let's talk about why the ballot is so long this year. Literally 2 sheets. People have had to feed into the machines the 2 forms. Why are there so many things on the ballot?
Well, there are 11 additional things on the ballot this year because the Republican-controlled legislature referred all sorts of issues to the ballot, which sort of forced that second page. But we also saw a lot of judges, trial bench judges who were up for retention. We saw local bond and override election or contests that, depending on where you lived, you might see more or less of them. And we saw abortion and we saw ranked choice voting on the ballot, along with a host of other races, House races, U.S. House races, up and down the ticket, county level races. On average, in Maricopa County alone, there were 79 contests. It was a long, long ballot, and it took voters who showed up today a very long time to get through it, some as many as 45 minutes.
Yvonne, stay with us. I want to go to James Hohmann to talk about the latest numbers out of Arizona and then get you to respond to some of what we're seeing. James, can you talk us through what you are seeing in Arizona?
Mind-blowingly close race. It feels like 2020 deja vu. 50.6% of the vote is in, and it's 13,000 votes separating the candidates. Harris, so far, with not enough in to really draw conclusions, underperforming Biden a little bit in the county that includes Tucson, Pima. Second biggest in the state is where the University of Arizona is. But this is a state where, as Yvonne was explaining, the vast majority of the votes come from Maricopa County. This is a district where Joe Biden actually became the first Democrat since Harry Truman to carry Maricopa County in 2020. And I mean, this is one of those states that has really evolved pretty dramatically. And so you can see the presidential, we just got a little bit more. Look at the Senate race too. We saw Ruben Gallego's speech a little bit ago. It's too soon to call, but you can see that Gallego is ahead by 6 points with the same electorate where Trump is ahead. So good sign for the Democrat in holding a Senate seat. Kyrsten Sinema is giving it up, but way too soon to call what's going to happen in the presidential.
Thanks so much, James. I want to go back to Yvonne. Yvonne, you said one of the things you were looking at is sort of this difference, this gap between where things are at in the presidential contest right now in Arizona and where things are at in the Senate race there. As James said, too soon to call it. But what is your sense going into tonight, how there could be some gaps there?
So we've done a lot of reporting. Me, my colleague Liz Goodwin, who follows the Senate, Josh Dothie, we've done a lot of reporting on how, like, the vibe around Kari Lake. She ran for governor in 2022. She lost by 17,000 votes, and she, has refused to concede. She's traveled the country. She spent a lot of time out of state, in Mar-a-Lago, in other states, sort of evangelizing the election denialism movement. And a lot of people feel, a lot of Republicans, even very MAGA Republicans, felt as though she just wasn't being honest, and there was just sort of something off about the way she was handling the electoral outcome in 2022. She also had a very big about-face, a very big change of heart on the abortion issue that cost her votes among very loyal Republican family values, Christian conservatives. She went from supporting, an 1867 territorial abortion ban to suddenly being okay with whatever the states decide. And for a lot of people, that felt as though she wasn't really being true to values that they thought that she held. That cost her support. And then you just have, I think, a lot of bleed among moderate Republicans who, have had some doubts about her for a long time in the last couple of years. And the way that she handled her loss just sort of deepened, the trust issues that they had with her.
Thank you so much, Yvonne. I know you will be watching for what happens. It may be a very late night and some long days for you. Really appreciate your reporting.
Thanks so much.
Our colleague Jorge Ribas is in Pennsylvania at an event for Republican Senate candidate Dave McCormick. So, Jorge, let's talk about what's going on there.
Yeah. So, Libby, as results have been coming in all night, there's been cheers from the crowd behind me. And especially when they show the Pennsylvania results, which are still too close to call, but the crowd cheers when they announce McCormick is running against Senator Bob Casey. Now, what's interesting about David McCormick's businessman, he's run before. So in 2022, he ran against Dr. Oz for the Senate. Now, he was not the Trump-endorsed candidate then. Dr. Oz was, and he lost against Dr. Oz. I was actually at the event for McCormick that night. He lost. And so, here we go, a few years later, and McCormick is endorsed by Trump. He's been at Trump's events, and right now it's looking very tight. Now, Senator Bob Casey would be his fourth term that he's running for. His name resonates all throughout Pennsylvania. His father was the governor here in the 80s and 90s. And McCormick's run a strong campaign against him. And I actually, earlier tonight, when I was talking to some of the staff here, they were cautiously optimistic, I should say. And they were saying that they were expecting a good night. I just ran into one of the staffers later on tonight, just about 10 minutes ago, and they were obviously had been thrilled with the performance so far. They were looking to see votes coming in from Philadelphia and other counties there, but they were very happy with what they've seen in his performance so far. I talked to a supporter earlier tonight who was down here on the floor, and I asked him about just, whether he had, he told me that he had family members who were not comfortable voting for Trump, but were splitting their tickets and voting for McCormick in this race and not voting for Trump, or maybe just leaving that blank. But they were tired. They wanted someone new in the Senate. The Casey's been here for 3 terms. They wanted someone new. And maybe that's what we're seeing tonight. This is a very close race. We're certainly watching it. It's too close to call both the presidential and the Senate race here. But as you can see behind me, the music's blaring. People are very happy. The mood has been uplifted over the course of the night. So we'll be here to the wee hours of the morning watching how this changes and as the votes come in.
Thanks so much, Jorge. Well, more live results and the latest from the states we are all watching, those battleground states. We'll have all of that coming up. Stay with us.
We will put America first, and we will take back the nation that we all love.
Do we trust women? Do we believe in reproductive freedom?
If we don't win This country is finished. I really believe that.
It is time for a new generation of leadership in America.
This is live coverage of the 2024 election from the Washington Post. We are watching the vote counts inch up in the key battleground states that will decide the presidential election. The only one called so far is North Carolina, which went for Donald Trump. James, we are watching a lot of the indicators. So far, it's been a good night for Republicans. Give us a sense of the latest.
So let's look at Pennsylvania, the biggest, most crucial prize in the presidential and a neck-and-neck Senate race. Erie is considered really like the bellwether. It's only 2% of the population of the state, but it does tend to move with the electorate. Donald Trump won it in 2016, Obama won it in 12, Biden flipped it back in 20, and tonight, with almost all of the votes counted, Trump is going to win it, only by 2,000 votes, and that might end up mirroring what we see statewide, which is a very close race, but Trump on top. And so that, I think, is a very telling bellwether. The other bellwether that people had been focusing on was Lackawanna County. This is noteworthy because it's the home of Scranton, which is Joe Biden's original hometown. Biden went and campaigned there over the weekend. There was a lot of effort by Democrats to hold it. And Harris came out on top, but not that much. She's narrowly winning by about 3,000 votes. And so, I mean, those two bellwethers highlight really a divided state. And when you look statewide, you can see, still neck and neck, but Trump has a bigger lead right now over Harris than he did certainly in 2016 and than he ever did in 2020. But we're still waiting for more votes from the 4 collar counties around Philadelphia. And if that is the vote that's still out, it could mean that Harris still has a path. You can look at our latest post-Pulse model from Pennsylvania, which shows Trump forecasted to get 51%, Harris 49%, and you can see those bands. It looks like Trump is on track for maintaining a narrow lead, but we're just really watching to see the margins that come in really the Philly suburbs. I mean, if you look at Allegheny County, that's where Pittsburgh is, Harris underperforming what Biden did, and Trump overperforming how he did in sort of the what still remain Republican exurbs. Butler County, which is where Trump got shot at, hit in the ear. He's getting 66% of the vote. In Beaver County, where I went and interviewed a bunch of voters a few weeks ago, Trump is polling slightly better than he did in 2020. So Trump is getting strong turnout outside of Pittsburgh. And then in Allegheny proper, I mean, Kamala Harris is 94% of the vote is in. This is counted much faster than 4 years ago, where Allegheny took a really long time. We waited days and days for results. So this cushion that Harris has from the second most populous county in the state is already counting against her vote total here. So, it's still neck and neck, and I'll send it back to you.
Thanks, James. Let's go to J.M. Rieger, who's at the Harris campaign event tonight. J.M., how is the mood there? And do supporters there see a path to victory possible for Kamala Harris?
Yeah, the tension's still here in the air, Libby, and the crowd has thinned out slightly from what I can tell from our vantage point. My colleague, Amber Ferguson, has been out in the field talking to some of the supporters. She saw some folks praying, some folks holding hands. We haven't had CNN. We've talked about this back and forth between the music and CNN. We haven't had CNN cut in for a while here. There's definitely tension in the air, and the latest guidance that we have from the White House pool is that the Vice President president is still at the Naval Observatory, so we'll be keeping an eye on her movements to get an indication if and when she might speak here tonight.
JM, let's go down to Florida and Leigh Caldwell. Leigh, are we expecting to hear from former President Donald Trump tonight?
It seems like we could hear from him in the next half an hour or so. We're still trying to really nail down those details, but it looks like it's getting to that point in the night where Donald Trump and his team are feeling confident enough to come say something. We know in 2020 that he came out very, very late into the night, early Wednesday morning, days before the results were called, and he said that he thinks that he won the race. That was back in 2020 when he absolutely did not win the race. I'm trying to figure out what his message is going to be tonight. But the air of confidence that is coming from the Trump campaign, from his supporters, the fact that House Speaker Mike Johnson is flying from Louisiana to be here with Donald Trump tonight are all signs pointing in the direction that Donald Trump is relatively confident that he is going to win this race. The fact that he's going to come out at 1 a.m., which in recent elections is relatively earlier and much earlier than many predicted that he would be able to come out. So we're still trying to nail down those details. The crowd here is growing. People are still watching the TVs quite intensely, looking at those vote returns, but it is likely that Donald Trump could be here within the next half an hour, Libby.
All right, thanks so much, Leigh. Rhonda, as we look at the exit polls, which give us a sense of what people say about their choices in voting, what stands out to you?
Yeah, actually, you know, we've talked about groups based on gender, based on race, but I've actually been looking at some of the percentages when it comes to age. It is interesting that Harris did well with 18 to 29-year-olds. That probably was expected. She did well with 30 to 44-year-olds. But she did not have as much support as Trump had with 45 to 64-year-olds. And then she had better support with 65 and up. So if you look at this, it is interesting to see that she had sort of her coalition included folks who are at the beginning of their adulthood and sort of at the end. But it's those folks in the middle who seem to side with Trump a little bit more. I think that is one of the things that I'm finding fascinating. You know, perhaps it has something to do with the economy and the worries of folks who are middle-aged. The economy might be more closely felt to them, but it is fascinating to see that she did so well with folks who are 65 and over. And usually in election cycles, that is the group that turns out the most, certainly in primary races, but also in general. But she did very well with seniors and college-age students. So we can make of it as we deem later on once we get some more results, but that is interesting.
Looking at how people with different levels of education voted across the country, the exit polls show that people who are college graduates broke for Kamala Harris 57% to 40%. No college degree broke for Donald Trump 54% to 44%, Rhonda.
Yeah, and again, that's probably something that's similar. I'm also looking at our notes here to see where that is, but that is probably similar to his last elections. That is a group, those low propensity voters, and that doesn't necessarily mean low propensity voters don't mean you don't have a college degree. But he was looking at voters who were also low information, who weren't seeking out, you know, policy or anything like that. They're not active voters. So we'll again see once we have all the dust settled how it all worked out for Trump or Harris.
All right, we are watching to see how the campaigns deal with this moment as we're moving in towards 1 a.m. on the East Coast time. So, Rhonda, you know, there is this question of how crucial states like Pennsylvania are, what the paths to victory are. We've talked about how Kamala Harris needs to hit that blue wall because she's lost North Carolina. What are you watching in terms of who needs to break for her to find a path to victory?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if this race is as clean as other races where you can just divide it up on which groups outvoted the other. I think this was a turnout game, and that's what it will be in the end, is how many people turned out, not what types of people. So that's what I'm looking at, really, is the whole total number of how many Pennsylvanians came out for her, what messages worked mostly with them. But then again, most states are so diverse anymore. The message that you have in Pittsburgh may not work in Philadelphia. That message in Philadelphia isn't going to work with those people in Erie.
And the sources of people's media consumption and information is so diverse as well.
Exactly. Yeah. So I think we'll get a clearer view, of course, when we have some results to talk about. But it does show you that even though there is micro-targeting where campaigns can kind of funnel down who they need to talk to, what doors to knock on, even that may not be enough. I mean, when it comes to states being as diverse as they are, and every message may not work at each corner of each state.
So, Rhonda, as we approach this 1 a.m. time frame here, we knew this could be a long night, even stretching into days. That's nothing surprising. But I think a lot of people hoped it might just be sort of a clear sweep, just so that there wouldn't be a lot of sort of questioning and finger pointing and stuff like that afterwards. Also fears about Donald Trump casting doubt on the election results.
Yeah, you know, I'm thinking back to when Michelle Obama talked to the DNC, and that was a widely viewed speech. It got a lot of people encouraged and electrified. She did mention that turnout needed to be over and beyond. So I do believe that is a part of the Harris strategy, is to make sure turnout left no questions. But again, we're going to have to wait to see how everything settles up.
Let's go to our colleague Blair Gild in Arizona. Ruben Gallego spoke a little bit earlier there. Blair, he did not declare victory, but gave a very emotional speech talking to his supporters and family. Tell us about his race against Kari Lake, the Republican.
Absolutely. So we heard earlier from Ruben Gallego. He is urging patience to all of his supporters at this event. I'm at a Democratic watch party here in Phoenix. What I can tell you is that we know Arizona, according to election officials, is likely going to take 10 to 13 days to count. In 2020, it took officials 10 full days to have complete, full results reported. So Gallego, in his speech, urging optimism to his supporters and urging patience from the state of Arizona and those who cast their ballots today and all through early voting. We're still waiting on results, and that's kind of the vibe of the room here. There's been a shift in folks who are just waiting and being patient. Libby?
Thanks so much, Blair. We are watching Howard University there. You can see that stage where J.M. Rieger has been reporting from all night. We are watching to see what happens there with that crowd. Rhonda, such a palpable difference in the atmosphere and the vibe of what's happening down with the Trump fans in Florida and the Harris fans here at Howard University in D.C.
Yeah, you know, in preparation for this night, I, thought back to all the people that I've interviewed on the road, going back to the primary, the GOP primary. And a lot of voters, especially those who are Democrat or Democrat-leaning, felt this was a personal race.
So we have Cedric Richmond coming out. Let's go hear what he has to say to the crowd gathered at Howard University. Again, this is Cedric Richmond addressing the crowd at Howard at the Harris Waltz Watch Party.
Good evening, Howard. Good evening, HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Cedric Richmond talking to the crowd gathered there at Howard University. When he says go HU, he means Howard University, a very important HBCU right here in the heart of Washington, D.C. Saying, Rhonda, that we are not going to hear from Kamala Harris tonight. Those supporters are not going to hear from her, that the vice president will wait.
Right.
Let's talk about his tone tonight.
You know, it was upbeat, but we've seen this before when campaigns are still trying to figure out what in the world to do, what to say, what to make of things. But he did present still a little bit of confidence or hope that perhaps things may be different in the morning. I think addressing a crowd that had so much hope and energy behind Harris, of course, that's her alma mater, and seeing, you know, the crowd kind of peter out, as JM has been telling us, feel a little deflated. You know, Cedric Richmond had to come out in a way that was positive. But we'll hear more apparently tomorrow from the Harris from Vice President Harris as she addresses the nation.
So, James, you know, it sort of is that more votes to be counted, more states to get to weigh in. It, as Rhonda said, like, it has to be upbeat, but it also feels a little like don't give up yet.
I mean, that didn't sound very upbeat to me. That sounded like a guy who was pained and trying to put on a brave face. The Harris folks aren't feeling great. And this does sort of have this feels a lot more like 2016 right now at this hour than 2020. That speech that Cedric just gave felt a lot like what John Podesta said at the Javits Center in 2016, as Hillary Clinton also watched the three blue wall states sort of move in a place where she might not be able to grasp them anymore. And the path is getting narrower. We haven't made any other race calls in any of the 7 big states since North Carolina. But I mean, things are looking very good for Trump in Georgia. There is some path for Harris, but this is a pretty big margin to overcome based on the vote that's been reported. And then right now, in the 3 blue wall states, Trump is above 50% in all 3. We're still waiting for some suburban and urban vote, but you can see that Trump is kind of meaningfully ahead across all 3 blue wall states. And if he wins 2 of the 3 blue wall states, she really cannot win the presidency.
So, Rhonda, when you see those numbers, what are you still watching for tonight?
Just some more firm details. I think that's what everybody is watching for tonight. I will say, this is something that I was saying before we went to Cedric Richmond, is one of the reasons why you see, you know, a crowd deflated, and I'm basing this on the reporting I've done through the year, is that a lot of Democratic supporters felt this was a personal race. This was not a, you know, we'll wake up tomorrow morning and, you know, whatever happens, happens. A lot of people see Donald Trump as a threat, and seeing him return is a personal blow to them. So I am not surprised about JM telling us of how the mood has been for the last hour. I think a lot of Harris supporters also saw her kind of close that enthusiasm gap that we thought would hurt Democrats, but you know, I think there was a lot of hope in her message, and to see some of these states go for Trump in ways that may be surprising to some isn't going to sit well with a lot of voters. They felt like Trump was a personal threat to them. So this is far different from other presidential races we've covered before.
Let's go to JM Rieger, who is still there at the Harris event at Howard University. JM, talk to us about what's unfolding now.
You know, Libby, before Cedric Richmond spoke, they had some bleachers set up. You might be able to see them kind of in the far distance behind me, but there are a few sets of bleachers where some attendees had been stationed, had been sitting, and those had already sort of partially thinned out before he even took the stage. the mood is deflated. You can feel it in the air. You can feel the tension in the air. You can feel the anxiety in the air. My colleague Amber Ferguson, I mentioned, was talking to some of the attendees, was seeing what was going on. Folks were praying. Folks were holding hands. And right after Cedric Richmond finished talking, everyone, for the most part, headed for the exits. There are some folks who are still lingering around, but it is mostly emptied out.
Caldwell to get a contrast of how things are in Florida. Leanne?
So, Libby, well, Kamala Harris has decided not to speak tonight. It sounds like Donald Trump is going to speak and address his supporters tonight at the West Palm Beach Convention Center. I'm told by a campaign aide that he is, in fact, on his way here. I know that Speaker Johnson is still in the air, so I don't know if he's going to wait for some of these members of Congress and some of these high-level supporters and surrogates to join him. But he is on his way, and we can expect to hear from Donald Trump relatively soon. Libby.
All right, thank you. You know, Rhonda, we're seeing there images of West Palm Beach where Trump's team is gathered. You were talking about how the race is personal for a lot of people. It is for Trump supporters, it is for Harris supporters, but think about all those young people who go to Howard University who are gathered tonight to maybe see the first black woman president elected, the first South Asian president elected, and a first HBCU president elected. So it's personal in that way as well.
It could be, although when you talk to voters, Democratic voters or Harris supporters, the history kind of took a back seat. I mean, this cycle. It was a quick campaign, of course, for her.
It wasn't part of her message.
Right. It wasn't a part of her message, and oftentimes people weren't really saying that's why they're voting. It felt a little different from the Hillary Clinton and when Elizabeth Warren ran as well as a primary candidate. Felt a little different, where people felt the stakes were too high to solely focus on making history. So that I just know from my dispatches from the field, my talks with voters, it was more about Trump returning to the White House when a lot of people feel like they're still kind of reliving things like January 6th. I mean, think about in D.C., your drive here. I don't know if you also saw boarded up buildings and things we just did not experience prior to the Trump presidency. So a lot of people, you know, that's where they're feeling right now.
We're watching for Dave McCormick to come out. You can see there that podium. He is challenging Democratic Senator Bob Casey, who's running for re-election. As we've been watching these margins in Pennsylvania so tight, we're going to go to Dave McCormick when he takes the stage there, Rhonda. But let's talk about Bob Casey and the message he's tried to give to Pennsylvanians and hang on to his seat.
Yeah, incumbent, another Democratic incumbent candidate. He has been popular in the state. He, at one point, this race looked like a toss-up. Then it leaned Republican. Then it seemed to be back in his court. But this is, again, another race that we're watching to see where this incumbent goes.
All right, Dino Powell is there. Big smile on her face. That campaign is feeling very bullish tonight, as a lot of Republicans are really in some of these tightly contested states across the country. Dave McCormick had a failed run before, but has come back to try to take this Senate seat. Tell us more about him, Rhonda.
He ran against Dr. Oz in the primary back before the midterm, and Dr. Oz obviously lost that to Fetterman. But David McCormick is someone that Republicans felt very comfortable with when he first ran or tried to run for a Senate seat. And apparently his message may have broken through.
Well, we will see. The Casey family has a long legacy in Pennsylvania. His father was governor. It's sort of one of those dynasty families in politics in the state. I'm not at all related to them, just for the record. Jorge Ribas is there at the McCormick event, so he's been feeding us some lines and information about just what's going on there. They're gathered in Pittsburgh in the western part of the state, and I mean, the efforts by Democrats to get to so many doors and knock on so many doors in Pennsylvania, bring the message to so many people. Kamala Harris was hitting so many important regions of the state in the final days of the campaign.
Yeah.
Reflect on that for us,
One of the
Rhonda.
things that is interesting, talking about the Casey McCormick race, is I noticed that Casey was one of the Democratic incumbents who did campaign with Harris. Now, we didn't see that from Sherrod Brown. We didn't see that from John Tester. I believe we may be going to, maybe not. Yeah, we are going to Dave McCormick.
So we'll take a listen.
Thank you. What a great group of friends. We are so honored to have you all here today. And how about my wife, Dina Powell? So to say that Dina and I are partners in this whole thing, and I wouldn't have done it without her, is an understatement. She is, this is something we decided to do together, something that we felt honored to try to do. It was a mountain to climb. And none of this would have ever happened without Dina. So thank you, Dina. And now I want to just ask the question, who's ready to save America? We got to do it. We've got to do it. And listen, this election night's not quite over, but about 85% of the vote is in. And we've looked at where all the rest of it coming, and it looks like we're headed in a very good direction. And listen, when we started this, Dina and I looked at the country. We feel like we've been blessed by everything America has to offer, two of the luckiest people in the world. But that opportunity, that American dream is slipping away, and we got to get it back for every single Pennsylvanian and every single American. And we need new leadership. We need new leadership in the Senate to make sure that every single kid in Pennsylvania has the opportunity to be all that they can be, regardless of party, race, creed. We need to create opportunity for every single person. We need to create an economy that works for everybody. We need to secure our border. We need to have energy policy that protects the environment but also makes us secure and creates great jobs. The bottom line is we need leadership. We don't have it, and we're going to get it. And so, listen, in the coming days, the election results will be finalized. And when they are, we will look forward to a new agenda, a new America. And we'll look back on this day today, and we'll say that was the day that we turned the corner. That was the day that we had new leadership in Pennsylvania. That was the day that we got our country back on track. And, you know, some of you know, I think most of you probably know, I had the opportunity to go to West Point, and my brother went to West Point, and my mom and dad went with us to West Point for 8 years in a row. And they hadn't gone back for 35 years, and we took them back last fall. And with Dina's parents as well, and we walked past the MacArthur statue, and it has a very famous speech etched in granite. And the speech says, duty, honor, country. Those three hallowed words reverently dictate what you ought to be, what you can be, what you will be. They are your rallying point to build courage when courage seems to fail, to regain faith when there seems little cause for faith, and to create hope when hope becomes forlorn. And that makes sense to me because this is a moment where we don't have enough leaders showing courage. This is a moment where Americans are losing faith. This isn't a moment where America is losing hope, but we can turn that page. We can look forward. We can have an America that works for everybody. It starts now. It starts with this election. It starts right here in Pennsylvania. And so from the bottom of our hearts, we have been so honored to campaign across Pennsylvania, 450 visits in every little town and every city. And the people we've met along the way have given us hope. They've given us faith. They've given us courage to want to represent and serve the great people of our Commonwealth. It'll be the honor of our lifetimes. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Dave McCormick and his wife looking very happy tonight. Now, that race has not been called, and you heard him say that they're going to wait for the votes to come in, as is appropriate. But it is a good night for Dave McCormick right now, Rhonda.
It is. It is. And, you know, while we're still waiting for some details out of this race, as well as others, it does appear that Republicans are feeling confident that they might have a Senate majority. Again, we have not called that. But from the Republicans I'm hearing from in my email, there is an appearance to them that they may have a majority.
Yeah, they're feeling good. James, let's talk more about what we're seeing in the races for the Senate.
Yeah, let's talk about Pennsylvania just because McCormick was just on. Bob Casey is getting 47.9% of the vote, which is the exact same vote share that Kamala Harris is getting right now with 89% of the vote in. It really is a remarkable testament to what I think we're seeing today, which is the anti-incumbent mood in the country. The fundamentals really just favored the GOP. More than 70% of the country says that we're on the wrong track. Joe Biden's approval rating is below 40%. People feel like they're worse off economically than they were 4 years ago. And those strong headwinds mean that someone like Bob Casey, who was elected in 2006 to the Senate, but as you noted, his father served as governor. He held statewide office for a decade before he went to the Senate. He is getting punished with what is an anti-incumbent mood. You're even seeing it in Nebraska, where Deb Fischer, the Republican incumbent, faced an unexpectedly tough, hard-fought fight from an independent. And that incumbent disadvantage is really hurting Democrats across the industrial Midwest. And it is why Republicans are potentially in a position to end up with 54 Senate seats if things break their way at the end of the day.
All right, let's go to J.M. Rieger, who's been covering the Harris campaign for these many, many weeks. J.M., you are there now, still at Howard University. Talk to us about what we know tonight.
Yeah, Libby, Cedric Richmond, a senior campaign advisor, spoke a short while ago here and said that they would not be hearing from the vice president tonight, they being the rally goers, the attendees, those tuning in. And the crowd had already started to thin out headed into those remarks, especially in the bleacher areas. And now it is all but entirely empty here. The music stopped a short while ago and had been blasting throughout the night. We're only a few feet away from the speakers, so some of our viewers who have been with us for a while, I'm sure, heard that coming through here. So it is quiet, and it is a really stark contrast from where the night started out here at Howard. There was energy, there was electricity in the air, folks were dancing, there were multiple speakers, multiple performances in the early hours of the night tonight, and then we hit a stretch there where for hours we didn't hear from anyone. The event would cut in a few times for a race call. They were playing CNN's broadcast here or there, and it was, if there was a race call for Harris, the crowd would cheer. And there was that one moment where they started to go into where things looked at in the 7 key battleground states, and they cut away back to the music. Libby.
JM, thank you so much. We are hearing from our Election Insights team that we can now make a race call in a key battleground state. The AP is projecting that former President Donald Trump will win Georgia, delivering him its 16 electoral votes. So, James, talk us through how Trump was able to get this win in Georgia, which he very badly wanted after losing it 4 years ago.
Yeah, Trump lost 10,000 votes 4 years ago. This year, he is up 130,000 votes with 94% of the vote in. We held off on calling this. Others were calling it a little while ago, but there was a path for Harris in what's called the blue blob, affectionately by political strategists in both parties. And we thought that there could be enough votes for Harris, enough election day votes, but she just was not hitting the raw number she needed in the African-American counties in the Black Belt. And she did well in the suburbs, but not well enough. While Trump really juiced his numbers in rural Georgia and made some inroads in what's called the Black Belt because of the black soil, and it's agriculture country. So just not enough votes for Harris in the Atlanta suburbs, and 6% left, but we are certain Donald Trump is going to carry Georgia. Now, let me tell you, that's a very, very, very big deal because we called North Carolina, we called Georgia. That means that Kamala Harris must win Pennsylvania. There is no longer a path to the presidency for Kamala Harris unless she gets the Keystone State, where she is currently trailing. If Trump wins Pennsylvania, he gets to 270 votes, and he doesn't need Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, or Nevada. So this narrows Kamala Harris's path pretty starkly.
All right, thank you so much, James. Rhonda, reflections on what Georgia means here.
You know, I'm looking at some of the exit poll data from our team tracking this, and in Georgia, it does appear that she had similar share of black voters there supporting her as did Biden in 2020. Also, Georgia voters ranked the economy as their most important issue. Again, we've been talking all night about the perceptions of the economy, how a lot of people vote on how they feel at the grocery store, at the gas pump. Harris leads Trump among Georgia voters with a college degree. So that's not that surprising. But she did get a lot of support for younger voters. But as James just laid out for us, all of that appears not to have been enough for her in the state of Georgia. But just big picture, if you really think about it, you go back to the beginning of this cycle. Georgia was the home to where one of the strongest cases, criminal cases in Fulton County was underway. It would have been a different world, think about it, if that Fulton County case had marched through without the hang-ups that occurred. But it is interesting to think about he has just won a state that he also had been indicted in. And had, the phone call that he had been asking for election officials to find votes, interfering in the Georgia election in 2020. So it's really fascinating. He has won a state that he also had to be arraigned in.
When you put it in that context, Rhonda, it just is really a startling turn of events. Let's go to Leigh Caldwell, who's in West Palm Beach with all the folks gathered to support Donald Trump. Let's talk about what the mood is like there, Leanne, and what we're anticipating yet tonight. It's after 1 o'clock in the morning in Florida. What's happening?
We are waiting for Donald Trump to come on stage. He is expected to speak to the crowd tonight. Unlike Kamala Harris, who decided not to speak tonight, the night seems to be going better for Donald Trump. And I'm also starting to hear from Republicans and some Democrats about what happened in this election, why Donald Trump seems like he's on a path to winning this. Now, it's still early. We're still waiting for Pennsylvania. Things could happen. That entire blue wall, which was Kamala Harris's best chance at getting to 270 electoral votes, we're still waiting on those electoral results. So nothing is over, but I will say some of the analysis among political operatives is starting to happen. I heard from a Republican operative who has worked in politics for decades, who says that Kamala Harris was just a bad candidate, that she was out of touch. She was with where the spectrum of voters are ideologically, that she was a San Francisco liberal and she was easy to peg in that way. I'm hearing from Democrats who are wondering if maybe she didn't do enough work to reach out to Hispanic voters, especially in some of these battleground states. And so this is all very preliminary, but you can start to see the mood of each of the parties, where Democrats are starting to wonder what went wrong, and Republicans are starting to say, look, that Donald Trump ran a better campaign than Kamala Harris, and that's why they're in the position that they're in at this point. Libby.
All right, thanks so much, Leanne. I mean, I don't see how anyone could say Donald Trump ran a better campaign only because of the lack of disciplined messaging. But that may be what the American people wanted, Rhonda.
It may be, and I have, throughout this entire campaign and cycle, there are some things we just can't explain. I mean, we have a lot of analysis.
There's the showmanship, there's the entertainment value, there's the anger, like there's all sorts of things. But it's going to be fascinating to see. I mean, the campaigns always make sense, the results always make sense in retrospect, and we can always sort of unpack it once we actually know the results. But even Trump has been sort of listing in recent days as they've had more concerns. So this may just be a really quick turn on a dime. I want to just bring Jorge Ribas back with us because he's in Pittsburgh, where Senate candidate Dave McCormick spoke a few moments ago. Jorge, he seemed very upbeat, very positive. Let's talk about what's happening there in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, Libby, so the Senate candidate McCormick just spoke. You saw first his wife, Dina Powell, who actually was the deputy security advisor for Donald Trump. She also worked in the Bush White House. She came out and spoke first and then brought her husband on stage. And yeah, he was very upbeat. You know, he didn't declare victory. This is a race that's too close to call still, but he sounded very upbeat. His supporters here were very enthusiastic, cheering Dave, Dave, Dave when he came out. He said that, you know, he was going to wait. They were going to wait to see the results, but he was happy with what they've seen so far. He left the stage, and a lot of his supporters here have started filing out. It's still blaringly loud, so apologies if I'm screaming into this microphone. But yeah, I mean, he sounded very upbeat. This is something that was very surprising, you know, and actually reached out to a couple voters that I talked to in my time here. I reached out to a Trump supporter who was voting for McCormick in Allentown and texted with her, and she told me that she was shocked, you know, that she actually was shocked. She was surprised at how well not only McCormick but that Trump was doing here in the state. And then I reached out to a supporter I just met this morning who had just voted for Harris here in Pittsburgh, and who was actually very optimistic about her chances in Pennsylvania. I texted him just to see how his mood was. Again, he was shocked at how poorly he thought she was doing in this state. So really, it's been shocks all around for kind of both sides of this race, and you saw it here tonight with McCormick supporters. I mean, this was a close Senate race, but McCasey is an entrenched politician here, three-term senator here in Pennsylvania. So I think while they were optimistic before, there was a cautious optimism, which was, you know, supplanted by just being very thrilled at the end of the night so far. So again, they haven't declared victory. There's still a lot to go. They're still counting votes. But at the end of the night here, everyone's feeling very good here at the McCormick headquarters. Libby.
That's Jorge Ribas reporting from the Dave McCormick event there in Pittsburgh. Thank you so much, Jorge. James, let's talk about what we're watching in the House tonight.
There's this anti-incumbent mood, and Democrats are underperforming in the blue wall states. It is too early to call, but right now, with most of the vote in, 2 Democratic incumbents in Pennsylvania are trailing in what look like they could be big upsets. Matt Cartwright has been sort of the ultimate Democratic survivor. He's one of just 5 House Democrats who represents a seat that Trump carried 4 years ago. He campaigned with Joe Biden when others wouldn't. And with 98% of the vote in, he represents northeastern Pennsylvania. Robert Bresnahan is leading him. It's only 8,000 votes, so we can't call it yet. But then in another swing Pennsylvania race, Susan Wild, a Democratic incumbent in a swing district, is trailing also just by 8,000 votes with 97% in. So too soon to call, but there is this anti-incumbent mood. Democrats are doing a little bit better in some of the non-battleground states like New Mexico and New York.
James, I'm going to stop you there because we're hearing from our Election Insights team that we can now make a call on the balance of power in the Senate. The AP and Edison are projecting that Republicans will flip the Senate and gain control. Nebraska is the latest race, and that tips them over the margins they need. James, walk us through Deb Fischer's win and how we've gotten here.
So Deb Fischer pulled ahead. She still is, she's about 40,000 votes ahead of Dan Osborne, former union organizer, running as an independent. And Osborne, you can see, won the urban counties, basically in the Nebraska 2nd Congressional District. Kamala Harris getting that vote and he does well in the state capital of Lincoln. He does well in Omaha, but Nebraska is a predominantly rural state, and you can see the rest of the state went for Fisher, and there are enough rural votes to put the Republican incumbent over the top in an unexpectedly close race. And as a result of that, you can see here that we can call Republicans having the majority, 51 seats, and still 6 Senate seats to call, Montana being the most likely next Republican pickup. So Republicans will have a majority, and they potentially could have a somewhat sizable majority if these races continue to tip their way as the counts go on.
Rhonda, you cover Congress closely. What does it mean for Republicans to have a majority in the Senate?
Well, they're pretty excited about it. In fact, I was checking my email a little bit ago. I've heard a statement from Senator Thune, who could be the next majority leader in the Senate. Of course, Mitch McConnell said he was stepping down from that role, so that opens up an election for them to have to choose who will be their leader as the majority, the Senate majority leader. But the one thing that is crossing my mind, and I've talked about this before, is one of the constant functions of the U.S. Senate is to fill up the federal bench. If there is a Supreme Court judgeship that is open, they would fill that. Though we've seen how important the federal bench and the Supreme Court has been over the last few years, so having Republicans in control of that process may have an impact. I think from what I have heard from Democratic strategists is that this was always a very big possibility, and I think Democrats were preparing themselves to go back to the minority. I think the real thing is looking now at the House and the balance of power there, because if you have a Republican in the White House and Republicans running both chambers of Congress, then that will be a different day in America, especially when you think of some of the campaign promises that the former President Trump has made.
James, what is the House looking like? And we've been talking about how we really may not know the balance of power in the House until later because of California.
Yeah.
So let's talk, James, about California and how they may factor into things tonight.
Yeah, so I mean, California is the biggest House delegation in the country and the slowest to count. I think something like a quarter of the toss-ups on the Cook Political Report final toss-up list were in California. And so it really could take, honestly, a few weeks to be able to call the House. It does look really close. Democrats really struggling, not just in Pennsylvania. We talked about Pennsylvania 7 and 8. Cartwright and Wild, again, too early to call. Scott Perry is another one we can't call yet, but and it's within 6,000 votes. But this had become a big kind of cause celeb among Democrats because Scott Perry, the former chairman of the House Freedom Caucus, played a kind of a key behind-the-scenes role in the lead up to January 6th. But with 95% of the vote in, Janelle Stelson, a former TV anchor, is trailing by 6,000 votes. And this was something where Democrats really had hoped that they could pick it up because it's of the changing demographics of the district. York, and I think it also includes Harrisburg, the state capital. So we're going to have to wait and see, not just California, but also there's two really competitive battlegrounds in Arizona that are too close to call. So Dave Schweikert is the Republican incumbent. You can see 63% of the vote is in. He's just neck and neck with a Democratic challenger. And then in the other Arizona race that is too close to call, the Democrat has opened up a lead over Juan Ciscomani, a freshman House member. So control of the House is probably going to come down to the West Coast. It could take a few days. It seems like it's going to be close either way. But in this sort of anti-incumbent environment, it's a weird dynamic where we really could, for the first time in American history, have the House flip from Republican to Democratic and the Senate flip from the opposite party, from Democratic to Republican. And that's just a reflection of the anti-incumbent mood in the country.
Thanks so much, James. Let's go to Joe Snell, who's been reporting for us from Georgia tonight. So, Joe, Democrats hope that they could have Georgia go blue again this year. They fell short. Donald Trump was able to win Georgia. Talk us through that.
Yeah, Libby, Georgia is traditionally a red state, but in 2020, it surprised many people by becoming a battleground state and going for President Biden. Coming into this election, Democrats were encouraged they could keep it a battleground state, and despite it being called for Trump, they largely have kept it competitive. A local Democratic leader said she's optimistic about the turnout in her county, and she's optimistic about the momentum she's seen and her county becoming more diverse. She believes that this will make the state more up for grabs in upcoming national elections. Libby, back to you.
Thank you so much, Joe. So let's talk, Rhonda, about what we're still watching for tonight and how crucial Pennsylvania is now.
Yeah, very crucial. We're still waiting, as James has laid out for us, that will be the key decider, it appears. I will tack on to James' great analysis on the House races he's looking at in Pennsylvania. I would add Ohio 13. I don't know if I couldn't see it on James's board, but I do not believe we've called that. That has also been a nail biter all cycle long. That's a race between an incumbent Democrat in a district that was gerrymandered and a little tough for Democrats to hold on to, but she's been able to do it before. But she is running against a newcomer Republican who appears to be keeping his message very moderate, which is very appealing in that section of Ohio. So I would also look at Ohio 13 as a potential decider as well. But again, yeah, we're all waiting for Pennsylvania. I'll also add this, too, about James and the anti-incumbent fervor that we might be experiencing. That actually goes up against history because, you know, the presidency is a little different, but with the House and also sometimes the Senate, people do vote for the incumbent more so than they do a newcomer. That's based on name recognition. There's actually a paradox in political science that tells you that people may hate Congress, but they love their member of Congress, and they have no problem voting for someone who they feel is representing their interests. So it is interesting to see that some of these incumbents who had great name recognition in their state, someone like Sherrod Brown, Bob Casey, those folks not pulling through in the ways that you might have thought, you know, a few cycles ago.
We'll see if people just didn't split the ticket, right? If they decided to vote for Trump and they just went all the way down for Republicans down the ticket, if that's part of what happened in the case of Bob Casey, if indeed Trump prevails in Pennsylvania and Dave McCormick does as well. Let's go to James Hohmann to talk about what's happening out west. James?
So we just got a big batch of ballots from the Silver State, 3/4 of the votes in, largely because of a very active early voting culture. Republicans participated a lot more in early voting this year, but this is a very notable lead by Donald Trump. He is up with 3/4 of the vote in, and Clark County is where Democrats win this state. It's Las Vegas. It's like 2/3 to almost 3/4 of the state's population. In order for a Democrat to win statewide, they need a much bigger margin than this. You can see 80% of the votes are in Clark County, and Harris is only up 2. Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden both won Clark County by double digits, and this is a losing number if it doesn't change. What's considered the battleground, the bellwether in Nevada, is Washoe County. This includes Reno, which is the second largest city. It's become sort of a tech hub. It's a lot higher percentage white, and it also, I think, flipped. It was carried by Trump and then carried by Biden narrowly. And you can see it's neck and neck, 82,973 to 82,691. So it's basically tied. But if Harris is underperforming in Clark County and Trump is running even, and he's going to win the rest of the state, which essentially is like the Intermountain West, Wyoming, Idaho, that kind of thing. These are very good numbers for Trump, and this would be a major flip. Trump never won Nevada before, including in 2016. The last Republican to carry the state was George W. Bush.
Let's go check in with how the Trump team is doing. Leigh Caldwell is based in Florida for us tonight. We are expecting Donald Trump to speak at some point this evening. Leigh, what can you tell us about what's happening in West Palm Beach?
Yeah, so the crowd is increasingly excited tonight. As I said, that I'm starting to hear from Republicans and Democrats about what happened in this race. I just heard from one of Donald Trump's pollsters, John McLaughlin. I was texting him and I asked, how is he doing so well? And he said that it is absolutely the low propensity voters, the voters who don't necessarily vote in every election, but the voters who come out for Donald Trump, that they are the ones who helped him get there. McLaughlin, the pollster, also said it has a lot to do with Black and Latino voters. I know every time you come to me, Libby, I keep bringing that up, but that seems to be a critical part of this coalition tonight. You know, I was talking to Kellyanne Conway a week ago, senior former Trump advisor. She's still kind of consulting for him now, and she predicted to me that the race would not take days to be called, that they saw something in the polling, something in their data that said that they think that the same night, Tuesday night, it would be able to be called. Now, we're not there yet. We are still waiting for some of these results to come in, but the crowd here is ecstatic. We're expected Donald Trump to speak any minute now, and we're just waiting for perhaps some more states to be called in the relatively near future. Libby.
Thank you, Leigh, reporting for us from Florida. We do have some state race calls. For Kamala Harris, the AP is saying that Harris has won New Hampshire and New Mexico. James, not surprises, but reassuring to the Harris campaign nonetheless.
Well, what is surprising and what is very bad news for Harris is how much tighter they were than the Harris campaign expected them to be. The Harris folks thought New Hampshire would have been called much earlier in the night. Harris is only leading by 3 points. She's opened a 20,000 vote lead with 90% of the vote in, so we feel comfortable calling it. We think her margin is insurmountable, but this is much tighter than it was 4 years ago. And then in New Mexico, a lot of people criticized Donald Trump for going out there last week, having a big rally. They said it was a waste of his time, but clearly the Trump campaign saw something. Harris only winning New Mexico. A win is a win. She gets the electoral votes, but she's only winning by 5 points. And this is a reflection, I think, of the same dynamic we're seeing in Arizona and Nevada. The exit polls show that Latino men really defected in a big way toward Donald Trump. That could explain some of the closeness here. And also, we haven't talked about it, but the New Mexico Senate race, you can see Martin Heinrich outperforming Kamala Harris. He's the Democratic incumbent. That race had been called a little bit earlier, and he was running against a Republican who was the daughter of a former Pete Domenici, the Republican senator from there. So there's something interesting going on where Harris underperforming other Democrats among Latinos in the Southwest, and that clearly was a drag in New Mexico. And it bodes poorly for Harris in both Arizona and Nevada.
James, let's talk about running campaigns and what discipline sort of means, both in terms of working and not working this year.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of wild because, Trump, in some ways, ran a very unorthodox campaign. He was not disciplined. But he clearly has deepened his bond with his base, and he is on track to win the popular vote if current trends continue, which he did not do in 2016. And it is sort of remarkable that after everything that's happened, Trump is doing much better than he did in 2020 or 2016.
Rhonda, we are watching to see Donald Trump come and speak to his supporters there in West Palm Beach. We know that in 2020, he prematurely declared victory. He came out at about 2:30 in the morning on the Wednesday after election night and claimed that he won, falsely claimed he won. He ultimately did not win that election. We have to remind our viewers that the race is not called until the votes are counted or the projections are such, as James has been talking about, like with New Hampshire, where they're so strong that we can finally determine through the Associated Press, through Edison Research, that they have a solid projection. So we have to recognize what we watch tonight is not necessarily, it doesn't end things, but what could end things is the state of Pennsylvania.
Right, exactly. That's what we are waiting for. And again, that was kind of on everyone's bingo card, right? That Pennsylvania would be the one that was the nail biter and that we were waiting for the results from. I am interested to hear what the former president has to say. Yes, I remember in 2020 covering that and hearing him claim victory well before any had been established. So what type of Trump are we getting tonight? I don't know if he would describe it as you just did, that we're waiting for everything to be counted and formally announced. But, you know, what type of spirit is he in right now? It's also been so interesting to me, too, that alongside a lot of the unconventional and unprecedented things that we've covered about his campaign this cycle, we've also not seen a lot of his family. That has been something that, you know, you've wondered, why aren't they supporting him in the way
they have been noticeably absent?
They have. We saw earlier today Melania Trump accompany him to the polls. She was also on Fox News a few days ago. But we haven't seen his daughter, who did work in the administration, and his son-in-law as well. It's not the same campaign that he has run before, and his family has been noticeably absent. So I'm also looking to see, are they going to be flanking him tonight? You know,
great question.
Yeah.
James, you know, there was a report in the Atlantic that was sort of showing a lot of chaos, disarray, finger pointing behind the scenes of the Trump campaign. It was sort of one of those pieces that the details leak out to a journalist who the campaign in inner circle feels like they can talk to when they're on the ropes. And it turns out they may not have been on the ropes after all.
Yeah, you know, they were feeling good. And I mean, I will say, I traveled to all the blue wall states. In fact, over the last 6 months, I spent time in all 7 of the main battlegrounds. And it did feel like Trump had the advantage. I mean, Trump was leading Joe Biden before that first debate. It's one of the reasons Biden wanted to have that debate so early, and then it went so poorly that there was the Democratic revolt that pushed him out. So Trump had an advantage through most of the year, and then basically it was almost like he spent the last 10 days of the campaign trying to blow the race and doing everything he could to screw it up and to ignore aides and not take advice and go off script and cause controversies. And you know, he seemed so tired over the weekend. But ultimately, he has developed this bond, and you know, the election became about Donald Trump. It was a referendum on Trump. It was not a referendum on Kamala Harris, and Trump is most comfortable when the focus is on him, and he was able to achieve that, and perhaps that redounded to his advantage.
Rhonda, we're watching West Palm Beach there, where Trump supporters are waiting for him to speak. Let's just reflect on some of these big moments here. We've been talking about how Kamala Harris was in the race for only over 100 days, and there have been so many twists and turns this past year, and yet things have stayed so static. We'll all be watching now to see which of the details, which of the things could have actually moved the needle, and how Trump was able to shore up support with men. And we'll watch for the women vote too, but really with men.
Yeah, with men, that was a focus of his. I noticed over the weekend, some of the NFL games, he had a lot of ads in heavy rotation on some of the big games, speaking directly to men in those ads, having voiceovers talk about, you know, men being men again. There was a very masculine approach to his campaign. Think back to the RNC too. What was his walkout song? It's a Man's World, which felt a little bizarre at the time, and you know, we were wondering why would that be a president's or a presidential candidate's walkout song. But it did show that early on he was focusing on men, and remember, he had folks like Hulk Hogan be, you know, one of the final speakers at the RNC. It just shows you that he really was about making sure that the base turned out, making sure sure that men turned out. And we're seeing that men did respond favorably to the former president. It does look like, as Leanne's been telling us, it does look like a crowd that feels very encouraged right now. But again, you know, as journalists, we must say that we don't have all the details just yet.
Let's go to James to talk about Minnesota. James, Minnesota is surprisingly close. What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, 75% of the vote is in. Trump is doing about 2.5 points better than he did in 2020. And this is noteworthy because it obviously borders Wisconsin, and it demographically is similar to the other states. We're not able to call it. There are some outstanding votes in places like Anoka County, which is in Tom Emmer's district, a pretty Republican county. It's amazing that Tim Walz is the governor. There was so much talk about should Kamala Harris have chosen Josh Shapiro because he was the popular governor of Pennsylvania and maybe he could have helped deliver that state. And Tim Walz clearly struggling to deliver his own state where he's been a two-term governor. Harris, you know, you'd rather be Harris than Trump in Minnesota, but the tightness here does bode poorly for Harris in next door Wisconsin.
Thanks so much, James. Let's go check in with J.M. Rieger, who's been covering the Harris campaign. J.M.?
Yeah, Libby, it's, you know, everything is sort of emptied out here at Howard. There's crushed water bottles. There are Chick-fil-A wrappers. There's a Chick-fil-A nearby where a lot of folks were getting food from throughout the night. And, you know, it's a palpable sense of tension and, you know, sadness in the air, you know, who's left at this point. But you could feel it in the final few hours there. The mood in the crowd had dramatically shifted. And, you know, you all were just talking about the uphill climb that she did face. She came into this race the day that Joe Biden dropped out. There were 107 days left until Election Day. That was a remarkably short period for Kamala Harris to introduce herself to voters, to be part of that sprint, that final sprint to the election. And she was trying to accomplish something that had not been done previously, that being replacing the major party nominee mid-cycle. When Democrats did that both in 1952 and 1968, the replacement nominee lost in November. And in both of those cases, those replacements happened in March of that year. This happened in July, and then she secured the nomination officially in August. And you know, it was just a remarkably short period of time that she had to work with to introduce herself to voters. And you all have been talking about the things that had been working against her, namely the economy, right? Voters felt like they were giving the advantage to Trump and the economy consistently in poll after poll in the polling averages. And on top of that, as James has talked about, especially throughout the night here, a lot of America thinks that the country is on the wrong track. And that has, you know, just from where the campaign was coming into tonight with this cautious optimism, it's a completely different mood now at this point. And obviously we still have to wait and see what happens, but just really a 180 that's happened in a matter of hours here.
Thanks so much, JM. You can see just how different those screens are of Howard University, the site of where Harris's supporters were gathered, and West Palm Beach, where Trump supporters are awaiting their candidate to come and speak. Rhonda, we'll bring James in here in a minute, but we were all wondering how the Latino vote would break in the final days of the campaign after Donald Trump really seemed like he may have alienated a lot of Puerto Rican voters, in particular in the key state of Pennsylvania. Harris was trying to capitalize on that, win those voters, but in the end, it may not have worked.
Yeah, it looks like from our exit poll data that Hispanic men certainly came out for Donald Trump. Also, it says that Vice President Harris underperformed slightly with Hispanic women. In 2020, nearly 7 in 10 Hispanic women backed Biden. This year, about 6 in 10 Hispanic women supported Harris. So that's not a huge difference, but it is something to note. But again, you have to wonder too. He made those comments very late after early voting had started in some places. You almost wonder, are there some voters who might have changed their minds after the Madison Square Garden event, where so many groups there were derogatory remarks said about them. But it does appear that Hispanic men did back Trump. And, we did see this in 2020, that Trump did have larger shares of support among Hispanic men and black men, particularly younger men from those groups, than any other Republican presidential candidate. I think there's a lot of deep dives you can do into that, why his message is working in those groups. But what we do know now is that they did work.
James, let's remind all of us what we're watching for and what is sort of so visible in Pennsylvania as we look at the numbers there and see how it's really breaking for Trump in some very significant ways.
Yeah, so I mean, just again, this is our road to 270, the general map, and you can see these are the 7 battlegrounds at the start of the night. Trump carried Georgia and North Carolina. If he wins Pennsylvania, Trump is at 270 electoral votes and will be the next president. And he is in very good shape in Pennsylvania, like very good shape. Philadelphia has come in. They brought in a lot of votes. She has, a nearly 400,000 vote margin coming out of Philadelphia. That's what she needed. But even with those votes counted, she's still, 200,000 votes behind. And when you're looking at the state and where the outstanding vote is, it's hard to see where Harris would get those extra 200,000 votes from. The collar counties around Philadelphia have reported, we're still waiting for, 15% of the vote is outstanding in Chester County, which is a place that you'd expect her to be doing a little bit better than 54-44. Montgomery County, she's winning by 22 points. 91% of the vote is in. Could there be a big late surge for her there? You can also see in Bucks County, trying to find, you can see that she's winning these suburban districts, but not by enough to be able to close the gap. So Donald Trump is in a very strong position in the Keystone State, and if he wins Pennsylvania, he wins the presidency, and the outcome in Nevada and Arizona becomes moot, as well as Michigan and Wisconsin.
And James, we're also seeing similar tracking there with the Senate race, as well as some of those House races, Pennsylvania 7 and 8, which you were telling us about earlier. Yeah,
and Pennsylvania 10. In the latest numbers in the Senate race, McCormick also, it's not quite as large a lead over Casey as Trump has over Harris, but it is a notable lead. And same in Wisconsin, where Eric Hovde is up over the Democratic incumbent Tammy Baldwin with 88% of the vote in. And in Michigan, Mike Rogers, only 2/3 of the vote has been counted in Michigan, but the final polls in Michigan had Elisa Slotkin up comfortably in the high single digits. Mike Rogers way overperforming and appears to be sort of riding Donald Trump's coattails, but Michigan still has the most votes out of the 3 blue wall states.
James, we just saw RFK Jr., Robert F. Kennedy Jr. there at West Palm Beach in the Trump crowd. Talk to us about your reporting on his involvement in the campaign. Trump has said RFK will have a major health role.
Yeah, I mean, Trump has sort of, he got RFK Jr. to drop out, endorse him. RFK's name appeared on some ballots, didn't get that many votes. But Trump has said he's going to put RFK Jr. in charge of women's health. Trump announced at the urging of RFK in the last few days that on day one, they're going to try to get rid of requirements for fluoridation in the water. RFK Jr. claims that he's going to basically play a kingmaker role in deciding who would oversee the FDA, HHS, the CDC, various public health agencies. RFK Jr. has been an anti-vaxxer And it's a pretty remarkable thing if Trump actually follows through. One of the things that has been striking is, I think if Republicans had a 51-seat majority in the Senate, RFK Jr. wouldn't be able to get confirmed to some of these various public health bodies. But if they end up with 54 or 55 Senate seats, if they end up sweeping the blue wall Senate seats, I think that there would be enough Republican senators to confirm RFK Jr. for a high-profile job. And I mean, that would be just a dramatic sea change in public health.
Rhonda, we will wait to see how influential some of these additional characters who campaigned for Trump ended up being. But one that we can talk about is Elon Musk, who poured a ton of money into the race. He has so much power with his vast wealth and also his control of the platform X, formerly known as Twitter, someone who's been on the campaign trail with Trump in the last weeks.
And has given a lot of donations in House races as well, in congressional races. So he really did inject himself into this election. Musk is another person who may be playing a big role in federal government if there is a second Trump administration. James just laid out RFK Jr. I've seen him in the crowd a few times now. It's also interesting to look at, I think, again, when dust settles. His name was on the ballot in some of these states, as well as Jill Stein. We know that Democrats really took in the threat of a third-party candidate because they didn't want another Stein in 2016 who may have siphoned votes away from Hillary in key places. So I am interested to look at what were the margins with some of these third-party candidates. Like, we knew they weren't going to win, but in some of these, closely watched states or even the districts and precincts, were there votes that could have gone, to Harris? Again, we don't have those answers right now. But it is also important to bring up that some of the people who have been surrounding themselves, or Trump has been surrounding himself with, may be playing key roles. Doug Burgum is another one. Of course, he might be more of a Republican people may feel more comfortable with. He was a governor of a Western state, and he may be, an interior secretary. But you do look at some of the louder voices, like a Musk, like a RFK Jr., and there is some concern about them having an actual role in an administration.
James, let's talk more about what we're watching for tonight here. We're getting close to 2 o'clock in the morning. Former President Donald Trump is going to speak to this crowd right here. And where are we still watching numbers to come from tonight?
So we're watching Pennsylvania, any indication that this gap could tighten. And, Michigan, as I mentioned a minute ago, only 2/3 of the vote is in. But Trump is now up, 6 points with 67% of the vote in. And in Wisconsin, Trump is up 4 points with 88% of the vote in, and it's 93% of the vote is in Dane County. Kamala Harris only getting 266,000 votes, so she's a little soft. She's winning by 50 points, but she's not getting the number of votes that she needs from this vote-rich liberal college town. And then she's underperforming in some of these counties that used to be Democratic strongholds, that used to be represented by a Democratic congressman, and she's just not making it up. So these blue wall states historically tend to tip the same direction, but Trump is in the best position in Pennsylvania, followed by Wisconsin, followed by Michigan. So we're watching all three of those states. And then in Nevada, we're now at 77.5% of the vote in. Trump's still up. And then in Arizona, we haven't really gotten new ballots since that big drop. We got a huge tranche an hour after polls closed, and this really hasn't moved. It's still separated by only 18,000 votes. But as we've heard from our colleague Blair Gild out there, it could take several days. And if Pennsylvania gets called for Trump, this becomes moot because Donald Trump would be at 270 electoral votes and would win the presidency.
James, we were watching to see if there were not just shy Harris voters, but like secret Harris voters out there. That was part of the campaign pitch. We even heard people like Liz Cheney saying, you don't have to tell anybody who you voted for. There were ads saying, it's just between you and the ballot box. That vote didn't really seem to materialize.
It did not materialize. Many will question that strategy. There were some indications I got from talking to voters in the field that that strategy backfired a little bit, and to some women felt condescending. So, yeah, I mean, I am struck by the fact that in a lot of these states, the exit polls suggest that Trump won by men by a larger margin than Harris won among women. Women voted at greater numbers, but ultimately the size of the male gender gap offset the size of the female gender gap.
Rhonda?
Yeah, that is fascinating, especially when the Dobbs decision is still very closely felt to a lot of female voters. I mean, we've all heard about it on the campaign trail, how female voters have felt like their rights were being targeted, and the Dobbs decision has had somewhat of an endurance. And we've also talked about how the issue of abortion was a local ballot measure.
I mean, is there any way to try to sync it up?
Sorry, James, we're still hearing your microphone. I'm just letting you know. But I want to be able to hone in on what Rhonda's saying. Go ahead, Rhonda.
We do know that there were a lot of ballot measures in some key states that you would think would have turned out a lot of women for Harris. And there were some of these ballot measures that protected abortion access in that state that were successful. But it is interesting to watch that the woman vote, which was a part of the Harris coalition, may not have been as strong as the Trump base and Trump turning out these low propensity voters.
Let's go to J.M. Rieger. J.M. is hanging tough at Howard University, where the party's really been shut down. J.M., let's talk about next steps here.
Yeah, so the White House has called the vice presidential pool has called a lid for tonight. So if it wasn't official already, now it's official that we're not going to hear anything more from the vice president tonight. Cedric Richmond was out here a short while ago and says we will hear from Vice President Kamala Harris tomorrow. And I think the campaign is trying to get a sense of things at this point, get a sense of what, if any, pathways remain for her at this point in those key blue wall states, and also, just trying to kind of sift out their strategy here. I mean, she was presented with a remarkably short runway to really kind of set up a general election campaign and introduce herself to voters. I mean, that was a Herculean task in and of itself. And then you talk about the things impacting this race. This is an unprecedented presidential race in modern American politics, right? If you go through the list of all the things that have happened this year, a major party candidate dropping out, an assassination attempt against a major party candidate, you've got the gender dynamics that were at play in this race. So many things that we just had not experienced, and definitely had not experienced all in one race, all kind of having various forms of an impact here. And Harris did have a bit of an uphill climb, and especially on those core issues that voters are saying are top of mind to them, issues like the economy, where the Biden administration has been underwater, his approval rating, and Harris against Trump head-to-head in polling. She had been behind on Trump on that, in terms of the direction of the country. And, I'll leave you, Libby, with where we've been kind of coming back to for the past hour or two, especially here, which is there was energy on the ground here at Howard early in the night. No doubt about it. There was dancing, there were performances, there was music blasting, there were cheers, people were talking with one another, and as the night progressed, it increasingly got more somber. There was more anxiety, more tension in the air. You could feel it. My colleague Amber Ferguson was talking to folks in the crowd, was observing folks holding hands and praying at a certain point, and it really started to shift in that 9 p.m. hour, especially the mood, and it got to the point by the time Cedric Richmond spoke to the crowd here tonight, it you know, had thinned out significantly by that point in time. Libby?
Thanks so much, JM. And JM, finally, before we let you go, you know, you also felt that energy on the campaign trail. You felt it when you were at Harris rallies. You felt it when you were going to events that she was doing in some of these key states.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when we went to her rallies, I mean, we were in Wisconsin last week, and we went to her rally in Madison, which had a few star performances, including Mumford & Sons and Gracie Abrams, and the energy in that room was electric. And I've told colleagues that, you know, I think it's one of the more energetic rallies I think I've ever been to. And you could feel it on the ground. When I talked to voters on the ground in those key states, those blue wall states, when I talked to campaign officials, when I talked to local lawmakers in those areas, all of them, almost universally, said the energy felt like 2008. They said it felt like 2008. They said things felt differently this time compared to 2016. They were not expecting to have a repeat of 2016 on the ground. They felt like the turnout was where it needed to be. They felt like the energy and the enthusiasm was where it needed to be. And they felt like the resources were there as well. Canvassing, the door knocking, the money, all that was there. And Harris rolled out all these celebrities down the stretch in these closing days of the campaign. And even last night in Philadelphia, you had Oprah and Lady Gaga there with her at the Philadelphia Museum of Art, and on the Rocky Steps, as James was describing earlier. And this was something where the campaign was touting the momentum it had. They were publicly talking about that. They were saying, we expect the race to be close, but we feel like the momentum is with us. We feel like we have closed strongly here. We don't feel like the Trump campaign, we don't feel like Donald Trump has closed strongly. That was what the campaign line was. That was what Democrats were saying. And that's what voters were saying when I talked to them on the ground and when I circled back with them over the last 24, 48 hours here. That was what they were almost universally saying in these key states, especially in those blue wall states where we had been traveling over the past month or so.
All right, thank you so much, J.M. Rieger, reporting from here in D.C., tracking Harris as he has been during this campaign. You know, Rhonda, we thought this might be an election driven by women. It seems like it was an election driven by men. And we're still getting more exit poll data. We're still getting more information. But it really looks like men may be the deciding factor here in terms of moving from Biden to Trump. So for Biden in 2020, to Trump in 2024.
Yeah, it appears that way. I think we have more details to dissect a little bit on that front, but it does appear from some of our exit polling that Trump did perform well among men. This was a strategy that we've been looking at for the last a few weeks, actually, when he kind of kicked into high gear messaging to men, messaging to low propensity voters who really don't have a strong voter record and don't really seek out news about, you know, policy stance or anything. He went directly to those voters as well as his base, and those two matched appear to have led to some encouraging factors in this election for him.
Let's go to James and the post-pulse model and how it's looking in terms of Pennsylvania and the key places to watch. James?
Yeah, Libby, the model shows that Donald Trump is heavily favored to win. It's super tight, but this is our forecast, and it shows with 94% counted based on all the precincts and where things have come in and historical election data, we're forecasting Trump getting 51% and Harris getting 49%, which is a win in Pennsylvania. And we have an aggregate national model that takes all of the battlegrounds, that pulls in 15 different states. And you can see our forecast shows where Trump and Harris could end up. And the forecast right now shows Harris ending up somewhere short of 270 electoral votes, and Trump is forecast to end up in a threshold with 270 as the base and potentially getting as many as 312 electoral votes, which would put him, from an electoral college perspective, in the same place he was in 2016. Unlike 2016, he is currently on track to win the national popular vote, which, if it happened, would make Trump the first Republican to win the national popular vote since George W. Bush in 2004. Quite a political comeback, considering how he left Washington after January 6th to now be in this position as we wait to be able to make a final call.
We haven't really talked much about J.D. Vance, so let's talk about him and his role in this campaign, Rhonda. Yeah,
you know, he was a pick that among the field of people who might have potentially been the VP pick was, you know, someone who was safe for the base. We were thinking, you know, someone like Senator Tim Scott, maybe someone that Trump picked to help expand his coalition to black people. We were thinking maybe he would reach out to a woman like Elise Stefanik. But in the end, he went with someone who might be deemed a safe choice for his base. And it also signaled to us that Trump was not interested in expanding the base, as we've been saying all night, but just making sure that the base was happy and would stay loyal to him. J.D. Vance, of course, was or is, or, you know, in a gray area, the junior senator from Ohio, very new to national politics. And of course, one of the most notable things about him is he was anti-Trump. That is, when he came on the national stage as an author, he spoke routinely against Trump, criticized him often on national media, and then did a complete turnaround and became his running mate.
Let's go to Palm Beach Convention Center and Leanne Caldwell. She is there where Trump supporters are gathered, waiting in West Palm Beach for him to come and talk to them. Leanne.
Yeah, so Libby, it's quite the scene here. I know the Washington Post has not called the race for Donald Trump, but another network, Fox News, has. And the only reason I say that is because you think back 4 years ago when Fox News on that Saturday after the election called the race for Donald Trump, and they got so pillarized from the Trump campaign, from Trump people, from Republicans for actually calling the race for Joe Biden. Now Fox News is way out ahead of the other networks, of the other news organizations, which is, you know, make of it what you will, but it's much different than 4 years ago, where now they have really leaned in to a call for the former president. We are still waiting for that information, but the crowd here thinks that Donald Trump has won the presidency. And I will say, talking to sources, even Democratic sources, that is what they think as well. And the finger pointing among Democrats within the Harris campaign and within the Democratic Party has already begun. One Harris aide has told me that one of the big problems that happened in this election is Joe Biden. The fact that he decided to run for re-election and took so long to step out of the race really set what they say, what this one aide says, is failure for the Democratic nominee. This is just the beginning of what we're going to start to hear in the days to come, assuming that Donald Trump is declared the president-elect. But there's just a little taste of it. And in the meantime, we're still waiting for Donald Trump to take the stage in what is a very excited and very, you know, just thrilled convention hall filled with hundreds and hundreds of Trump supporters. Libby.
So much, Leanne. Yeah, Rhonda, it's so helpful to hear that context because we can see how happy the people in that room are. That's because Fox News has told them that Donald Trump has won. Other networks, the AP has not called Pennsylvania, has not called the presidential race. So that's Fox's choice. But in that room, that's their reality. And they're waiting for Donald Trump to come out and speak. Really great point that Leanne made about how reviled Fox News was by the right and by Donald Trump in particular when they rightly called the race for Joe Biden 4 years ago. We saw finger pointing in the Trump campaign already this past week as things got really sloppy with Donald Trump kind of taking control of things. We didn't see that finger pointing happening in the Harris campaign, but it sounds like we are starting to see it happen now, Rhonda.
Yeah, and that's always expected in any campaign. Everybody's going to be looking at, well, what went wrong? And I think the read on the Harris campaign for the last few weeks is she was running a strong game. She had a strong debate performance. You look at the DNC and how, remember the first night went long because almost every Democrat in America wanted to get on the program and speak. She brought in immediate enthusiasm. And I think that read and pairing it with the results of this evening are really hard to square for a lot of Democrats who thought that they had a big chance after Biden stepped out. So I'm not surprised to hear that some of her aides are now saying that, maybe Biden stayed in too long and should have just handed the torch over immediately. There's going to be a lot of that, a lot of, looking at an autopsy and seeing what could she have done differently. But, folks I talked to, ahead of tonight were thinking that she ran the type of campaign that was smart with the time that she had. She went to, unfriendly podcasts and interviews, trying to appeal to all Americans. She, when she knew she had a deficit with black young men, she went to podcasts that many listened to. She tried to make sure she was going to all different places outside of the base. If there is an autopsy report to do on that campaign, it will be interesting what it comes up with because a lot of people felt that she ran a very successful campaign, given that it was very quick.
Mm-hmm. James, let's talk more about that. As we heard from Leanne, the finger pointing that you had indicated might likely happen if Harris didn't perform to expectations would be really to the Biden team and the decisions made by the Biden team.
Yeah, I mean, it is ultimately the case that Biden was a drag on Kamala Harris. She was never able to really effectively distance herself. Earlier in the night, we talked about some exit polling that we might have still up, where Biden was really a drag. It might not be ready. Biden was really a drag, and she struggled to distance herself. She had a short runway. And I think the Harris people are going to blame Biden for not stepping aside earlier. And if you think about Joe Biden's legacy, he's one of the biggest losers tonight if Trump is declared the victor, because his greatest achievement, his most consequential achievement, was defeating Donald Trump in 2020. He originally had run as a transitional figure, then decided he wanted to be a transformational president. And now the bookend of his presidency is Trump potentially becoming the first non-consecutive president since Grover Cleveland won in 1892. And that is forever going to taint Biden's legacy. And a lot of it is because he selfishly insisted on running for a second term. That's how a lot of Democrats view it. And I suspect that Biden's reputation may never recover from a potential Trump victory today.
There were also paths laid by Biden, James, that they wanted to have time to grow. Seeds planted that the shoots are just coming up from the bipartisan infrastructure bill, some of the climate change initiatives, things like that, the legacy would be very different if they had 4 more years to really take root and grow. And if Trump wins, Rhonda, they will not have time to.
Right, and that is, kind of the problem with being the incumbent. It's very hard to sell, the things you have to sell to the American people when they may perceive and feel things a little differently. He was never really able to overcome perceptions of the economy. Even though the economy was not as bad as some voters may have thought, it still didn't feel that way in their pocketbook.
It's like inflation. Inflation is so crucial.
It is. And, funny enough, the Federal Reserve announced just days ago that inflation came down and was coming to, normalized rates that the Reserve was comfortable with. But again, people aren't feeling that. And a lot of people do. I mean, we do know that voters have short memories as well. You know, January 6th, that's what I'm thinking about right now, is we've gone from a president sending a mob to the Capitol to this president being in very good position right now. This candidate, rather. It is very startling to think about, but a lot of people have short memories. And, you know, the economy is something that any economist can tell you people will vote on, and only on that.
James, what are we still watching in Pennsylvania? What percentage of the vote is in there?
Yeah, so right now in Pennsylvania, 94.8% of the vote is in. Trump continues to hold a solid lead of nearly 200,000 votes, which is twice as much as Joe Biden carried the Keystone State by 4 years ago. There's nowhere that's really fully out. It's just, you know, a lot of places are at 80, 90%. And it seems like a lot of places, unlike 4 years ago, reported their early voting first, and we're not totally sure on whether they're reporting day of voting or early voting. And that's one of the reasons it makes it hard to make any kind of projection.
Kamala Harris will not be speaking tonight. As J.M. Rieger pointed out, they've called a lid on her night. We are going to hear, though, from Donald Trump. Earlier tonight, Rhonda Cedric Richmond, part of the Harris campaign, came out and said she will speak to the nation later, that this was not the moment to do that as the votes are still tallied. But Donald Trump is seizing this moment. He's going to address this crowd here gathered at the Palm Beach Convention Center. If he's able to win this election, as James pointed out, it is really an astounding accomplishment to be able to be an ex-president winning election. He will also be the oldest president ever inaugurated. We've had presidents age into office, but he would be taking office
which was the problem a lot of voters had with Biden, is that he was too old. So yeah, now we are going to have, I mean, we don't know just yet, but you have a possibility of having another aged president. It is really quite startling to see a comeback, I believe, as James had said it was, to see where Trump was and where he is now. I'm also thinking back to some of the unconventional decisions he made way back. Like, think about the primaries. He wouldn't even participate in the debates with other GOP primary candidates, but he swept the primary season. Throughout the entire year, having court cases go back and forth and see delays. I mean, it just really has been a wild ride. And to see this type of, as James said, comeback, it really is something to marvel at.
And James, something that we will be wondering into the future, if the criminal cases against Donald Trump actually motivated people to support him more, because we did see a surge in donations. Suddenly Trump became newly relevant when he was sort of fading into the background when that first New York indictment came down.
Ron DeSantis said publicly that the day Trump was indicted was the day he lost the Republican primary, and that Trump became unstoppable. I do think that there will be soul searching among Democrats about kind of the efforts to anesthetize people to Trump, whether they backfired. And we know Trump has said if he wins that the first minute he takes office, he's going to fire Jack Smith as the special counsel and will dismiss the both federal cases against him. That leaves the Georgia case in Fulton County, which has been on ice, and sentencing in New York. But a very different situation if Trump becomes the president-elect.
What will you be watching for tonight in his words, James?
You know, they just removed the teleprompter a moment ago from where Trump's about to speak. I saw them carrying the teleprompter away in West Palm Beach. So I kind of want to know what Trump we're going to get. Will he be conciliatory? Will he try to extend some olive branches? Will he be kind of triumphal? How long is he going to talk? Remember, after he won the Iowa caucuses, he came out and actually gave a pretty disciplined speech where he read from the teleprompter and tried to reach out to Nikki Haley voters. You know, this is a chance where if he's going to declare victory, which I assume he is, he has the chance to sort of set the tone for what a second term could look like, and what kind of tone does he want to set? We'll soon find out.
James, that disciplined approach lasted very briefly because I believe it was the next primary, Rhonda. It feels like years ago now. Indeed, it was New Hampshire where he was angry, vitriolic, blaming people. It didn't last long.
Yeah, it did not last long. We've seen that kind of back and forth with Trump the entire cycle. Think about the RNC, how he came in every night. Everyone said, oh, this is a different Trump. He had just been shot at. And then we covered a very long nomination acceptance speech where he went off. He praised, Kim Jong-un. He did a lot of things that people thought he had put aside, but he didn't. And we've seen that over and over from Trump. So again, as James has said, as I said earlier, I'm very interested in seeing what type of Trump comes out. If he had the teleprompter removed, that might be a sign that he is going off the cuff. Could be a long speech. Not sure just yet. One of the other things that I'm watching right now, and as we see, I guess, some folks arrive there, is who surrounds Donald Trump right now if he does get another administration. So many of the folks who
I just want to interrupt you and say we see Doug Burgum there, Vivek Ramaswamy.
Right, folks who have stood by him. I would expect maybe some of them will be shortlisted for.
It might be Kristi Noem. I can't quite tell.
Maybe, yeah.
Don't quote me on that one,
folks. It's a lot of red
yeah.
light, and I can't really see.
Yeah, it's like making this weird glow.
But, a lot of the folks who were traditional people who knew about governing, who were in his first administration, a lot of those people either left, a lot of those people had to testify. Think about the January 6th panel, a congressional panel, had a lot of people who worked in the White House who gave depositions, told all that they knew, and likely will not be a part of the Trump orbit this time around. So who does that leave? I think that's another big question that remains. Who would be in a potential cabinet, other than these names we've been talking about tonight? Who is left? That was one of Harris's talking points in the end, is there would be no guardrails for Trump because he doesn't have any of those voices that could kind of hem him in. He has the people who are loyalists and will do what he says. So, that's another component to all of this tonight.
James, we got word that there may be another teleprompter being brought in, so that may be part of what the delay is right now. But we'll just have to watch and see, and hopefully Leanne will have some insight into what's actually happening there. A reminder that the people in that room believe that Donald Trump has won because Fox News has told them so. We have not called this race. The Associated Press has not called this race because we're still watching that tight margin in Pennsylvania. James, if Trump is able to win Pennsylvania, though, he walks away with 270 Electoral College votes.
On the dot, and the others become moot. We can go to our path to 270 map. Georgia and North Carolina were called earlier. That gets you to 251. And then there's 19 votes in Pennsylvania, and that gets you to 270. And right now, Trump is leading in the other 4 battlegrounds. So he could end up, honestly, if everything ends up falling Trump's way, this is going to be considered something of a landslide. He's winning by much bigger margins than he won in 2020 in red states like Texas, where he's up double digits, and he's losing blue states like New Mexico, Virginia, New Hampshire by much smaller margins. And also, we haven't understandably been talking about some of the down ballot races for the last few minutes, but even a state like Nevada, where polls had Jackie Rosen up by double digits now, 77% of the vote is in. Sam Brown, the Republican, unexpectedly pulling ahead and leading right now by 8,000 votes over the Democratic incumbent. And that is the big difference between 2016 and 2024. In 2016, Democrats picked up 2 Senate seats. Democrats, I think, picked up 6 House seats. And this year, Republicans really are riding Donald Trump's coattails. And it is clearly his Republican Party. And this Sam Brown lead is very surprising, especially with this many votes coming in. And it speaks to a much larger potential Republican Senate majority than Trump had when he took office in 2017. And this time, as Rhonda was just talking about it, and we can see with that shot on our screen right now with Vivek Ramaswamy and Doug Burgum, Trump has thought more about what kind of people he's going to bring in. They're going to be more loyalists. And if Trump wins, one of the big questions in the coming days is just who does he put in these big jobs. And if he really does have as many Republican senators as it looks like he might get, he's going to get them confirmed. People who wouldn't have been able to get confirmed with a 51 or 52 seat majority. I think you could see Burgum and Vivek Ramaswamy, who are both on the screen in very significant jobs. Burgum was a runner-up to be VP. I think he might be in the mix for Secretary of State or Interior or Energy. But there's going to be a lot of jockeying that starts as soon as this race potentially gets called.
What else are you watching tonight, James, in terms of some of these Senate races? Because as you point out, that Jackie Rosen one has really, Sam Brown, it's shifting. It's a shifting landscape that's looking good for Republicans.
Yeah, I mean, the race that we all had on our radar going in, I mean, what was perceived as the most likely Republican pickup after West Virginia and before Ohio is Montana. John Tester trailing by 8,000 votes, but only a third of the votes have been counted. So definitely too early to call this, but Tim Sheehy in the lead. So right now, Arizona is really the only state, and that's a Democratic hold, but Republicans leading in Nevada, Montana, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. That's really would be a GOP landslide.
You reported on Montana, Rhonda, and what were you hearing from people there in terms of what was resonating, besides the fact that they were so sick of the advertisements, because they were hit with so many ads?
They were hit with a lot of ads. It was a very expensive race when it came to ad money. But I heard from a lot of people that they knew that they were going to be making a decision when it came to the balance of power in the Senate. They were very aware of that. A lot of people, though, they were tired. And that matches my reporting and interviewing other voters across the country, is a lot of people had this sense of fatigue about our politics. There is a little bit of an independent streak in Montana where if there is possibly going to be any ticket splitting that would benefit Democrats, it would be in a place like Montana. But a lot of people knew their role in this election. They were very aware. One thing that I kept hearing is some of the ads that were against Sheehy. He's a newcomer to politics. He formerly did not work in politics. He was a big GOP donor, but really had no background other than that. The thing that may have worked for Tester is that he was able to paint himself as a native Montanan. Sheehy is not, so that was something you saw a lot in ads, as you had an incumbent Democrat who knew the state versus a person who just moved there recently and just joined a Republican ticket at a good time where this race would be tight. But that's really what I heard from voters, is that they were aware of that their decision would make a difference. And a lot of people do have good feelings about the incumbent Tester because of the fact that he is from Montana. But, we'll see where this goes.
James, I'm also seeing the numbers of the Wisconsin Senate race looking very tight.
Yeah.
And so far trending Republican.
So far, trending Republican. Too soon to call, but Kamala Harris is clearly a drag on these Democratic incumbents, and I do think that there is sort of an anti-incumbent mood. This is already a change election. I think this is 11 of the last 13 elections now. The party that controls the House, the Senate, or the White House has flipped, and that has already happened with the Senate, could happen with the White House, and it is a change election. People are unhappy with the status quo. That doesn't benefit people in power. I want to talk a little bit about the Electoral College element. When we're talking about the path to 270 and how Pennsylvania would put Trump at 270, I want to just clarify that assumes that Donald Trump is going to carry Alaska, where 50% of the vote is in. He's up by 14 points right now, but that state has not been called yet. It also assumes that the main first congressional district is going to go to Kamala Harris, and the main second district goes to Trump, and in Nebraska that Harris wins the Omaha district. So that's how you basically have to get to 270. So if Pennsylvania gets called, it doesn't mean that Trump has officially been called the president yet because Alaska and the congressional districts still have to be officially called.
Okay. Thank you, James. Watching to see how those go. Rhonda, we are awaiting Donald Trump to speak there at that crowd. It looks a lot like the RNC did in terms of what people are wearing, how they're dressed, who's shown up. I've seen some of the same exact people I saw at the Republican National Convention, the guy who wears the brick wall suit. This is Donald Trump's base. And they have waited 4 years to see if he could do this again. I wonder what this does to questions of election integrity and questions of criticisms, if it does anything. I guess there was so much resentment and so much misinformation and disinformation spread by Donald Trump when he lost 4 years ago. What does a win this time mean for people trusting elections?
Well, I don't know if we can answer that right now. But I would say one of the things that I have been thinking about too, in terms of comparing it to the RNC and the mood there, is this sense of, is Donald Trump invincible? Remember, the RNC happened after he was shot at. Of course, at the beginning of that week, we had also received news that the Florida federal case against him with taking classified documents home, that got tossed out. So it seemed like there was just a string of events that have made him appear invincible. And you wonder if some of the crowd, the vibe is, did they think he was going to pull this through tonight? You know, I wouldn't be surprised if some people thought, well, we might go home and not have an answer, or we might have a President Harris. But it appears that perhaps this might bolster some of the concerning activities you've seen from Trump and those who associate with him.
Leigh Caldwell, let's go to you at the Palm Beach Convention Center, waiting for Donald Trump to address the crowd there. What are you hearing from your sources tonight at this late hour, Leanne?
Oh, well, Libby, it looks like Donald Trump's going to speak right now, so I'm just going to pass it back to you.
All right, sounds good. And you heard him introduced by the crowd as President-elect. He has not been declared the winner of this race by our metrics, but he is being introduced that way. We're watching to see who joins them on stage, what family members join them on stage. Donald Trump coming out to the song he comes out a lot to. It's a Lee Greenwood song with Melania Trump, someone who has been totally absent from the campaign trail, doing a few book events when her book came out recently, with his son Barron Trump there and other family members. You can see some of them I haven't seen since the convention, and some of whom weren't even there then. Rhonda?
Is that Melania's father, Mr. Barron? Donald Trump Jr. I see Tiffany Trump. I have not seen Ivanka.
We're going to listen to hear what Donald Trump has to say. A reminder that this room believes he is the winner, but we have not called this race for Donald Trump, nor have we called even the state of Pennsylvania for Trump. He declared he won the election 4 years ago in 2020 at about this exact same time. And that year, Rhonda, he was doing it from the White House. He ultimately was not the winner of that race. So we have to contextualize that and remind people that Donald Trump says things that are not true and are not factual on a regular basis, frankly. But tonight, the wind is at his back. He is leading Pennsylvania, got strong numbers, a 200,000 vote lead in that crucial state with 19 electoral college votes. And as James has pointed out, if Trump can take Pennsylvania, he doesn't need any of the other battleground states in order to reach that threshold of 270.
Yeah, such a difference from the times we've seen him come out on stage in 2016 of just a few of the family members. Now it seems like a stage full of folks. I can't really identify everybody. I think Speaker Johnson is on the end.
Yeah, there he is.
There.
Yep.
He must have arrived very quickly from Louisiana. A lot of folks.
And Elise Stefanik there, too. And I am going to break in and say that the Washington Post is reporting now that the Associated Press is calling Pennsylvania for Donald Trump. Again, the Associated Press is declaring that Donald Trump has won Pennsylvania, and that would get him to the threshold of 270 electoral college votes that he needs to claim the presidency. What is it?
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And to every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job, terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks, and a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay, which one, CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fun. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little that little thing called special, we have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania, campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. When it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and And the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him Marines because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana,
please. Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the Boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. Now he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like really, probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but, Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight, when you think. I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great, great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try, we have to try, and it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Very happy Donald Trump and his running mate J.D. Vance. They have won the all-important state of Pennsylvania. Now, he doesn't have the threshold yet of 270, but he is on the path to get there. So he declared victory tonight, Rhonda, but we are still waiting for the final count. Trump's family there, Melania Trump with him, who has been totally absent from the campaign trail, only coming out to promote her book. You can see there Speaker Mike Johnson also very happy with how this night is going. Rhonda.
That's right. You know, it was a bunch of thank yous to the people he believes led to his victory. We are still waiting to finalize if he has indeed won. We're also expecting Vice President Harris to talk to the nation tomorrow, or later today, actually.
Let's go to Leigh Caldwell, who was there in West Palm Beach. Leigh.
Hey, Libby. So, yes, quite a remarkable moment and quite a remarkable comeback for a politician who has overcome 2 impeachments, a criminal conviction in New York, indictments in 3 other cases, a January 6th attack on the Capitol after claiming that he still won the 2020 election, which he did not do. But voters ultimately looked past all of that, and it seems like he is on the precipice of winning this election. He declared victory tonight. The Washington Post has not yet called it, but he looks like he's on a glide path back to the White House. It really is quite a moment in time. In his speech, he said, "People say that God spared my life during those assassination attempts," he says, and he says that's because he was meant to bring this country back to greatness. So Donald Trump is obviously riding extremely high right now. His supporters feel great. They're playing this YMCA song multiple times tonight, which appears to be his favorite song. And this happened despite the fact, well, before I go there, this might be the first time, Libby, that Donald Trump wins the popular vote. We don't know that yet. All the votes aren't in. But he did not do so in 2016. He did not do so in 2020. So for his 3rd presidential run, he might win the popular vote for the first time. And this comes as Democrats were extremely confident that their ground game, their historic ground game operation, was going to push Kamala Harris over the finish line. I am talking to a lot of Democrats right now, and they are just, so many are dumbfounded about what happened tonight. One Democrat member of Congress told me that the Democratic Party has had a problem with working class voters for a decade, and what became clear tonight is that that has not just among white working class voters, but that has spread across all racial demographics as far as working class voters is concerned. But you can be sure that Democrats are going to look inside and try to figure out what happened tonight, while Donald Trump is going to move forward with his transition and whatever comes next for his plans for going back to the White House, Libby.
Thanks so much, Leanne, for all your great reporting. Let's go to James for the numbers and where they stand at this late hour, James.
Donald Trump is on a glide path to 270. J.D. Vance was right when he described Trump as having the greatest political comeback in the history of the U.S. Certainly, it's the greatest political comeback since Richard Nixon lost the presidential election in 1960 and came back to win 8 years later. Trump himself, in his speech, called it a historic realignment. And that's true, too. When you really drill down into some of these states like Texas, there's one county that's overwhelmingly Hispanic in Texas, a border county that's voted Democratic in every election since 1896. Tonight, Trump won it by double digits. When you think of it that way, Donald Trump really is a historic figure. And the Trump era that began when he came down that golden escalator in June 2015 now seems almost certain to extend until at least January 20th, 2029. And with it, Donald Trump is really solidifying his standing as, whether you like him or not, one of the most significant figures in U.S. political history. We are living in the age of Trump the same way that others lived in the age of Jackson or the age of FDR. He has been transformational in U.S. politics. He has hastened a realignment, and he is on track at this hour to win a majority of the popular vote.
All right, thank you so much, James. Rhonda, final thoughts from you before we call it a night.
Yeah, I would add to that Trump has defied odds that other candidates before him, even candidates that had controversies this cycle, he has defied odds that no one else could. So this is a moment in our history to really look at the era that Trump has brought into our politics. I know there will be a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking, or maybe Wednesday, are we on Wednesday? Quarterbacking among the Democratic Party, trying to figure out what went wrong. But you have to look at Trump as a candidate who perhaps his strength is not necessarily speaking to the weakness of the other party. It is just this moment that we are living in right now. But again, as I always talk about the down ballot races, my attention right now is on the House and where the balance of power is there. For Democratic voters who may be going to bed or waking up and dismayed, think about, the House. That could be a potential firewall for Democrats to serve as a check on a Trump administration. So we'll see where that goes. But of course, we are living in an era where Trump has a lot of strength and apparently a lot of sway with his loyalists, as well as folks who are low propensity voters and came into the fold this time around.
Well, thank you to Rhonda and James and all of our reporters and guests. Now, we don't have that official final race call for the next president of the United States. Donald Trump is 4 electoral votes away from that, but he does appear poised to reclaim the White House after winning the key state of Pennsylvania. As James said, he is on a glide path at this late hour, 3 o'clock Eastern time. This is 4 years after he was voted out. It is a strong night for Republicans, who are also projected to flip the Senate. And as Rhonda said, the balance of power in the House is still on the line. Our Washington Post homepage will be updated overnight as results continue to come in. We have a team of people who are staying up all night with you. We will be back live on air later today, Wednesday, as vote counts continue to be tallied and as Vice President Kamala Harris plans to address supporters and the nation. For the Washington Post, I'm Libby Casey. Thank you so much for joining us for this live election coverage. We'll see you later on Wednesday.
The Washington Post newsroom delivers breaking events around the world as they happen. Unrivaled reporting from the journalists you've come to trust. To get the facts fast and meet the challenges of today head on. Get the news that matters most with a special offer by visiting WashingtonPost.com/watch. Subscribing unlocks instant access, bringing you the Post's award-winning coverage anytime, any place. Because democracy dies in darkness.